Hello everyone, welcome to IS Baba. So welcome to Prelims Marathon this year for 2024 Prelims. I think last year also we did marathon classes, and this year I think we are going to take some little bit different approach than last year, because last year we talked about all the topics, ancient, medieval, modern. Okay, in the same way this time also we are going to cover ancient, medieval and modern. Today we will try to cover ancient and art and culture both, okay, if possible. And tomorrow medieval and little bit of art and culture, and day after tomorrow I think we are going to cover the modern history. But this year I think we are going to take a very different approach, in a sense that we will do through PYQs. So whatever the PYQs that has been asked in UPSC Prelims from 2011 to until 2023, we are going to cover topics through those PYQs. Okay, so that is because you must have observed and you must have analyzed the UPSC question papers. I think most of the questions come from, most of the questions are repeated themes will come from the PYQs itself only, and particularly we will do prelims multiple choice questions from 2011 to 2023, and we are going to do that theme wise. Okay, so we will take ancient history theme wise from the chronological order. We will first do Indus Valley civilization, then we will come to the Vedic age, then we'll come to the new religious themes, that is we can talk about Buddhism, Jainism, then again we can talk about any questions from Maurya's time period, Gupta's time period. Okay, then we'll take up literature theme as a whole, because a lot of literature questions have been asked, and then we'll go to art and culture. Okay, then we'll go to medieval history. Okay, so we'll try to cover it in chronological way. A little bit of distortion of chronology will also be there, because we will try to analyze the answer options also. We will try to analyze the answer options also, because sometimes the medieval history questions might be having ancient history statements, and the ancient history statements, ancient history questions can also have a little bit of medieval concepts also. So we'll try to look at from 360-degree angle, and we'll try to cover all the PYQs. Okay, so at least, if not all, at least we'll try to reach around 95% of the accuracy. So we'll try to take, because there will be some set of questions, some kind of terms will be there, which may or may not be found in the sources, but we will try to cover those also. Okay, so we'll start from ancient history first. Particularly in ancient history, if you have seen the question papers from 2011 to until 2023, I think most of the questions will start from Indus Valley civilization. So that is where we are going to start. And with respect to prehistory, I think prehistory is pretty much simple. I think there are 4 time period you have to know. There's Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic as well as Chalcolithic time period, and you just have to know the unique features of Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. But I will try to interlink between topics also. But here in PYQs we are going to start from Indus Valley civilization, and first we will solve the questions. First we will solve the questions, and then we will try to analyze the topics behind that particular questions. So that is how we are going to move forward, because you should be clear about the agenda of this session. So first we will try to solve, then again we will go towards understand the themes of that particular PYQs. Okay, so that is how we are trying to cover the 360-degree angle of that every PYQ. I think that is going to be a really smart way of learning history, because most of you are watching. I know that is you people have already read couple of times, and now we are looking for a quick revision. Obviously these classes are rapid revision classes. Okay, so we have to cover entire history within 3 days. So hopefully people will understand. As I mentioned, it is a rapid class, so pace will also be a little bit rapid, so you people have to cope up with me. So that is how we are going to move forward, and without further ado we can start with the first PYQ. Okay, so that is we can go back to 2011, like I mentioned, that is we will cover from 2011 to 2023. So we will try to solve. So PYQs, I will put one statement at a time. So we, instead of putting all these statements at once at the same time, answer also at the same time, that we will try to come towards the answer by building statement by statement, because that is how we are going to start from. And in every topic, in every chronology, we are going to look for the repeated themes, like Buddhism, which themes is there. Okay, the Jainism, which themes is there, and Indus Valley civilization, which themes are there. Okay, so everything we are going to cover in this particular way. So now, regarding the Indus Valley civilization, and that is the first topic, consider the following statement. And we'll also see, because all the PYQs are together right now along with the topics, you are also going to see how the questions are repeated. Okay, so how the questions are repeated over here. So it is the first thing we can say, that is the first statement. It was predominantly a secular civilization, and the religious element, though present, did not dominate the scene. In talking about the religious aspect of Indus Valley civilization, I think all of you must have already read about religious themes of religious topics of Indus Valley civilization. We will cover religious topic. First we will try to answer this particular question. And during this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textiles in India. And again, if you analyze the question, and we know that cotton has been discovered from Mohenjo-daro. Okay, so this is already there. Okay. Cotton has been discovered, and at the same time, the first statement says that it's predominantly secular civilization. The religious element, though present, did not dominate the same, because Indus Valley civilization is all about the trading. Okay, their advanced culture. Okay, advanced culture, and the people are more oriented towards improving their material culture rather than about the religious aspects of the particular time. Even though religious was present, but it was present in a different sense. We'll understand a religious topic. So that is what this statement is talking about. It was predominantly a secular civilization. That secular we can talk about, that is major concern of the people was improving their material culture. We can talk about their town planning. We can talk about their drainage planning. We can talk about the materialistic aspect, materialistic objects we have discovered from Indus Valley civilization, the beads and the semi-precious stones, okay, the seals and terracotta articles, terracotta, we can say other articles what we have discovered, and all this shows that the people were mostly about improving their material culture rather than too much concern about the religious aspect. Okay, so of course the cotton has been discovered from Mohenjo-daro, and some questions were also asked about different settlements, different sites of Indus Valley civilization. We are going to discuss those things also. And if you look at the answer options over here, so which of the following, or which of the statements given above is correct? One only, two only, both one and two, neither one nor two. Okay, so according to this one, the answer should be the C, because both one and two are right. Okay, so this is one thing that has been discovered. First, they've asked about the unique item that has been discovered from Harappan civilization. When you look at this next few questions, we'll also see one more unique item that has been discovered from Harappan civilization. That question is also asked about the horse's bones. So these how the questions are getting repeated. Okay, so that is how the themes are also getting repeated. So we have to be well versed with the repeated themes. Look at the second question also. We'll come back because we are going to group all the similar theme questions at once. That was a religious theme, and again the second religious question was also, that's in 2013. Which of the following characterize the people of Indus Valley civilization? Again, they possess great palaces and temples. Look at that one, 2011. They asked about religious life, did not dominate the religious theme. Again, now they are asking about temples. And if you are reading in the ancient history for a while, I think you know the temple construction in India began during the time period of the Guptas, not before that one. Okay, it was a later revolution in the ancient Indian history. So that statement should be wrong. Okay, there was no great palaces and temples, and they worshipped both male and female deities. We know that is the male, female figurines as well. Male figurines have been discovered from Harappan civilization. That is Pashupati seal. That is one example, and fertility goddess. That is one example. Okay, so that statement should be correct. They employed horse-drawn chariots. Again, this particular statement that is again repeated. I talked about the uniqueness of the Harappan civilization. That is repeated in 2017 prelims. Again, we will solve that question also. They employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. Actually, the warfare is the major feature of the Rig-Vedic Aryans as well later Vedic Aryans. They use chariots, and we have the evidence of chariot making during later Vedic and early Vedic time period. But there was no evidence, there was no such evidence during the Indus Valley civilization. So the first statement and second statement should be wrong. And the first and the third statement should be wrong, and the second statement should be right. Okay, so 1 and 2 only. 2 only, 1, 2, 3, and none of the statements are correct, and the answer is 2. Okay, so look at these two themes, that is the religious themes they asked about, and the unique item they talked about, and the unique item, that is one unique item, that is a cotton discovery, whether they had horse-drawn chariots, whether they had good knowledge about the horses evidences. So okay, we'll come to that question also, 2017, and before going to that one, we'll discuss the religious beliefs. That is how we are going to go forward. So we'll solve the questions about that particular theme, and the theme, that particular topic of that particular theme, we are going to discuss over here. Okay, so religious beliefs, and we understand the religious beliefs of Indus Valley civilization on the basis of certain evidences. And what evidences we have? On the basis of the seals that Harappan civilization used. Okay, there we have discovered so many seals, and the seals were discovered by J. Fleet, okay, 1912, and that led to a lot of excavation in and around Indus Valley civilization sites. And the seals, the depiction on top of the seals, we come to know the religious belief system. And the terracotta figurines, terracotta means that is soil and we can say clay figurines. It is made up of clay, and these clay figurines also give us more evidence about the religious belief system of the IVC. And we also discuss seals topic also. So that's what we are going to talk about, because religious themes come from, we understand the Indus Valley civilization religious themes from the base of seals. So we'll understand religious belief system of IVC, and then we'll go and understand the seals topic also. And now we have discovered nude female figures as well that shows fertility cult. That's a mother goddess. That is a question talk about. The female gods were also there, and we have discovered Pashupati seal also. So that is Shiva, and that is identified with Shiva. Okay, we'll come to that Pashupati seal. And male deity, that is male deity, that talks about both male and female figurines are there. And phallus worship, that is a lingam worship is there. And particularly the nude female figures as a phallus worship, both together contributes to understanding the fertility cult of the Indus Valley civilization. So if the questions comes, Indus Valley civilization had good idea about the fertility cult, yes, that is true. At the same time, we have the worship of trees also, because we have examples of people tree worship, and at the same time animal worship is also there. particularly the unicorns, the mythical animal, even though that is not naturally present, but we have the evidence of Harappan civilizations, Harappan civilization people worshipping about the mythical animals like unicorns. And what it shows that is, what is understanding we comes out of this tree worship as well as animal worship, that is a natural worship, as simple as that one. Okay, so it means Harappans, female deities also, then again male deities also, and nature worship also. That was there. At the same time, some other aspects of religion life we can talk about. We have discovered fire altars also. So fire altars that has been discovered from only two places, that is Lothal and Kalibangan. Again, cotton, I told you that discovered from Mohenjo-daro, and the different unique sites of Harappan civilization. The unique, we can say, discovery from these unique sites. And at the same time, some unique sites. Question is also asked, like about Dholavira, that is asked in 2021, that question, we'll solve that question also. So now again from Kalibangan and Lothal, fire altars have been discovered, that is a different kind of religious system. And how that is interlinked with the Vedic system, because Vedic system is all about the fire altar system, okay, that is conducting yajnas and sacrifices, and that can also shows that one there is a later Harappan phase. We know the Harappan civilization is in three different phases, pre-Harappa, then again mature Harappa as well as later Harappa, and later Harappan phase sometimes emerges with the later Vedic, early Vedic times also, according to certain sources, but not much evidences is there. And we also evidence of animal sacrifices, because that has been depicted on seals. See, now religious themes directly interlinked to seals. So that is the reason we have to talk about seals also, because we will try to cover 360-degree angle of every question over here. And it's in burial practices, and today also the burial practices associated with the religious belief system of a certain communities. And we have different burial practices of Harappa. There is a coffin burial system, and there is a wooden coffin burial system, then the pit burial system, and the joint burial also. The burials with animals and burials of couples also. These kind of evidences we have discovered from Harappan civilization. Like I told you, there one statement directly came out in prelims is that one. That is the Harappans possess great palaces and temples, and that is not true, because the temples are not the features of Harappan civilization, because temples in Indian history started from the time period of the Gupta's time period. But in Egypt and Mesopotamia civilization, which were the contemporary civilization of Harappa, so there was existence of temples, but not in Harappan civilization. And also they have been known for using certain kind of, to ward off the evils, they used to use amulets, that is tabiz we say. Okay, so that is wearing some tabiz to necks as well as to hands also, and that kind of evidences is also there in Harappan civilization. And most of these practices what we see, this male goddess, female goddess, nature worship, and the fire altars, everything is even continuing even today also. Okay, so that is one topic that we discuss about the question theme. It's a 2011 question as well as 2013 question about the religious theme. And now we are coming into seals, because seals give us the direct evidence about the Harappan civilization religious belief system. And now we understand what our seals are. Like this one picture you can see, so this is the seals. So it can also give evidence about the Harappan script also. It can give evidence about whichever the animals they knew. Okay, of course Harappan script has not been deciphered yet, and the seals also give us evidence about their religious belief system too. And what are seals? Probably there could be a merchant emblem, because we have discovered Harappan seals not just in Harappan sites but also in Egypt, in Middle East also, because they had kind of connection with Mesopotamian civilization. Probably they traveled along with the goods. It could be a merchant emblem. Okay, it could be used religious purposes. It could be amulets. So there's various theories are there with respect to Harappan seals. And again, these are made up of different materials. Which material these seals are made up of? These are made up of terracotta. These are made up of ivory, then shells, then copper. Okay, and also we know that is Harappan civilization knew copper and bronze. So it was a Bronze Age. So like the pre-Harappans, or we can talk about the prehistoric time period, we talk about the Stone Ages, because we come to know about the prehistoric time, Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic through stone technology which they had. But the Harappan technology is all about, it's a metal technology. That metal technology is, we talk about copper and bronze, and there was no iron. Again, this particular question was also asked. This particular question was also asked in 2017 prelim. That is the reason, that is we are trying to interconnect the different questions that have been asked, and we'll try to revise all these PYQs before the exams comes. Okay, and also the associate topics around those PYQs. This is one of the smart ways of preparation for UPSC. And there are two types of seals for that. One is square seals, at the same time rectangular shaped seals. And the squares shape seals for use for specific purpose, and rectangular shaped seals for use for specific purpose. And one famous example is Pashupati seal, and it was made up of steatite material. It's a kind of a stone. Okay, steatite material that is made up of, that is Pashupati seal, and that is where we have discovered this Pashupati seal from Mohenjo-daro, where we have discovered this cotton from Mohenjo-daro, where we have discovered these fire altars from Lothal and Kalibangan. Again, keep on revising whatever the topics we have learnt. And these seals, I told you there is square and rectangular. Okay, and the square seals are used for only inscription and writing purposes, Okay, so inscription writing and also with respect to carving of animal figures. But the rectangular figures or rectangular seals are used only for inscription purposes. And where we have discovered, where we have the evidences about the Harappan inscription, that is on seals. It is also written on a little bit of pottery also, but majorly from Harappan seals we come to know about the script, or we can say about the language, about the writing script of Harappan civilization. Again, two types of seals, that is majorly. Other types of seals are also there, but majorly square and rectangular. Again, inscription writing as well as the animal figures, like mythical animal figures where they have been carved, that is on square seals. And where we can find only inscription on certain kind of seals, and that is rectangular. And few cylindrical as well as some kind of round seals are also have been found. And that is not the major feature of Harappan civilization. Sometimes they can put this kind of questions, but the major type of seals are that is square and rectangular. Okay, this is one thing. And Pashupati seal, like I told you, that is it's made up of steatite, and it is Shiva surrounded with other animals like elephant, rhino, buffalo, tiger, and 2 goats or antelopes it could be. And it is found from Mohenjo-daro, and it is Shiva flanked by many other animals. Okay, so this is one more interconnectedness we can talk about in this particular topic. And again, that is a one theme we discuss, that is question asked in 2011 and 2013. And that is how we are going to move forward. One area in ancient history, we will take out all the questions from that particular area. We will try to understand in 360-degree angle. And so now we are coming into 2017 question, and look at how the themes repeated. Horse-drawn chariots, that we can see that kind of statement in this particular question. Okay, now look at, and also the metal aspect of Harappan civilization, that was also asked over here. Now with reference to difference between the culture of Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley people, which of the following statements these are correct? So Rigvedic Aryans used the coat of mail, that is armor, coat of mail means armor, and helmet in warfare, whereas the people of Indus Valley civilization did not leave any evidence of using them. And if you have read ancient history, if you have read different sources of Indus Valley civilization, we know the Indus Valley people, we don't have much evidence about the war aspect of Indus Valley people. Okay, but we have more evidences about Rigvedic Aryans and later Vedic Aryans about their war techniques and everything. And look at that one, Rigvedic Aryans knew gold, silver and copper, whereas the Indus Valley people knew only copper and iron. We know that is Iron Age started quite late, because Iron Age in Indian history particularly starts from the later Vedic time, that is about, we can talk about around 1000 BC. Okay, so 1000, particularly the iron use came to the forefront very much higher from the time period of 600 BC onward, the age of Buddha onwards. So later Vedic time period also we have evidence of iron, that is the foundation of the Iron Age. But till later, the 600 BC onwards, there is the explosion of Iron Age. But here the statement mentioned, the Indus Valley people knew about iron, and that is wrong. So and also this is a absolute statement, there is a word only is there, you can easily eliminate this particular question, a particular statement. And now if we come to third statement, Rigvedic Aryans had domesticated horse, whereas there is no evidence of Indus Valley people having aware of this animal. Again, go back to the previous question we answered. Again, they asked about the Indus Valley people, they use horse-drawn chariots. Look at how the themes are getting repeated, and that is the reason, that is, we will see this particular theme. So, and what about this question and how we can solve this is that one. And according to certain sources, we have discovered certain horse bones, horse jaw also from Sarkotara, that is in Gujarat. But according to certain historians and archaeological experts, that is not, that evidence is not enough. At the same time, they say that when those bones may belong to different animal also. That is also there. So select the correct answer using the code given below. 1 only, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, and 1, 2, 3. So what should be the answer? We know the second statement is wrong. Okay, we can eliminate the B option as well as D option, and now we can select between 1 and 3, or answer option A and answer option C. So we know that is this answer option. Some people have, I think it was asked in 2017, and people going gaga over this particular topic, discussing different forums and everything. But ultimately we have to go with the UPSC answer key, and UPSC also believes that one, that is Indus Valley people did not have any knowledge about horses. Okay, so that is answer option is C, that is 1 and 3. And how do we answer this particular question? By knowing about different animals, about different the rearing of these animals by Indus Valley civilization. Like Harappans domesticated animals on a large scale. Which animals? I think all these lists have been given. That is rhinoceros. It is used only at one particular place, that is Ambri. That is one of the Harappan civilization sites. And then again cattle, oxen, buffaloes, goats, armed bull. Okay, so different tigers, elephants, all these kind of animals evidences we have evidences from Harappan civilization, on the basis of the fossils evidence also, on the basis of the depiction on seals also, and in terms of the terracotta articles also. The horse seem to have one now. So that is what the historians conclude about. But the horse bones have been found at Sarkotara, and that is in Gujarat. But this evidence is not enough to prove that Harappans knew this particular animal on a very, very large scale. Okay, so that is what the historians conclude about, and that is the reason, that is we come to know that the Harappan people did not have the knowledge about horses, and that is the reason the answer option is also given in certain way, and the right answer is, we can say that one, Harappan people did not have knowledge about horse. And nonetheless, we can say it was a very well diversified economy. Which economy we are talking about? Indus Valley civilization. So now 3 themes we discussed about the knowledge about the Harappan civilization, about their horses as well as chariots, again different metals they knew, and at the same time we also talked about the unique items of Harappan civilization. Again, look at that one. Which one of the following is not a Harappan site? 2019 we are coming into. Okay, so 2019 we are coming into. So that is what we will discuss, all the Harappan civilization questions, and then we will go to Vedic themes, then we will go to Buddhism and Jainism themes, and that is how we are going to move forward. Look at 2019 question. Which one of the following is not a Harappan site? It means they are asking about unique Harappan sites also. It's a basic knowledge. I think if you have read sources, I think you must have seen the maps of Harappan civilization. I think we also mentioned in our class also in PEP courses as well as in some other courses also, that we have mentioned that we should create a map of Harappan civilization, different sites. So now there is this kind of things, two times this particular questions have been asked, but in a different way. We'll solve that question also. Now Chenudaro, then again Kodiji, Sogora, and then again Desalpur. So Sogora, it's a very unique place. It is known for one copper inscription place. Okay, so answer option is C, because that is not related to Harappan civilization, because all these 3, it's Kodiji, Chenudaro as well as Desalpur, and they are related to Harappan civilization. And now we will see what is Chenudaro, what is unique about Chenudaro, Kodiji, Sogora as well as Desalpur too. So that is what we have planned. That is, we are going to look at all the answer options too, because sometimes the questions can get repeated, and that is the reason, that is we are giving ourselves a much better chance, because we have the basic knowledge of Harappan civilization, we have the chronology from prehistory to ancient civilization, Indus Valley civilization to Harappans. After Harappan civilization, there is a Vedic civilization, then again Buddhism, Jainism, Mauryas, then again post-Mauryas and Gupta. That is ancient history. Very simple chronology. But about the PYQs, most of the people have seen the PYQs, but they have not analyzed in a good way. So that is what we are going to see in this next 3 days from today onwards. Okay, so Sogora, why it is very famous? A copper plate inscription has been found. It said it is one of the oldest copper plate inscription that is found in India. Okay, Sogora, that is in UP again. That is the oldest copper plate inscription found in India that come from this unique place, that is Sogora. And again, pronunciation could be different. North Indian pronunciation could be different. So I'm a South Indian. Okay, it can be different. Okay, then again, which this inscription? It is in which language? The Prakrit language, and but in which script? The Brahmi script. And even Ashokan inscriptions, also most of the Ashokan inscription, not all the Ashokan inscription, the most of the Ashokan inscriptions also there in Brahmi script as well as in Prakrit language. And where this place is particularly located? On the banks of river Rapti, and that is in Uttar Pradesh. And it belongs to which time period is quite vague. Some people say it belongs to Mauryan time period. Some people would say that it is a pre-Mauryan time period. So there is this kind of vague material is there. So that is the reason we don't want to assign any particular time period, but in and around. But it is definitely after IVC, definitely after Vedic time period, and definitely after the time period of Buddhas, we can say, or we can say probably belong to Buddha's time period also, because the pre-Mauryan is the Buddha's time period itself only. So date is quite vague. Again, what was written in this copper plate inscription is that one, that is, it talks about there was a famine going on in this particular place, and to deal with this famine and to alleviate the condition of the people, and the 2 warehouses were established, and that is called as Kostagara. Okay, so these are the words that have been mentioned in particular copper plate inscription, that is come from UP, Sogora, and that was asked in 2019. Okay, then again we'll discuss all other options also. That is Chenudaro. Chenudaro, we know that it is in Pakistan, but it is one of the major sites of Harappan civilization, and it is located on the banks of river Indus, and it is excavated by N.G. Majumdar in 1931 and E. Meke. So we also talk about certain, because sometimes last time you must have seen some certain names of different archaeologists were also asked. So that is the reason we can prepare on that particular line. And why Chenudaro is very famous? Because Harappan civilization, we know how the town layout of Harappan civilization. The town layout of Harappan civilization is divided into 2 parts, the upper town and the lower town. And the upper town is known for having citadel, that is a fort. But this town, this Chenudaro town, there is no citadel. And that is the reason it is called a city without citadel. And we have discovered some bead factories. Bead factory from Chenudaro also as well as Lothal also. It is place that is famous for bead factories, and also evidence of human sacrifices also there. So there are unique things. We don't have to know about each and every aspect of that particular knowledge. And if we know the basic aspect about these particular places, we can talk about the evidence of human sacrifices there. And a clay model of 4-wheelers, or we can say a cart with a seated driver, that also has been discovered from Chenudaro. Okay, so this is what Chenudaro is all about. And again, code digi, again I will be mentioning, we will be rapid, we have to go rapid, it's a rapid revision classes. So then again, code digi will come from Pakistan again. And again, most of the Harappan civilization sites, the Harappa itself, and the Mohenjo-daro itself, all of them are located on the Pakistan side of this particular major civilization area. That is again on the banks of river Indus. Then again, it is excavated by Gure, and then again Fazal Ahmad. And it is a forerunner of IVC. What do I mean forerunner of IVC means? We know three phases of Harappan civilization are there. There is a pre-Harappa, post-Harappa, pre-Harappa, mature Harappa, and post-Harappa. And whatever the advanced planning system as well as the features of Harappan civilization we talk about, that come from the mature Harappan phase. But for the mature Harappan phase to evolve, there is a pre-Harappan phase, and there is a foundation phase, and this code digi represent that foundation phase. There is a forerunner of IVC, and we have discovered some design potteries over here. Okay, at the center, it's also called a city, which has been burnt massively, and that is it is also called as burnt city, because we have discovery of the entire city is being burnt, particularly both the parts. There is the upper part also as well as the lower part of the city is also. It's a code digit, that is it is famous for. And then again, if we talk about Desalpur, that is in Gujarat, pottery with lines, and particularly three different seals have been discovered. Again, the seals related topic have been, one particular theme has been the religious theme related to seals have been repeated. Okay, then again steatite seal, then copper seal, as well as then again terracotta seal, and these seals also have the script. Like I told you, that if the question comes that which of the following gives evidence about Harappan civilization script, and that is seals gave the massive evidence about the Harappan civilization. And particularly three unique scripts or three unique seals have been discovered, and on all the three seals we have the Harappan script too. And a massive stone fortification also have been found. So compared to other cities, and particularly in the Desalpur, we have massive stone fortification. Okay, so that is Gujarat, pottery with lines, that is with some designs, and code digi also pottery with some designs, and then again this is a massive stone fortification. Okay, so that question is done. So all the four options we have seen. Okay, and now if we are coming into 2021, again look at that one, how the repeated themes again. Repeated themes mean they are talking about the Harappan sites itself only. Now which one of the following towns is well known for its elaborate water harvesting and management by building a series of dams and channelizing water into connected reservoirs? 2021. I think everybody knows the answer for this particular question. That is Dholavira, Kalibangan, Rakhigarhi, Ropan. The answer we know, that is Dholavira, because there is Dholavira is quite unique. We will discuss the features of Dholavira also. We will discuss Kalibangan, Rakhigarhi, and Ropar also. We already talked about Kalibangan. Why Kalibangan is famous? Because knowing for fire altars, will come to Kalibangan also, but particularly this particular answer, that is answer is Dholavira. And why Dholavira is famous? Because of this water management system, and also one of the unique items that we see in Harappan civilization is the bricks. Bricks was used for house making also, and at the same time drainage construction also. But here Dholavira, we have discovered evidence of stone structures, and that is quite unique about Dholavira. And that is where the questions are coming from, the unique towns. Okay, so unique towns and unique features of this particular town. So, and also one more unique feature of the Dholavira is that one, the most of the town layout of Harappan civilization is two parts. That is the western part as well as the eastern part. And the western part is smaller, and at the same time it is having citadel, but the eastern part is larger, but it does not have any citadel. But Dholavira has been divided into three parts. Okay, so that is the lower town, citadel, as well as the middle town. Okay, the one middle aspect is also added. And again, as the question mentioned, this town is known for water channels and reservoirs, and we'll look at the pictures also. And these water channels and reservoirs are made up of stones, and particularly which stone is used? Particularly the sandstone is used. And stone pillars are also found, stone pillars, and at the same time even some we can say signboards made up of gypsum paste on wood, and these kind of unique features also have been found from Dholavira. Okay, so and it is a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 2021, and discovered by Jagapati Joshi in 1968, because they are concentrating on some of the names of this particular archaeologists, and that is the reason I have given the names of this particular persons also, and referred to as the earliest stone sculptures or architecture in Indian history. So before this, we don't have any, we have the stone tools, but utilizing stone, making certain kind of architecture, some kind of sculptures, and that is we can come from Dholavira. Okay, so this is a unique the pictorial representation of Dholavira, and you can see the unique the water systems. Okay, so water systems in Dholavira. Okay, so this is a unique feature, and this is the question, and also why this question was asked, and very simple, and that is there was in 2021 this question was asked, and because UNESCO made this particular site as the World Heritage Site. So that is the reason sometimes the static portions question can also can come from the current affairs based topics too, and that is the reason it is very important to be well versed with the newspaper readings. Okay, and then again, what are the other answer options for there? Kalibangan, it's in Rajasthan. It's also called a city of black Bengals because we have discovered from some Bengals which have been burnt. That is the reason name is also Kalibangan. Bangan in Hindi it is Bengals, and it is in Ghagar River Valley because we have 3 river valleys are there in Indus, or we can say Harappan civilization. That is the Indus River Valley, Ghagar River Valley, and then again Ravi River Valley. Okay, so that is majorly the major portions of Indus Valley civilization. It is there in, as the name mentions, the Indus Valley also is in Ghagar. And who are the persons who excavated this one? And there is B.K. Thapar as well as Amalananda Ghosh. And we have discovered the evidence of plowed field, and that shows the evidence about the agriculture in Harappan civilization. Okay, so plowed field evidence, it is there in Kalibangan. At the same time, fire altars, we already discussed, especially in the religious themes. The fire altar is got from Kalibangan also as well as in Lothal also. And again, decorative bricks are tiles for flooring. This is one of the uniqueness because in most of the Harappan civilization, the houses have cow dung for flooring. They use cow dung for flooring, but here they have used certain kind of stones, or we can call it as tiles, and that is in Kalibangan. But actually in India, this particularly in Indian history, the usage of stones, the usage of tiles for houses became much more common with the coming of the Central Asians, Kushanas, and then again Indo-Greeks, Indo-Bactrians. Okay, so after they came, especially in the post-Maurya time, and that is when this usage of tiles for flooring becomes quite common. But in Harappan civilization, one city that is known for using tiles for flooring is Kalibangan. Okay, then again we have discovered some camel bones also here. Okay, Kalibangan. At the same time, cylindrical vegetation seals also there, because we know seals are 2 types, square as well as rectangular. But here we have some cylindrical seals. And according to certain historians, these kind of cylindrical cells also found in West Asia, that we can talk about Mesopotamian civilization too. Okay, and then again Rakhigarhi, it is excavated by Amarendranath, and it is quite in news nowadays also. Why Rakhigarhi is famous? Because it is the largest site. But in certain textbook you must have seen that is mentioning as Mohenjo-daro as the largest site, but actually that is now, according to the present excavation, Rakhigarhi is the largest. And why Rakhigarhi is famous for? Having a jewelry making unit and also jewelry factory also we can say, but where the bead making factories are there, Chanudaro as well as Lothal, and it is in Ghagar Valley, it's in Haryana. Okay, Rakhigarhi, Kalibangan is in Rajasthan, Rakhigarhi is in Haryana. And also we have discovered some dome-like structures, upsidal, it is called dome-like structure, also called as upsidal. That has been discovered from Rakhigarhi too. And but in May 2012, the Global Heritage Fund and declared Rakhigarhi as one of the endangered heritage sites in Asia. And why it has been endangered? Because of the developmental pressure, because of the human encroachments we can talk about, or we can say anthropological mismanagement we can talk about. That is, Rakhigarhi has been recognized as one of the endangered heritage site in Asia. And that is the largest site we know, that is Rakhigarhi, which is the smallest. And they say one of the smallest, we don't have particularly in which is the smallest site of Harappan, because still excavations are going on, we're still discovering about. As of now, that is one site that is in Pakistan, that is Halladino, and that is called as, that is referred to as the smallest site of Harappan civilization. So we discussed Dholavira, discussed Kalibangan, and we discussed Rakhigarhi also. Okay, one more site was there, and that is Ropar, and Ropar is in Punjab, we can talk about, and it is discovered by or excavated by Y.D. Sharma in 1953. And they say that when after India getting independence, the first site to be excavated, the first Harappan site to be excavated was Ropar, that is in Punjab, and is located on the banks of river Sutlej. And what is another feature of this particular site is that when we have discovered the dog beneath the human grave. Okay, like we talk about joint burials also, pit burials also, coffin burials also. Joint burial is, that is the Harappan people believed probably believed in the afterlife system. Okay, they buried dog with their masters. That is also, that evidence is there. And copper axes also have been found. At the same time, some other ornaments like beads and bangles, because these are all city life we are talking about. In city life, we will see more evidence about the material aspect, the materialistic life of Harappans. So every side you go, that we have evidences of this kind of materialistic features. That is ornaments like beads and bangles. So, and copper axe is also found. Again, keep repeating, Harappan civilization is majorly a copper and bronze age, because the first metal that we talk about in human civilization, that is chalcolithic, the charcoal, that is copper, but the Harappan civilization is called as the bronze age. Okay, the bronze age, because majorly the bronze and copper was used. So these are the questions that asked in particularly the Harappan civilization. So we discussed the 360-degree angle of all these questions. The religious theme we discussed, the seals theme we discussed, and unique sites they talk about. Of course, you might have already have the knowledge about what is found in Mohenjo-daro, what is found in Harappa. Okay, these are major sites. But what they are unique sites we discussed, the Kalibangan, Rakhigarhi, and everything. And any other sites you feel like which are in news, please go through them also. Okay. So, and again, now we are coming into the next chronology we can talk about, that is the Vedic civilization, because there was no questions for asked about the prehistoric time period, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. Okay, so if you want to know about Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic in a rapid way, I think last year we did one more rapid revision classes about all the topics. So that is already there on our YouTube channel, so you can go and check with that one. Okay, so that is there, so we will get the basic understanding of those topics, but here we will focus on the PYQs, because PYQs are the gold. You must have seen that is how the question, particularly mains also, in prelims also. Okay, so we will focus on prelims over here, that is the major agenda, but we will try to cover as many PYQs as possible. I will give you that is, we can say, not 100%, because 100% nobody can promise, but we will try to go 95 to 95% of the questions from 11 to 23 we will cover it. Now again, the religious theme of the Aryans has been asked. The religious theme of Vedic Indus Valley civilization was asked. Now the religious theme of Aryan civilization we can talk about. The religion of early Vedic Aryans was primarily of 2012. Was it Bhakti? Was it image worship and yajnas, that is sacrifices and yajnas? Worship of nature and yajnas? Worship of nature and Bhakti? Okay, so I think answer should be pretty much easy, because if you talk about basic understanding of this particular question, the Bhakti movement started in the late ancient history time period or in the early medieval, majorly the feature of the medieval feature, the Bhakti movement and the Sufi movement. Okay. And image worship started with the temple construction. Image worship started with the temple construction, that is from the Gupta's time period onwards. Not much image worship evidences is there during the Rigvedic time period. Okay. So that is again, they worship nature. We know Agni, Varuna, personification of nature. Personification of nature. That is there. And yajnas, that is, of course, the Aryans were known for conducting the yajnas too. So answer should be C. Now we will talk about the religious life of the early Vedic Aryans also, later Vedic Aryans. No questions have been asked about the later Vedas, but still we will talk about the early Vedic as well later Vedic religious theme. Okay, the religious life of early Aryans, we talked about religious life of, we can talk about the Indus Valley civilization, and now we talking about religious life of early Aryans. And now what is this religious life? According to certain opinions are there. Okay, so opinions will come to that one when we talk about certain gods of early Aryans, and there are no temples. Again, Indus Valley civilization, no temples. Then again, early Aryans, there are no temples. And if there are no temples, there will be no idols worship. And idol worship happens in temples too. At the same time, worship natural forces, like I already mentioned, they worship majorly the natural forces like Agni, fire, and water also, Varuna. And at the same time, wind, that is Vayu. These kind of terms, where has been mentioned Agni, Varuna, and Vayu, these are mentioned in the Vedas. Because we come to know about the early Aryans and later Vedic Aryans through Vedas. And what is the time period? Okay, I think I will just mention the chronology, because we are talking about PYQs over here. You might miss the chronology. Okay, so I just want to give a certain idea about that one. So we talk about Indus Valley civilization. Okay, that starts around 3500 BC. We are talking about pre-Harappan phase. It goes until 1750, and some people would say 1800, 1700, 1750 BC also. And that is now we are coming into Rigvedic time period, that starts from around 1500 BC and ends around 1000 BC. Okay, and then again later Vedic times, that is 1000 BC, okay, to 600 BC. Okay, so this is the time period we are in. The first time period we are done, so we are in this second time period, Rigvedic as well as later Vedic. We will talk about the religious life of Rigvedic also as well as later Vedic also. Okay, so done. We can come to that one. They are personified in male form, because the Vedic time period, majorly we can talk about, it was a patriarchal society. Particularly the Rigvedic time, patriarchy was there, but at the same time the equal opportunities were given for women also. But in later Vedic times, it is completely transformed into patriarchal society that we see in today's society also. So that is the reason most of the gods were male, because it was the patriarchal society, and that is the most of the gods were also male. And of course, the yajnas were conducted in open, and to satisfy these gods, because the belief system, then why they conducted yajnas also we have to understand. Why they conducted sacrifice also we have to understand. Because they believed the entire universe was created due to sacrifice of their god, and that is Prajapati. And from the body of Prajapati, entire universe evolved. And because the universe is sustained, universe is to be sustained, our universe is created through sacrifices. So that is the reason we need to keep on continuing the sacrifices. And that is the reason the sacrifices were used. That is, we have to understand why they did these things also. Okay, so yajnas were connected in the open to satisfy these gods through sacrifice. Sacrifice of what? Of course, the human sacrifice couldn't be done, and that is the reason the cattle sacrifices were done. Okay, or we can say the animal sacrifices. Now, important gods, like already mentioned, that is a maximular size. That is one word is used for this particular the religious life of early Vedic, and that is henotheism or kathenotheism, and it means the worship of many gods. worship many gods like Agni, Varuna, okay. Then we can talk about female gods for also. It's not completely patriarchal, female gods for also there, but no one god is supreme amongst the other. Okay, so almost most of the gods are treated equally, even though certain gods have are dedicated with more number of shlokas, more number of mantras, more number of hymns. We can say that is most of the gods are treated with equally in measure. So also it is called as naturalistic polytheism. Polytheism, many gods. Monotheism means one god, and naturalistic means that is personification of these gods in the nature way. Like we can talk about fire, they can water, then again Vayu, that is wind we can talk about. That is the first god I told you, the Prajapati, that is a major important god, and believe that the universe is created through his sacrifice, like I already mentioned about that one. From his body evolved the entire universe, and that is the reason he is called as a lord of creatures. At the same time, from his body emerged the universe, like I told you, and that is the reason sacrifice are necessary to maintain the order of the universe. So without sacrifice, the universe will, the universe order, that will get destroyed, and that is the reason you have to keep on sacrificing to please the universe. Then the second important god was Indra, the major god again we can talk about, called as Purandara also, and he also called as breaker of forts, or Purandara also means breaker of forts. And where we discovered these particular terms, Indra, and then again we can talk about Varuna, then again Prajapati and Purandara, all these terms are there in Rig Veda. And what is this Rig Veda and later Veda means? There are 4 Vedas, we already know, these are basic things. The Rig Veda, that is the first Veda, that is composed during the time period of Rig Vedic time period, that is between 1500 BC to 1000 BC. And the other 3 Vedas, we can talk about Sama Veda, Yajur Veda and Atharva Veda, they were composed between 1000 BC to 600 BC. So whatever the evidences about this particular time period, we will come to know through Vedas only. And like I told you, there is this Vedas contains hymns or shlokas, and the largest number of hymns is dedicated for Lord Indra. Okay. And what was his position is that one, when they went for wars and they invoked God Indra, that is he led Aryan tribes to victory. He led Aryan tribes to victory, and his servants were there. There is Gandharvas and Apsaras. Gandharvas means musicians, and Apsaras are, they say, wives of Gandharvas also, and the dancers we can say, celestial nymphs we talk about. And he also described as Urvarajit, it means a winner of the fertile fields, and that is also one of the important aspect of God Indra, particularly in Rig Vedic time period. And also to talk about the other features of Rig Vedic time period, there was not much agriculture. There was only one crop was there, which is called as Yava. Okay. I will also discuss some other features of Rig Vedic. Okay. So only one crop. Okay. And that is Yava. That is called as barley. So, and majorly their major economy was, that is we can say, cattle rearing. Okay. Cattle rearing. You can also link these particular certain terms also. Okay. And society was equal. It's also called as egalitarian system. Okay, so that is also one of the terms we can know about. At the same time, even political system also, there was a lot more egalitarian is there, because we can talk about some kind of democratic institutions we can see, that is Sabha, Samiti, all this kind of thing, that was also existed during Rig Vedic time period too. Okay, so Rig Vedic time period, that is 1500 BC to 1000 BC. Okay, so now coming back to this one, so we talk about the religious life. Then the next major god was Agni, that is he reside in the earth place, it is called as, that is the fireplace. And what was the position of Agni is that one, that is it is a intermediary between men and God, and that is the Vedic Aryans believed that one, the Rig Vedic Aryans believed that one, that is you can communicate with the God through Agni, that is people can communicate with God through Agni, that is their position. Then again Varuna we can talk about, that is the personification of water, we already talked about, and is the upholder of the cosmic order. The cosmic order means the universe, the entire universal order, and that is the reason one term is used, that is called as Rita. The cosmic order is called as Rita. The upholder of cosmic order is called as Rita. The personification of water, that is upholder of cosmic order. Again, this question is also asked, particularly this particular word. Again, it is repeated in one of the questions. So, we'll come to that one. It means, Rita means the existence of the creatures and space, protecting the entire existence of universe. And that is done by Varuna. So, different gods have different places too, and punishes the evil forces or the evil doers. Because like suppose talk about Agni, it's an intermediary. Then again Indra, that is winner of the fertile fields, and also they led the Aryan tribes to victory, and the god of victory we can talk about. At the same time Varuna, that's personification of water, he uphold the cosmic order. And today who uphold the cosmic order? And that today we have given that position to Vishnu, the creator of universe was presently is Brahma belief system, and destroyer of universe is Maheshwara, that is Shiva. And Soma, that is god of plants we can say, it's a special god of Brahmanas, also called as king of gods also. And later this particular god, as the society evolved and started to be identified with moon god. It started to be identified with moon god, and today that is moon is identified with Soma. And again, Pushan is also there. It is a god of jungles who protected the cattle also, who protected the forests also. Okay, so god who protected cattle, and herdsmen who went to, I told you there is a major economic system was cattle rearing, and cattle rearing happened through herdsmen. There is the people who looked after this cattle when they went for grazing, and which god they invoked for the production of jungles, for the production of the cattle, and that is Pushan, and protector of herdsmen also. And other gods were also there, Vishnu, Surya, Rudra and Vayu, and but they did not have much importance. The major important gods are what we have discussed, the 6 gods, Indra, Prajapati, Varuna, Agni. Okay. Then again, Ashwins, other gods were also twin gods representing war and fertility also. These kind of terms sometimes they can ask in UPSC. Okay, so what Ashwin represents, or what we can talk about these kind of terms. Okay, so they can ask also. Then again, other women gods were also there. It is not like, even though the society was slightly patriarchal, particularly Rigvedic time period we are talking about, but still the women were also, their rights were respected. Okay, so they were given equal importance in the society. Like we can talk about women gods, Aditi, mother of goddess, or we can say our mother of gods, our freedom, gave freedom from sickness and evils. And again we talk about Usha, goddess of dawn, that is the morning time period. Okay, so victory of light over darkness, that is one thing. At the same time, Sinivali, that is bestows children, that's one more god. Then again Prithvi, that is a representation of earth. Then again Raka, that is benevolence god. And then again mention of some other aspects of beings, like we can say sorcerers have been mentioned, that term is used, that is Yatudanas. Then again demons, that is Rakshasas. Then again Pishachas, that is spirit of the dead, that has been mentioned. Okay, and then again Gandharvas, it means celestials, and Apsaras, who are the wives of Gandharvas, also dancers, we can say. So these are also given some certain kind of the spiritual position to. They can ask this kind of questions. They can give these kind of statements also. So what Yatudanas represents, what Apsaras represents, what Gandharvas represent, what Sinivali, what then again Raka, Usha, Aditi, what all this represents in ancient India. These are all Vedic gods, or we can say the spiritual beings during the Rigvedic time periods. Okay. Now we can talk about later Vedic religious life also, because we can also anticipate certain questions, because the religious theme is getting repeated maybe in future. We are not saying it's going to come in this year itself only, but we can expect, because we have to keep on anticipating the different kind of questions too. That is where you will be slightly ahead of others, that you have to keep on anticipate different types of questions and different kind of topics that might get repeated. And more important is sacrifices right now, later Vedic times. But before getting into religious life, we need to understand certain changes that happened between early Vedic and later Vedic. See, in early Vedic, I told you society was egalitarian, and society was filled with a lot of rights for all the sections without any discrimination. There was no Varna system per se. But in later Vedic time, the Varna system started to evolve. The hierarchical system started to evolve. That is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. That system started to evolve. And that is the reason, because of that one, the unequal distribution of wealth was happening during that point of period between Brahmanas as well as we can talk about Kshatriyas. And that is the reason Brahmanas claimed the high status and Kshatriyas also claimed the higher status within the society. And that led to certain kind of discriminatory structure within the society. Okay, so that discriminatory structure also led to, that is, changes in religious life also, and that was leading to more materialistic aspect of the religious life, because they want to protect their position system, that is the Brahmanas as well as Kshatriyas, and that is the reason that was leading to a lot of, we can say, more and more materialistic in nature, because they want to gain more and more wealth, and that was leading to more and more sacrifices. As you conduct more and more sacrifices, and more gifts need to be given, and that is how it will lead into the overall society was also becoming more and more unequal. It's more important to sacrifices during this point of time, because in the previous time period, during the early Vedic times, that is 1500 to 1000 BC, the simple sacrifices, not much complex sacrifices. It was simple sacrifices and the worship of personification of the nature. But right now, instead of the gods, rituals, the sacrifices, they became quite important, and the sacrifice became so much complex. Different kind of sacrifice emerged. You must have heard about Rajasuya, Ashwamedha, okay, then again Indra Mahabhisheka, okay, then we talk about we can say the Purusha Medha. So different kind of sacrifice started to emerge. So that made the system far more complex and elaborate, and the rituals became very lengthy. Like suppose for example pretty long Ashwamedha, okay, so it went on for 1 year. If the sacrifices were becoming important, the priestly class were becoming important, because they are the one who are representing or conducting these sacrifices. And that is the reason, that is they gained a lot of wealth, and at the same time it also led to unequal distribution of the wealth, and now they felt like you require different priests to conduct different stages of the same sacrifices or the same ritual or the same yajna. So that was led to something called as priestcraft. Okay, that is science of priests we can talk about. Okay, science of priests we can talk about, that led to the domination. Again, when you come to Bhakti movement, what people oppose is that one, that is the domination position of the priestly classes. And we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Swami Vivekananda, then again Arya Samaj, okay, Pratana Samaj. So all of them oppose this particular, the unequal nature of the society, at the same time the domination of society by one particular sections too. Okay, then again, performing vidhis becoming quite important. That is the rules and regulation of sacrifices performance become quite important too. Okay, and that is the reason, that is sacrifice become important, the gods become quite less important. Undermined Rigvedic gods. Which are Rigvedic gods? We talk about Prajapati, we can talk about Indra, Varuna, Agni. Okay, so their representation became quite less, sacrifice representation became quite high. Instead of God, rituals became more important. That's what. Okay, so prayers were replaced by more and more sacrifices, and the cattle were slaughtered in very large numbers during this point because sacrifices were becoming important and more animals were being slaughtered. And again, because we have the cut marks of these evidences, we come from Atranjika era. Okay, so the bones, cut marks is there, bones with cut marks, and these yajnas brought a lot of wealth to the priests and in the form of dana and dakshina. Okay, so all this were leading to, that is we can say unequal distribution of the wealth in the society, and that was leading to more and more unequal nature of the hierarchical nature of the society. Now the changing gods, Indra and Agni lost importance. Like I told you, they undermined the gods. Now Prajapati became more important due to sacrifices. Now the Prajapati status changed. So what was the previous status of Prajapati? Prajapati status was the entire universe was evolved out of Prajapati. But right now they're saying that one, the Prajapati, from the Prajapati body, the Varnas evolved. So that is how they gave religious sanction to the Varna system, which became a caste system later. So they used religious sanction, they use religious symbols, they use God and to sanction the social structures, and that's what happened. Because the Prajapati became important, because they say that one, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra evolved out of the Prajapati's body. Because the previous belief system was that one, the universe evolved out of Prajapati. And now Vishnu is considered as the creator and proctor of universe. Previously it was given to Varuna. Now the Pushan, the cattle god, became the god of the Shudras. Because I told you, because of the unequal distribution of wealth, the society has divided into different varnas. And idolatry, that is image worship, started to emerge little bit. But the major evidence for image worship we come to know through when the temple constructions began during the time period of the Guptas. Okay. And also there was some non-Aryan folk religion was also there, which was the indigenous religious system which existed, and that is magic and spells, that was also there. The worshipping of the spirits like Rakshasas and Pishachas, that is there. And at the same time they used the magic for curing the diseases, as well as to ward off the evils and to bring evils another. Okay, at the same time to gain material wealth, to gain more wealth, and that is how even today is also this magics and tantras and magics are being used, and that is representation. And where this non-Aryan folk religion has been mentioned, it is mentioned in the one specific Veda. Okay, this is mentioned in Atharva Veda. Okay, so all these are mentioned in Atharva Veda. Okay, so this non-Aryan religion has been mentioned in Atharva Veda. Okay, so it means we are talking about the entire comprehensive aspect of the religious life of Aryans. The early Vedic Aryans also, later Vedic Aryans also, and later Vedic Aryans life, sacrifices and rituals and personification of the nature. At the same time, there was some indigenous belief system was also there, and this system also continuing even to date. Okay, so that is material wealth. They use magic and spells. I told you there is one question was asked, that is the Rita concept. And one more word, that is Dharma concept. Again, it goes back to 2011. On the basis of the understanding of the previous topic, now one more question was asked, even though it was asked in 2011. That is this Dharma and Rita depict a central idea of ancient Vedic civilization of India. In this context, consider the following statement. We know already what is Rita is. What is Rita? It is, who is the protector of Rita? That is Varuna. That is the cosmic order. That exists and constituents the universe and its constituent, that is Rita. And what is Dharma means, like I told you, the entire society has been divided into different grades of Varnas. That is the hierarchical society, that is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. And also one kind of concept evolved, that is Varna Dharma. That is what is Brahmana Dharma, what is Kshatriya Dharma, what is Vaishya Dharma, what is Shudra Dharma. And Dharma connotes not religion in the initial time period. Dharma connotes the one's own duties. What is the duty of Shudra? That is serving the upper Varna. What is the duty of Vaishya? That is, we can talk about the trading and also agriculture. What is the duty of Kshatriya? To rule over. What's the duty of Brahmana? That is helping the people to achieve moksha through sacrifices. Okay, these are dharma means there is one's own duty and duty towards others also. And that is the concept that started evolving in Vedic time period. Okay, so that is on the basis of that one question was asked. That is dharma was a conception of obligation and discharge of one's own duties to oneself and to others. That is because of the social nature which was evolving. And Rita was the fundamental moral law governing the functioning of universe and all its content, the constituents of the universe. And that is what Rita is all about. We talked about that one. So statement is correct. One only, two only, both one and two, neither one or two. So which should be the answer? Answer should be C. Okay, answer is C. That is both 1 and 2. And look at that one. That is understanding one concept is helping us to answer a different concept. Okay, so that is interlinking. So from the religious themes only, how many questions were asked? And from Indus Valley civilization also, and from Vedic civilization also. So this is what the most of the question that is asked from this particular area. Okay, and also to know about this minor details about later Vedic and early Vedic. Okay, I can give you certain because we are not going through topic wise, we are going through PYQ wise. And what is the major difference Rig Vedic and later Vedic? Okay, it's very equal society and it is unequal. Okay, and then again there was political representation for all, and we can say less political representation for all. Okay, and then we can talk about base of economy. Economy is very simple, that we can talk about the cattle rearing, as well as we can say only one agriculture or one crop we can talk about. But here, due to iron discovery and the cattle rearing continued, but due to iron, that we can talk about the explosion of agriculture. The explosion of agriculture, and this explosion of agriculture led to trade, because surplus agriculture that led to trade, and the trade led to development of towns. So does that mean later Vedic time period is a town culture? Because it was creating foundation for the town life of after later Vedic, that we can say post Vedic, and that we can say after 600 BC. So this is towns, we can talk about 600 BC onwards, and that is a town culture. That foundation was there during later Vedic time period. Like suppose for example, before this one there was IVC, and IVC is a town culture, but the foundation for the town culture for IVC started from Neolithic as the agriculture began. And agriculture began, surplus agriculture led to exchange, that exchange mechanism led to city civilization, that is IVC. And again Rig Vedic time, where only one crop was there, but later due to discovery of iron led to many crops, and surplus agriculture led to exchange mechanism, and that is towns. The town life started exploding from the time period of the 600 BC onwards. Okay, that is called a second urbanization. So next time period we are getting into the second urbanization, and this IVC is called as the first urbanization. It is called as the first urbanization. But for the foundation for these things started in later Vedic time period. Okay, so these are the basic things. But according to the PYQs, and these kind of themes are not asked, but we are majorly focusing on the religious theme. That does not mean we should focus only on the religious themes. And it is your responsibility to go through all the themes of Rig Vedic and later Vedic. I believe that you people have the basic understanding of Rig Vedic as well as later Vedic too. Okay, so now we'll come to the move forward, and that is Dharma concept. Like I told you, there is a Varna Dharma. Already explained that particular concept. And do not encroach on each other's duty. That Shudra should not encroach on Vaishya's duty, and Kshatriya should not encroach on Brahmana's duty. And this kind of concept was evolving over there. Okay. Then again, one more thing we can talk about, the national motto of India. It related to the Vedic system itself only. This question was also related. That is Satyameva Jayate, inscribed below the emblem of India, is taken from. It is taken from one of the Upanishads. But how Upanishads is related to Vedas is that one. It is part of Vedic literature. Okay. First we will answer this question. Then we will understand what is Vedic literature is. That is Katha Upanishad, whether it is taken from Satyameva Jayate, Chandogya Upanishad, Aitareya Upanishad, or Mundaka Upanishad. One of the easiest of question asked in 2014, and that we know answer is D, and that is Mundaka Upanishad. But what we need to do, we'll understand what is Aitareya Upanishad. First and foremost, we'll understand what is Upanishads, what is Chandogya Upanishad, what is Katha Upanishad. Just one lines also. You don't have to do PhDs about Upanishads. You just have to know what Aitareya Upanishad deals with, what Chandogya Upanishad deals with, what Katha Upanishad deals with. Okay, so that would be great too. Okay, so this is the national motto of India, Satyameva Jayate. That is taken from Mundaka Upanishad. Now what is Upanishads? Okay, so first we'll understand what are Upanishads. Then before getting into Upanishads, we should understand Vedic literature. Okay, so Vedic literature has two types. Okay, so one is Shruti other one is Smriti. Okay, so Shruti means that is heard by rishis, heard from God. Okay, they are not created by humans, but rather listening. They were listened to by rishis, from sages, from gods. But Smriti is created, authored by humans, using their intellect, using their knowledge. But this is heard from majorly gods. And this Shruti literature example is Vedas. Okay, Shruti example is Vedas. And then again Brahmanas, okay, Aranyakas, and then again Upanishads. So this is what Upanishad, that is how we are dealing with Upanishad, that is Shruti literature. So what is Smriti literature? We can talk about Upaveda, that is Ayurveda, we can talk about Dhanurveda, we can talk about, these are all Upavedas. I can talk about Dharma Sutras, okay, or Dharma Shastras also it is called as, okay, Puranas. Then you can talk about Agamas. You talk about epics, Ramayana, Mahabharata. Okay, then again you can talk about Vedangas, that 6 Vedangas are there. These are all part of Vedic literature. Okay, there is 2 types of Vedic literature, that is Shruti as well as Smriti. But here we are going to talk about Upanishads because that is how the question is asked about the Upanishads angle. Now we will understand what is Upanishad. We also talk about the particular the question which is asked, and also the different Upanishad which was mentioned over there. Okay, I believe that is Vedas. You know, there is 4 Vedas are there. Brahmanas are, we can say, that is extracted from again the Vedas, that is part of the Vedas, because Vedas are also sometimes also called as Samhitas also. Rig Veda Samhita, late Atharvaveda Samhita, and it's also 4 parts of the Vedas. Each Veda has 4 parts, that is Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishads, like Rigvedic Samhita, Rigvedic Brahmana, Rigvedic Aranyaka, Rigvedic Upanishad. Later, and at the same time we can talk about Atharvaveda Brahmana, Atharvaveda Samhita, Atharvaveda Aranyaka, Atharvaveda Upanishad. So there are Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads associated with particular Vedas. That is 4 Vedas we can talk about. That is called as Shruti literature. Okay. So now we'll come to Upanishads, we'll understand. It means to sit near someone and to listen to that one. Okay, there are 108 Upanishads in number, but only 13 are important. I will give the list of those 13 Upanishads, and you people have a responsibility to know about the themes of this Upanishad. Like I will give the example. You should know the themes of those 13 Upanishads. And earliest were in prose format, and later there comes in verses format. The verses means we can talk about the poetic format, and prose means that is writing in sentence format. That is the basic differences. And what this Upanishads deal with, it talks about kind of a philosophy. We can say Atma, soul, God. Okay, then again Brahman, that is sometimes the universe is referred to as Brahman also, as a force. Okay, so what is the relationship between them? What is the relationship between Atma and God? Whether they are same, whether they are different. Okay, so everything is started with Upanishads only. Also talks about the universe and its existence. Who created universe? What is the nature of the universe? So all these things are mentioned in Upanishads. And also one of the early thoughts, okay, so they supported sacrifices, particularly Vedic sacrifices, but later they started opposing the sacrifices also. And in later times, the Upanishads, some of the Upanishads which is composed only later times, and they started opposing Upanishads too. Opposing sacrifices. Some of the Upanishads started opposing sacrifices. It is one of the first reaction against the sacrifices of later Vedic time, because we talked about how the religious life evolved. The simple religious life turned into complicated religious life, and that complicated religious life as a reaction, and that reaction is first reaction Upanishads. The later reaction was in Buddhism and Jainism. That's what we are building into. Okay. And like instead of sacrifices, they said that one we should talk about these relations of different beings, like we can soul, then Brahman and God. It also talks about yoga and meditation and knowledge, to gain knowledge. Instead of achieving salvation through sacrifices, achieve salvation through Jnana Marga, that is knowledge, and that is what Upanishads talks about. And one example we can talk about, that Shveta Shvatara Upanishad. Okay, so that Upanishad talks about the importance of yoga, meditation as well as knowledge. And again Mundaka Upanishad, we already talked about, that is Satyameva Jayate has taken from Mundaka Upanishad. And at the same time Chandogya Upanishad, what has been mentioned in Chandogya Upanishad, and that is ashramas, you know, Varnashrama Dharma, that is we can say Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha. Then again we can talk about Sannyasa. All these are mentioned in Chandogya Upanishad. And some of the ashramas, not all the ashramas, because the first ashramas also evolved. How the Vedas were also evolved, the ashramas were also evolved. Not all the 4 ashramas came at once, and these first 3 ashramas are mentioned in one of the Upanishads. All the 4 ashramas are mentioned in one of the Upanishads, but major representation of all these ashramas are mentioned in Chandogya Upanishads. And also Upanishad discuss about different types of marriages. You must have heard about Pratiloma and Anuloma marriages. And Manusmriti also talks about the different types of marriages also, and further explanation about these Anuloma and Pratiloma marriages also there in Manusmriti too. Okay, so Upanishad also talks about these different types of marriages. That is Anuloma marriage. What is Anuloma marriage? A high-born man, a man that born in upper Varna, can marry within his Varna also. He can also marry below the Varna also, and that is accepted. A upper Varna man can marry lower Varna women. That is there. But Pratiloma, but women marrying outsider Varna, that is not accepted. That is not sanctioned by the Vedas. That's what talks about that one. It's a kind of a discriminatory status. That is what I would do. The patriarchal society which was evolving, the men got more and more rights, and women rights were started to deteriorate. So in what aspect these rights were deteriorated? In marriage aspect also, in political aspect also, in inheritance rights also, in education also. So that is how these kind of different we can say discriminatory societies started to evolve. And Manusmriti further explains in detail about this Anuloma marriages as well as Pratiloma marriages. Now Manusmriti, we know that is one of the law books of Hinduism, that is their existence from the time period of the post-Mauryan time period. And Manusmriti, Shruti or Smriti, okay, which should be the answer? Shruti or Smriti, because Manusmriti is created, it is authored by humans according to certain sources. But some people believe Manusmriti is created by, we can say, collection of many people. Some people say Manu is a mythical person also who created Manusmriti. So different aspect is it, but according to certain belief system, it is a Smriti textbook because it is authored by certain persons, and that is the reason Manusmriti can be called as, that is Smriti literature. Okay, so this kind of marriage system was there, and again the different Upanishads which were mentioned, and look at what is the major themes of this Upanishads. The Katha Upanishad talks about Nachiketa and Yama. Okay, at the same time Aitareya Upanishad, it talks about the Atman. It also talks about status of the Shudras also, how Shudra should be treated. They say that when Shudra should be slain at will because of the existing situation, because later Vedic situation, that is when the Upanishads were started to be composed, and it talks about the discriminatory status and also talks about how Shudra should be treated. Then again Brihadaranyaka Upanishad talks about transmigration of the soul, because it told in later times, so instead of sacrifices, instead of rituals, the Upanishad started talking about the nature of soul and everything. So Brihadaranyaka Upanishad talks about transmigration of soul. Then Mundaka Upanishad, it related to Atharva. Like I told you, every Upanishad is related to different Vedas. Okay, so every Veda has attached Upanishads. Now Mundaka Upanishad attached to Atharvaveda, it talks about Satyameva Jayate. It also talks about different authorities. We can talk about Saunaka and Angira. Then again 3 ashrama, the first 3 ashrama, that is Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, that is mentioned in Chandogya Upanishad. Then again the 4th ashrama, that is the Sannyasa, that is mentioned in Jabala Upanishad. Okay, you just know the themes of different Upanishads. You don't have to learn all the Upanishads per se, you just have to know different themes of it, it would be great. Okay, then there are 13 major Upanishads, these lists are over here. Okay, you can just know, some of them I have mentioned, so what is their major themes about that one. Okay, so then again other Upanishads which I have not covered over here, you can just know about different themes over there, just one line. Okay, so which are the major characters, what it is mainly deals with. Okay, something is better than nothing, so still time is there. So we are April 27, so examination is June 16. Okay, you can utilize this one. So utilize this time period to now to add value to your preparation. Most of you are finished your 1 reading or 2 reading by this point of time, and now we have to add value to your preparation. And how do you add values? Through this PYQ analysis. So learning the concepts of which is there in PYQs, the major themes, and that is where most of the questions get repeated, and that is the reason we are having this particular session. So we could have gone with the same major Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic and all these kind of things, but we felt like that is we can go differently this time. Okay, so that differently we can talk about, that is we are talking about this PYQ time period. Okay, so just a little glitch I guess, 1 second. So this way, so again know about different themes of this one, your one area gets completed. Okay, and now we're coming into 600 BC onwards, like the Rigvedic time 1500 to 1000 BC, later Vedic time 1000 BC to 600 BC, and now 600 BC onwards. Now whatever the questions asked, these are new religious ideas. Now what are these new religious ideas? Like I told you, the reaction happened against the later Vedic times. That reaction first expressed in Upanishads, and the reactions also expressed to different ideologies, and those ideologies are nothing but these new religious ideas, and that Buddhism and Jainism, and that started around the time period of 600 BC, and many questions were asked, and this area we are going to deal through topics, because we have to talk about Buddhism and Jainism in detail, and we also answer questions based on Buddhism and Jainism in details, and you are going to learn new kind of way of understanding karma concept in Jainism, and new way of understanding the different stages of evolution, stages of, we can say, Nirvana in particular Buddhism. We'll talk about that one. Okay, some of the terms you may or may not have heard about, and why they evolved, why these religious new religious ideas evolved, because as a reaction against the orthodoxy system, the Brahmanical orthodoxy, the priestly domination during later Vedic times, because the lower strata, the Shudras as well as the Vaishyas, and their materialistic, because their material condition was not so good, they couldn't conduct many sacrifices because the sacrifices were becoming rituals, very lengthy. So the lower strata, their spiritual life was unfulfilled. So they needed a way, they need to express their religious life, and their religious life, they got expressed through simple teachings. Okay, that simple teachings of Buddha and Mahavira. And the simple teachings were in vernacular languages, because the Vedas were in esoteric language of Sanskrit. Not many people have made studies of Sanskrit, so that is, these were in vernacular languages, so very simple to understand, and that is the reason people got attracted. And secondly, like I told you, the later Vedic time period was a foundation for the growth of towns, and the growth of towns came due to discovery of iron. That iron led to surplus agriculture, and that surplus agriculture led to trade, and as the trade was growing, one Varna was becoming more important, and that Varna was Vaishya Varna, because they are the one who are engaged in this particular activity. That increased their materialistic position, and when their materialistic position was increased, and they started supporting these particular simple teachings in vernacular languages. So Vaishyas and Shudras, they got attracted to these new religious ideas because they were not finding respect in the orthodox system, and that is the reason they found their spirituality in Buddha's and Mahavira's teachings. Okay, and also because of the growing agriculture, because of the iron, and there was a lot of slaughtering of cattle were happening, and now the people demanded that slaughtering should stop because the cattle have a good application in agriculture. So that is the reason. So that is, there was a reaction against the orthodox system during the 600 BC time period onwards. So first such reaction we can talk about, that is Buddhism. So actually first reaction was Upanishads, like I already mentioned, but when chronologically speaking, that is Upanishads is the first reaction, then Jainism, and then Buddhism we can, because Jainism principles were slightly older than the Buddhism principles, because it goes back to the Adinath or Rishabhanath. We can talk about the first Tirthankara, we'll come to that one, the time period also, because it was there during the time period of 900 BC only, because we are talking about 600 BC time period onwards. And now we are coming into, first we will talk about Buddhism, then we will go to Jainism and associated concepts also, and then we will start to answer the questions related over there. So basic details, the birth name, I think you people already know all these things, we can skim through very quickly. That birth name is Siddhartha, Buddha's birth name, and the year, again a lot of variations are there, 567 BC, and again the place, that is we know Lumbini, that is Nepal, and we come to know about this particular place through Ashokan inscription, the Ashokan pillar inscription. At the same time, what is the clan name Buddha belonged to? That is Shakya clan of Kapilavastu, and the family name is Gautama. And what is the name of the parents? That is Shuddhodana, and then again Maya. These are basic details, very very factual, but we will focus more on the understanding aspect as well as the themes which is repeated. That is Bodhisattva themes are very much repeated in UPSC prelims time period, prelims question. The wife name is, that we can talk about Yashodhara, and his son, that is Rahula, and at the same time the horse name through which he left house, that is Kantaka, and then again charioteer was Channa. So that is Kantaka and Channa, that is important particularly because Buddha left home through his horse chariot. The charioteer was Channa and horse name was Kantaka, and at the same time his teachers were Alara Kalama and Uddakarama Putta, and Nirvana under a tree, that is Bodhi tree, or we can say people tree, and the place is Bodh Gaya, that is in Bihar, and it is located on the one river banks, that is Niranjana river, today it is called as Falgu river. And who gave him the food before sitting for meditation, that is Sujata. And why this is important is that one, because there is a perceptible difference between Buddhism and Jainism. Jainism talks about financing, Jainism talks about extremity, but Buddhism talks about middle path. And what is that middle path is that one, that Buddha understood that he need to take middle path because he had left food, he was wandering as a saint, but before getting into the meditation, he wanted the strength, he want to regain the strength of the body. And when he received that food from this particular girl, that Sujata, that he understood that one, that his body requires strength, and that is the reason we should follow middle path. And that is the understanding. There is a Buddhism middle path and Jainism is extreme path. That middle path comes through this particular event of Buddhism, that is Buddha. And his last meal was given by, and that is Chunda, okay, before his death. Okay, and before he went to meditation, that is Sujata. Okay, and he left at the age of 29. He achieved Nirvana at the age of 35, and his death happened in 486 BC. Again, dates could be variation in Kushinara. That is a place. And why he left home? Because of the 4 sites, which are the 4 sites: an old man, and a sick person, and a dead core, and lastly a monk. And the first 3 chronologically we can talk about the old man, a sick person, and dead corpse. It talks about, it made Buddha understand the inevitability of the life. And these 3 stages of life everybody has to go through. People will fall sick, have to grow old, and one or the other time they have to die. So that is the inevitability of life, inevitability of life. And how do you deal with this inevitability of life? By becoming a saint, by becoming a monk. That is monk. The last site pointed to the way of dealing with these inevitabilities. Okay, so that is the symbolic nature of this particular, the 4 sides of Buddha. Or we can say old man, sick person, dead core, as well as the monk. And after these 4 sites, he decided to renounce his life, decided to renounce his particular luxurious life, and the renouncing, that is called as Parivrajaka. And he became a wanderer for a certain period of time, and then he sat for meditation. And this term is also asked, Parivrajaka. We will solve that question through terminologies phase. We will come to that one. And he achieved the title Shakyamuni. Buddha itself is a title, it means the enlightened one. And one more title, that is one who attained, that is the basic meaning of Tathagata. And probably pronunciation could be different. Okay, so Shakyamuni, and this particular title is there. And that is the basic meaning is came and gone by liberating himself. That is the basic meaning of Thata and Ghata. Okay, so that is came, gone by liberating himself from birth. Liberating himself from rebirth. That is to say that one, that is we are acquiring karma. We are acquiring karma because of desire. And when we stop this desire, we stop acquiring karma. When we stop acquiring karma, and we get liberation from the rebirth. And that is the overall philosophy of Buddhism. Very, very simple. And almost similar lines, Jainism is also there. We'll understand that one also. And these are basic details about Buddhism we can talk about. And Buddha, like I told you, that is from the day he achieved Nirvana, he came to be called as Buddha. That is means the enlightened one. Okay. For the enlightened one, also the teacher also. That is also that particular word is used. The enlightened one or the awakened mind. Okay. And after attaining Buddhahood, after enlightened, he went to a place called Sarnath, that is in UP, and he gave his first sermon of middle path. That is a middle path because of his body got replenishment from lady called Sujata, and he talked about the 4 truths. Then he talked about the middle path of life, and he talked about the 8-fold path also. We will talk about 4 truths also as well as 8-fold path. The first sermon, and this first sermon is called Dharma Chakra Pravartana. It is setting the wheels of Dharma in motion. Setting the wheels of Dharma in motion, and that happened in Sarnath, that is in Uttar Pradesh. And he gave his sermon to his 5 abandoned Brahmana disciples, okay, his farmer disciples who were there with Buddha, but when he sat for meditation, okay, before that some kind of disagreements happened, and he gave the same to the same followers. He gave this particular sermon. And who are these 5 farmers? 5 followers. That is Kondana. This is the first converted disciple to Buddhism we can talk about. And again Assaji, then again Baddiya, Yappa, and again Mahanama. There are other 5 disciples also there. Ashwajit, Upali, Ananda, Mogalana, Sariputra. We'll come to those also. But these 5 disciples, and they are called as Panchavargiya. Okay, so they are also called as Arhant. It means one who attained or one who gained the insight. Okay, so see, there's 2 concepts in Buddhism. One is Buddha itself, that is the enlightened one, and the term is reserved for Siddhartha, that is Buddha. The others who attained enlightenment, and they are called as Arhant. So through Buddha's teachings, these 5 individuals, they gained insight. They gained, or they became worthy, and the term they use for that one, it is Arhant or Arhat also. And these 5 disciples also called as Panka, that is Bhadravagya monks. Okay, pronunciation could be different. Okay, so Pancha Bhadravagya monks also in Sanskrit if you want to take it. That is Panka means 5, that is Pancha, that is one thing. The Pancha Bhadravagya monks, and that is these are the Kondana, then Assaji, Baddiya, Vappa, and Mahanama. Okay, so Arhat is a term you might not have heard about, and that is the person who achieve enlightenment in Buddhism. Okay, so the followers of Buddha, and they are called as Arhat, because the Buddha term that is reserved for Siddhartha. Okay, that is the reason. Okay, and then again other 5 disciples I told you: Ashwajit, Upali, Ananda, then Moggallana, as well as Sariputra. And the last disciple, or the last person to join the Buddhist Sangha, was Subhadda. What is Buddhist Sangha? There is a Buddhist monks, the order of Buddha's followers we can talk about. That is, there was a separate order, the separate association or organization for male followers also and for women followers also. Okay, the last disciple was Subhadda. So there is 5 disciples, and these 5 disciples are known for collecting the teachings of Buddha, particularly Upali and Ananda. Okay, and the first 5 disciples, they are called as the first one to receive the teachings of Buddha. They are called as Panchabhadra Vargiya monks. Okay, so that is the term that is used. And then again we'll come to one concept called as Pravarja, because UPSC is fond of certain terms in Buddhism and Jainism. So we will talk about these terms. The Pravarja means the concept of taking refuge, the concept of entering the path of Buddhism. The path of Buddhism is belief in Buddha. Okay, so at the same time belief in Sangha, joining the Sangha. Which Sangha? The Buddhist monks order, Buddhist monks organization, and again belief in the Dhamma. That is Buddha's teaching. There is the 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path. The concept of taking refuge in this Triratna of Buddhism. Okay, these 3 are called as Buddha, Sangha and Dhamma. They are called as what? They are called as Triratna. Triratna of Buddhism. Okay, so that is Buddha, Sangha and Dhamma. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami, then again Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami. So this kind of thing, this concept is called as what? Pravarja. Okay, so Triratnas of Buddhism, that is belief in the Buddhism. And how do you enter this particular concept? By leaving home, like what Buddha did. Okay, at the same time shave head and wearing ochre colored robe. Ochre colored means that is yellow and orange. So most of the Buddhist monks you must have seen, that is they wear the same kind of robe, and that is ochre. Ochre means yellow and orange colored robe. So this concept is called as what? Pravarja. Taking refuge in the Triratnas by leaving home, by shaving it, and by wearing this particular, we can say, cloth, that is robe. And again one more concept called as Upasampada. It means becoming full-fledged member of the order. See, in Jainism and Buddhism, the major difference is that one we can understand through the comparison also. In Buddhism, that is, you can attain Nirvana being an householder. You don't have to join the Sangha also. But if you join the Sangha, that is, what is the term that is used for? That is Upasampada, becoming a full-fledged member of the order, and that is the Buddhist Sangha. But in Jainism, to attain Kaivalya, to attain that salvation, you have to become monk. You have to leave home. But in Buddhism, there is a middle path. Either you can leave home, join Sangha, become Upasampada, but also becoming a layman, being a layman, you can also attain Nirvana too. And that is the reason Buddhism was far more acceptable to the most of the people during that point of time. You can follow Buddha without joining the Sangha also. Without joining the Sangha. Okay, and that is the first followers of Buddha, particularly the lay followers, without joining the Sangha. And those followers we talk about, the initially disciples we talked about, they joined Sangha. But there are certain followers of Buddha who did not join the Sangha, and these 2 followers, that is Tapasu and Ballika. Okay, so they also followed Buddha, but without joining the Sangha, and this particular concept is called as Upasaka. Upasaka means the male followers of Buddha without joining the Sangha. Without joining the Sangha. Okay, so lay followers, common followers. But the lay women followers are called as Upasika. Lay women followers are called as Upasika. Upasaka, that is men. That is common people. The common people who are following Buddha. But if they join the Sangha, they are called as what? Upasampada. That is the concept that is there. Okay. At the same time, duties also laid down for these common followers, because there are separate rules and regulations for these monks who are there in this particular Sangha. That is there in Vinaya Pitaka. We can interlink the concept because 3 Pitakas are there. Which are the 3 Pitakas? That is Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka. And in this particular Vinaya Pitaka, the rules and regulation of the Buddhist monks are there. But there is one more textbook that is called as Sigalavada Sutta in Digha. This is part of Sutta Pitaka. So these are all part of Sutta Pitaka. The Sutta Pitaka deals with the Buddha's teachings, and in this Sutta Pitaka, particularly in Sutta Pitaka, Sigalavada Sutta and in Digha, that is the duties are for the rules and regulation of this Upasaka and Upasika. That is the lay followers. Lay followers also called as laity. That is laity, lay followers. their rules and regulations are there. And what is this Digha Nikaya means? There are 5 Nikayas of Sutta Pitaka. It goes like this. Okay, so it can get confusing. The 3 Buddhist texts are there. Okay, that is Sutta Pitaka, then again Vinaya Pitaka, okay, and again Abhidhamma Pitaka. And the Sutta Pitaka deals with the Buddha's teachings, and that is this Dhamma, that is the 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path. We'll come to that one. And Vinaya Pitaka deals with rules and regulations of the Sangha. And Abhidhamma Pitaka deals with the philosophy of Buddha. We'll come to philosophy of Buddha. That is Anicca, Anatta. We'll come to that one also. And in this Sutta Pitaka, there are 5 Nikayas. Okay, 5 Nikayas. And these 5 Nikayas, one Nikaya is Digha Nikaya. Anguttara Nikaya, Samyutta Nikaya. Okay, so different Nikayas are there. And the Sutta Pitaka also includes the Jataka stories. The Buddha's previous birth stories. And in this one of the Nikayas, that is Digha Nikaya, that is the rules and regulations of this lay followers are there. That is Upasaka and Upasika. Hopefully you got that right. So now we can move with other concepts. Who cannot join Sangha? That is soldiers, the debtors, and slaves. Initially Buddha was also not in favor of women becoming member of Sangha, but later he was convinced by his follower Ananda and his aunt Gotami to allow women to become members. But debtors, until they pay off their debts, they cannot become members. Slaves, until they're freed by their masters, they cannot become members. The soldiers, without the permission of the king, they cannot become members. So who cannot join Sangha? And these are certain categories of it. But later, women were also allowed to become member after Buddha got convinced by Ananda as well as Gotami. Okay, and there was separate Sangha for women. And now, come to one question, 2013. We are talked about the basic details of Buddhism, because Buddhism and Jainism question, the favorite areas, because they keep on asking about this one, and that is the reason I'm going through topic wise also as well as PYQ wise also. And previously we discussed about the PYQs, and now we are coming into the PYQs associated with the Buddhism. And now first we will solve the PYQs, then we'll go to associated topic, the 360-degree angle of the topic. Which one of the following describe the best the concept of Nirvana in Buddhism? Like I told you, Nirvana in Buddhism. Okay, that is karma is there because of desire. You have to deal with that desire first, and then you stop acquiring rebirth. So just we'll understand that concept first. That one, extinction of the flame of desire, complete annihilation of the self, state of bliss and rest, and a mental stage beyond all comprehension. So answer we know, that is answer is extinction of the flame of desire. So Buddha says that one, that is most of the reasons for dukkha is desire. So once you extinguish the desire, you will stop acquiring rebirth, and that is when you attain nirvana. Okay, so now how do we understand this concept? Through philosophy and teachings of Buddha. How do we understand this particular concept of nirvana in Buddhism? Through his teachings. And all his teachings, Buddha's teachings, can be categorized into the 4 noble truths, and then again 8-fold path. That is also called as Astangika Marga. 4 noble truths also called as Arya Satchani. Okay, so Arya Satchani, 8-fold path is also called as Astangika Marga. Okay, Astangika Marga. Now first, what are 4 noble truths? He says that one world is full of sufferings, sorrow, or dukkha, he says that one. It's said by Buddha. And there is a reason for the sorrow and sufferings. Okay, there is a reason for the sorrow and sufferings, and that is called as what? That is dukkha samudaya. Okay, and that is, what is this dukkha samudaya? That we can talk about the desire, also called as trishna, and again ignorance, and again attachment. So all these 3 contribute for this particularly dukkha. Okay, that is sufferings. World is full of sufferings, and the sufferings have a reason, and the reasoning are 3 reasons are 3. That is desire, attachment, and ignorance. And what Buddha talks about, that you can sufferings could be removed. You can remove these sufferings, and that is called as nirodha. The third one. First one, there is sufferings. Sufferings have a reason, and you can remove these sufferings through nirodha. The concept is called as nirodha. At the same time, how do you remove this nirodha is that one. That is how do you remove these sufferings is following 8-fold path. That Astangika Marga. That is, we will understand what this 8-fold path is. Okay, so that is, we are talking about ultimate philosophy of Buddhism, and for that we need to understand the teachings of Buddha first. So these are the first teachings of Buddha. That is the 4 noble truths, and first you need to know about these 4 noble truths. That is also one of the Astangika Margas itself only. So now we'll come to meanings of this Astangika Marga. First and foremost, the right understanding, right view, also called as Sammaditthi. Now what is this right understanding is that one? First you need to understand the world. That world is that one, knowing the truth of the world, that is 4 nobles truth. Okay, that world is full of sufferings. Sufferings have a reason, and you can remove these sufferings through Asangika Marga. And what is the second eightfold path? Right intention or right aim, also called as Samma Sankap. What is the right intention? That is to freeing the mind of evil thoughts, avoid luxuries, senses and temptation, and at the same time love humanity and increase happiness of others. Because these are very simple teachings. That is what I told you. That is why people got attracted to these teachings, is that one. It's a very simple, very moral way of life. That is what Buddha and Mahavira emphasize upon. Unlike the previous time period, that is later Vedic time period, we talked about the sacrifices and rituals which were quite complex and materialistic. And two eightfold path, the right view and understanding, right intention. Okay. At the same time, third one we will talk about right speech, and that is speaking only the truth. Again, this again inspired Gandhiji also in later time period. Okay. Speak only the truth, and that's what the right speech talks about. There is a fourth path, there is a third path, and the fourth path is out of the eight. There is a right action. There is Samma Kammanta. What is the right action? That's unselfish action. The right action is unselfish action. You have to take it. At the same time, no action that causes bad to others. So whatever the action you are taking, that should not hurt others. Okay, so the right view and understanding, okay, and set a right speech, the right action. So these are very, very simple to understand for the common people, and particularly the people of Vaishyas and Shudras got attracted to these particular teachings. And no violence, there is non-violence. Your action should not cause any kind of violence to others, and should not be intention with any kind of violence too. And also should have the right intention, like we talked about the second path. And there are no intoxicants. Do not consume, we can say, intoxicants which can harm your health. And that is what Buddhism is talking about. That is, these are the out of the eightfold path. We discuss the first four. There is a right view and understanding, right intention, then again right speech, then again right action. Which are next four are there. The right livelihood. That is earning in the right way. Live by honest means. You have to live by honest means. Okay. At the same time, earning in the right way. So you have to earn. And that is the reason, that is most of the time, that is a trading, that is Vaishyas, they took it that one, that is they are earning in the right way. That is the reason most of the people who supported Buddhism, they came from Vaishyas background. At the same time, right effort, that's Samma Vayama, that's keep improving your oneself, and you have to keep on transforming yourself, you have to keep on evolving yourself, and at the same time resist the evil things, resist the evil thoughts, resist the bad thoughts. Okay, right effort should always be there. Okay, so right view, right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort. Okay, effort to improve yourself, effort to transform according to the times evolve, transform according to the times evolve. Then last two, then right concentration, that is practice meditation to control your senses, to control your temptations. Okay, and at the same time, lastly, right mindfulness, and the right mindfulness is that one, that is self-aware, knowing your own self, knowing about your own self, and what are the, we can talk about your weaknesses, your strengths, and everything should be aware about through right mindfulness. So these are very, very simple to understand. Okay, so that attracted millions of people, and today also that is Buddhism has spread to various other countries also. And these are the general teachings of Buddha he gave in first sermon, and that is again translated in Sutta Pitaka. At the same time, that is concluded, or we can say that is collected in Sutta Pitaka. And then Vinaya Pitaka talks about the rules and regulations for the monks, and the general teachings of Buddha as well as the philosophical teachings of Buddha that comes through the general teachings. What is the general teachings? We talk about the theory of karma. Theory of karma, that is, it is quite integral to most of the religions today. We can talk about Hinduism also, Jainism also, as well as Buddhism also. Buddhism also talks about theory of karma. What is theory of karma? That is, your present is determined by the past actions, and your future will also determined by the present actions. As simple as that one. You were born again and again. What Buddhism talks about, you have to free from rebirths. Okay, you have to free from rebirth. But if you, what karma talks about that one? If you have a bad karma, okay, so that is through desires and everything, you keep taking rebirths. If you keep taking rebirths in different realms, not actually as another human being only, does not have to be. We'll come to the soul concept as well as rebirth concept of Buddhism. So it talks about that is he born again and again, that is called as samsara, to reap this karma, to reap this particularly karma. And if no sins committed, at the same time, if you have extinguished the flame of desire, if there is no desire, you will not be committing any kind of sins. And at the same time, if no sins committed, you will not take any kind of birth. Okay, and that life is liberated. So ultimately, you eliminate desire, you eliminate karma, you eliminate taking rebirths, and that life is liberated. And that is the major understanding of Buddhism. Okay, and he also talks about theory of karma. In the theory of karma, it states that every individual ultimately creates his or our own destiny. Okay, very simple. So that is instead of sacrifices and rituals and everything, which was the order of the day during that period of time, and now the Buddha and Jainism and Mahavira, they gave a different kind of teachings. We are very simple to understand. Okay, very simple to understand. And now we'll come to the philosophy of Buddha. And within the philosophy of Buddha, that is talks about the God concept. What is philosophy? First and foremost, we need to understand. The philosophy talks about the relation between God, soul, rebirth and everything. So in this philosophy, Buddhism talks about, or Buddha says, he neither accepts the God or nor rejected the concept of God. So he never given any kind of perfect answer whether the God exists or not. And he talks about one concept called as anicca. So what is anicca concept is impermanence. It means everything is transient. So everything keeps on changing. What is the example that is given in Buddhism is that one. That is, take the example of a river. Okay, entire river is made up of water, drops of water. But, entire river is drops of water, but the drops of water keeps on changing. So river seems the same, entire river seems the same, one single entity, but the drops of water that constitute it are changing in nature, and that is called as anicca or impermanence, transient in nature. So because everything is transient, and that is the reason they don't believe in soul. There is they don't believe in the permanent soul, because everything is anicca. Because anicca is rejected any permanent self. So that is the reason Buddhism rejects soul concept. Okay, and that is the reason it's called as anatta, also called as anatman. But in Hinduism, what happens is that the soul is permanent and transmigrates. But in Buddhism, there is no permanent soul is there. But there is a kind of debatable aspect is there. If they don't believe in soul, but they believe in rebirth into another realm. Realm means another world. They say that one soul may not transmigrate like in Hinduism, but the personality or the character transmigrates. The karma transmigrates, and that is the basic belief system of Buddhism. That is the basic philosophy of Buddhism. And how this karma transmigrates, we can understand through an example. If you are lighting one candle, you are using another candle, but both are independent in each other, and that is how they talks about that is migration of that karma concept. And also talks about the milk turning into curd and butter, and that example is given in Milinda Panna. Okay, this question was asked, Milinda Panna question. Okay, so in 2023 prelims, we talk about the literature team. We'll also come back to that one. So these are example to understand how the rebirths happen. But in Hinduism, they say that when the soul transmigrates. But here they talks about the soul does not transmigrate in Buddhism, but the karma that transmigrates. One example, the milk turning into curd or butter, and one candle. I think we'll start from philosophy of Buddha. I think some of you might have missed. That is philosophy of Buddha. I think very simple. That is neither accepted nor rejected the concept of God. And again, Buddhism believes in the concept of anicca. It means impermanence or transient, we can say. That is a transient in the sense that one. That is, we can give the example of river. The river seems the same, but the droplets keeps on changing. And that is the reason Buddhism also believes that is nothing stays the same. Everything keeps on changing. Okay. And also did not believe in the concept of Atma or soul. And because if nothing is permanent, because everything is transient, and that is the reason we cannot believe in the concept of Atma. That is the reason there is a concept called as Anatta. But in Hinduism, soul is permanent and transmigrates. But in Buddhism, what happens that one? The soul which has taken that karma transmigrates instead of the soul itself. Okay, so that is, it can take rebirth into another realm, another world. The transmigration of the personality or the character, and not the soul itself. That's one example that is given in Milinda Panna, which question was asked recently in 2023 prelims. There is milk turning into curd or butter. Okay, that is analogy. And that is milk itself is not transferring, but the one aspect of milk is being transferred into butter and curd. And one candle lighting the another candle. Okay, so both are independent. So that is the concept, that is the example that is given in the Buddhism fables to understand the concept of the next realms, understand the concept of rebirth, to understand the concept of soul, to understand the concept of anicca. These are some of the examples that is given in Buddhist literature as well as Buddhist fables. At the same time, Buddhism believes in 10 different realms, 10 different universes, we can say. One is the humans, one the ghosts, asuras, Shravaka. Okay, Shravaka is also called direct disciples of Buddhism, or we can say listeners of Buddhism. Listeners, that is a term that is also used. And you can take birth into one of those. You can take birth into one of those, in one of those realms. And even insects also, that is trees also. So different kind of realms concepts are there. And the connection between one realm to the another realm, and that is the karma. Okay, so that is you take your karma from one life to another life. Okay, so there is like this kind of example. That is a milk turning into, that is curd or butter. Okay, the connection between life is the karma, and ultimately when you stop acquiring the karma, that is when you stop taking rebirths. That is when you stop taking rebirths. Okay, so that is the overall concept of Buddhism. And the same Buddhism also says that one, that is when you stop taking karma, when you deal with desire. So all these things are interconnected. And there is one concept we will understand very simply and very slowly, and that is a Theravada, and that is one of the schools of Buddhism. We'll come to that is Hinayana, Mahayana, and everything will come to. And one school is that Theravada. There is the 4 stages of awakening as there. Okay, so according to this particular school, there's a 4 stages of awakening. Ultimately, you achieve that Arhant stage. Ultimately, achieve that Buddhahood stage. There is a first stage is called as Sotapanna. Okay, also called as stream enterer. Also called as the stream enterer. Okay. That means the stream enter means you are entering the stream of 8-fold path. The right view, right understanding, right actions, okay, right livelihood, okay. And also you start believing in the 3 jewels of Buddhism. Which is 3 jewels of Buddhism? And that is, we can talk about Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. And when you start believing in these kind of systems, and that is the 8-fold path and 3 jewels, you will take 7 births. Okay, upon the death, you will take the 7 births. Because you are not, as of now, after you enter the stream of Buddhism, you have not achieved the complete awakening. When you achieve complete awakening, you stop taking rebirths. When you stop taking rebirths. But as soon as you enter and you start believing in the 8-fold path and believe in 7 jewels, after you die, then you will take 7 births. Okay. Then again, second stage of awakening is that one, that is Shakadagami. That is once a returner. That is upon death, you return once as human. Because in this stage, you have conquered your lust, hatredness towards others. Okay, so less than 7 births you are going to take, and out of this less than 7 births, 1 birth will be human. And that is the concept called as Shakadagami. I don't think you people have heard about all these kind of concepts. That is, make sure that is because the UPSC is going a little bit deeper. So I thought I would give deeper concepts of Buddhism also. You must have heard about 4 noble truths and 8-fold path, but not this 4 stages of awakening, that Sotapanna and Shakadagami. And the third stage is called as Anagami. That is non-returner, because you have overcome all the sensualities. So you will not return to human world, but you will take rebirths in a 5 special words, that is called as Shuddhavasa. Because ultimate goal, Buddhism, I told you, you done away with your desire. Once you done away with your desire, you will be doing away with what? Karma. And you will not take rebirths. But when you start believing in Buddhism, you will take 7 rebirths upon death. And the second stage, when you conquer something, that you will only take once rebirth as a human. And then again, the third stage, you won't return to human worlds because you have conquered more things. You have conquered sensualities. You will take birth in a 5 special words, and that is called as Anagami. And the last stage, that is called as Arhant. Like I told you, right? Arhant, it is a term that is used for person who gained insight. You gained complete insight because you entered Buddhism. You went through different birth phase, different karmas phase, and now you gained the insight. And upon death, you will never reborn anywhere. And that is the ultimate goal of Buddhism. That is, you conquered your desire, you conquered your karmas, you will never acquire any kind of new karmas, and now you will never reborn anywhere. Okay, that is the stage called as Arhant. So Arhant can attain full awakening, and that is Bodhi. Buddha means that is enlightenment again. And Buddhism, Buddha term, that is awakened term, that is related, that is reserved only for Gautama Siddhartha. For the other people in Buddhism who gained insight, and they are called as what? Arhant. Okay, that is a term we talked about that one. Okay, so this is one concept you can understand, that Theravada, 4 stages of awakening. Theravada is one of the schools of Buddhism, and there is Hinayana school of Buddhism, that is Sotapanna, Shakadagami, Anagami, as well as Arhant. Okay, so this is a major meaning of it. Okay, hopefully people got good understanding of that one. The Buddhist philosophy, that is Praditya Samutpada, related to karma itself only. It means law of dependent origin. If this exists and that exists, that is a major meaning. We will understand through example also. That is, it means our life conditions in this life will influence the next realm life. Okay, so whatever life conditions you have, that is carrying the karma from one life to the other life. Okay, influence the next realm life. That is dukkha in this life due to previous formations. Okay, and certain rebirth due to ignorance. So all these are law of dependent origin. The one life is dependent upon another, and that is called as Pratitya Samutpada. So we have talked about the Buddhist basic teachings also, and the basic teachings is, that is the 4 noble truths, 8-fold path, then again the Buddhist philosophy, that is Anicca, Anatta, Sotapanna, Shakadagami, okay, Anagami, then again Arhant, then again Buddhist philosophy of Praditya Samutpada also. So all schools of Buddhism, the various schools of Buddhism are there, the major ones are Hinayana and Mahayana, they all of them accept Praditya Samutpada. All of them accept this particular concept. And then continuing with that one, then the priest Nirvana, that is shed all desire. Let's go back to that question we discussed, the 2013 question, that is shed all desires, and that is the ultimate concept of Nirvana. And when you shed desires, it leads to free from rebirths. When you don't have any desires, you don't acquire any kind of karma, and when no karma, then no rebirth. And that is the ultimate nirvana. That is a liberated soul. And instead of sacrifices and rituals, which was emphasized by later Vedic times, Buddhism talks about moral conduct of life. Buddhism talks about moral conduct of life. Okay, so that is the philosophy of Buddhism overall. So that is how I told you, it's a reaction against the later Vedic times. So it was a reaction against the later Vedic times. And again, to summarize, the Buddhism middle path, we talked about the middle path. Okay, so that is, you require nourishment. For that nourishment, you don't have to become complete monk. You don't have to live a life of austere. At the same time, no full luxurious life. Neither too luxurious nor austere. Okay, neither too luxurious nor austere life. Okay, and rejected the authority of the Vedas, the Buddhism. Okay, and at the same time, social inequality, because talks about everyone is equal, everyone can join Sangha, and love towards others. These are very, very common things, and there is no need of middlemen to achieve nirvana. There is no need of middleman. But in Vedic times, what happened is that to achieve nirvana, that is, you require certain help, and that help is from the priestly help to conduct the sacrifices. Okay, and nirvana can be attained in this life only, and without any help of middleman. At the same time, certain terms are used for nirvana in Buddhism, and that is vimokha, vimutti, and arhata. Okay, so these kind of certain terms are used too. And for physical death, one term is used, that is called as parinirvana or mahaparinirvana. That is also word that is being used. And Brahmanism that we talked about, that is in Orthodox system, that is, there was a Varna based system was there, which is based upon birth. That is, you born as Brahmana, you born as Kshatriya, born as Vaishya, as well as Shudra. But in Buddhism, what happened is that they believed a different kind of Varna system that should be based on action, that is based on good actions. That is the basic difference between the Orthodox society as well as that we can say this new religious idea society. So Varna should be there, but that should be based on action. That should not be based on birth according to that is Vedic system as well as the Brahmanism system. Okay, but if you join Sangha, if you join the Buddhist Sangha, you will be giving up your Varna, and that is called as Vevaniyanti. It means your Varna is not considered because everyone is equal. Vevaniyanti, and this term can be asked. Okay, Parivrajaka term was that, and then one concept as Paramita, that perfection. Perfectionism in Buddhism. A Buddhist term often translated as perfection. That is perfection, we are achieving that awakening stage, and that term is called as Paramita. This question is asked. We will going to solve that question also. And look at this particular question. 2020, with reference to cultural history of India, which one of the following is the correct description of the term Paramitas? Okay. First one, the earliest Dharma Sutra texts written in aphoristic sutra style. Philosophical schools that did not accept the authority of the Vedas. Okay, perfections whose attainment led to the Bodhisattva path. That's exactly. Okay, powerful merchant guilds of early medieval South India. Okay, so answer is C. The perfections who achieved the Bodhisattva path. The Bodhisattva path means that is the perfection individuals who can attain nirvana, but they delay it because this is a theme that is repeated so many times. We will solve this particular concept also. The Bodhisattva concept will come to in Buddhism. For that, we need to understand the councils of Buddhism, how the division happened in Buddhism, and we also have to talk about. What are the concept of Bodhisattva and different schools of Buddhism. Okay, everything we are going to talk about, and that is where the questions are also asked, and we will solve those questions too. Okay, so again, due to paucity of time, that's 3 days we have to complete entire history, and so I will be little faster too. Okay, so it's a standard disclaimer, so a little bit faster because we need to cover as many as possible, because anyway this video will be there on YouTube. People can watch it as many times as possible. Okay, so that is the reason I will go little faster, but while solving I will be very cautious so that you can also solve in your mind itself only. So while the answer options are coming, but when the concepts come, because most of the concepts I believe all of you people have already read once or twice, so now we are revising through PYQs. And the concept of the PYQs, that's the perfections, that's Paramitas concept we understood, Parivrajaka concept we understood, okay, Buddhism concept we understood, the basic concepts of Buddhism we understood over here. Okay, and look at this question, 2016, with reference to religious history of India, consider the following statements. Okay, the concept of Bodhisattva, again I told you, look at that particularly, Bodhisattva wordings was there, and again this Bodhisattva concept, the comprehensive concept of Bodhisattva, that is again made a question in 2020. Concept of Bodhisattva is central to Hinayana sect of Buddhism. If you have already read Buddhism, we know that Bodhisattva concept is related to Mahayana Buddhism. So we understood the basic Buddhist philosophy, and we also understood the soul concept as a God concept in Buddhism. So right now we'll come to another theme that is being repeated so many times in UPSC Prelims is that is a Bodhisattva concept. That is, one question was about the entire understanding about the Buddhism, about the teachings, that is the extension of the flame of the desire. And now one concept is about paramitas, that is the perfection beings which led to bodhisattvas. And again, bodhisattva concept repeated so many times, 2016, 19, 20, okay, many times. So we will look at that particular, we will solve these questions and then we will move forward understanding the concept itself only. Okay, now the concept of bodhisattva is central to Hinayana sect of Buddhism, they say. Okay, but any people who have been learning history for a while, especially for UPSC, they know that bodhisattva is a concept that is related to Mahayana Buddhism that can be eliminated. Bodhisattva is a compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. That is, those are bodhisattvas who are compassionate beings that they can achieve enlightenment, but they delay it to help others to achieve enlightenment. Okay, so that is, they delay it so that others can achieve the enlightenment, and they want to make sure that all human beings are, we can say, that it can achieve enlightenment. At the same time, all sentient beings also, not just human beings, not just individual beings like in Hinayana, but all beings, not just humans itself, all beings can achieve salvation. That is one thing. Okay, so that is compassionate one on his way to achieve enlightenment, so it delays it. Bodhisattva delays achieving his own salvation to help all sentient beings in their path to it. Okay, so that is the first statement is wrong. That is asked in 2016. Okay, so which of the following statements are correct? 1 only, 2 and 3, 2 only, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that is answer should be, and we know answer is B, that is 2 and 3. Okay, answer is 2 and 3, and that is, this statement is correct. This statement again, when you look at other questions also, that is, this bodhisattva concept is so many times repeated, the perfection concept, the paramitas concept. That is, it means the religious theme of AVC you have to know comprehensively. Religious theme of Rigvedic Aryans you know comprehensively. We talked about later Vedic religious life also. Now in the same way, when we talk about the extension of flame of desire concept, that is the entire understanding of the Buddha's philosophy and Buddha's teachings. And if without having that entire understanding, you cannot answer that question. In the same way, here too, the Bodhisattva's concept, you have to understand, we have to understand how it evolved through councils, what are the differences, okay, different Bodhisattvas concept, and also how the questions are evolving, because the same kind of questions cannot be repeated over a period of time. The interrelated concept of that theme can get repeated. Okay, that is also possible. Okay, so now coming into that one, look at Buddhist council. To understand Bodhisattva, how it evolved, we have to understand how it where it evolved, when it evolved. So first we have to talk about Buddhist council. The 4 Buddhist councils, you know, there is the first council, all these are factuals, you people know very well. The 486 to 483 BC, this happened in, okay, in Rajagriha in Bihar, and when which was presided by Mahakashyapa, and the king was Ajatashatru, belonged to Aryanka dynasty. And what is the outcome of this particular council is that one, you people already know, the Sutta Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka was collected. There is 3 Pitakas are there, Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka and Abhidhamma Pitaka. The first 2 Pitakas, there is Sutta Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka, they were collected under the leadership of Upali, that is Vinaya Pitaka, under the leadership of Ananda, that is Sutta Pitaka. And Sutta Pitaka, like I already mentioned, it talks about the major Buddhist teachings, the 4 Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. And Vinaya Pitaka, it talks about what? It talks about the rules and regulation of the Sangha. Okay, that is one thing. Now we will come to second Buddhist council, and the second Buddhist council happened in Vaishali in around 383 BC, that is in Bihar. And during this point of time, it was presided by Sabakami, and the king was Kakavarna, also called as Ashoka, who belonged to the Shishanaga dynasty we can talk about. Okay, that is the first split in Buddhism happened. Okay, first split in Buddhism happened due to differences in interpretation of Buddha's teaching. Buddha, we talked about Buddha's teachings, that is the 4 Noble Truths and Eightfold Path. But now the interpretation problems happened among the Buddhist followers, particularly the Sangha. We talked about the common Upasampada concept, Upasika concept, Upasaka concept. Okay, within this Sangha, there is some kind of problems happened about the interpretation of the teaching. Okay, so what Buddha said. So that led to first split, that is called as Staviravadins and Mahasangika. This question is also repeated. Okay, Bodhisattva, look at that one. To understand Bodhisattva and certain different sects of Buddhism, these 2 words have been repeated in UPSC question papers. We'll come to this one. We will answer those also. That is, what is Staviravadins, what is Mahasangikas? We'll come to that one, because we are talking about Buddhist councils. We don't want to disturb that flow. And a Buddhist council, third Buddhist council, very famous council around 250 BC during the time of Ashoka. Okay, in Pataliputra, Patna, and they presided by Moggalliputta Tissa. King was Ashoka. And now what happened here is that when the third Pitaka, the Abhidhamma Pitaka, was collected. The first 2 Pitakas, first council, split in the second council, or a difference in the second council, third council, Abhidhamma Pitaka. And what Abhidhamma Pitaka deals with? It deals with the philosophical teachings of Buddha. It is in a questions and answers format. Okay, and it was, their decision was taken to send missionaries across the world to spread the Buddhist Dhamma, teachings of Buddha to be spread across the countries. And even we know that Ashoka sent his children to Sri Lanka to spread the Buddhist ideals. And also there was, because there's a lot of problems were happening within the Buddhist Sangha, and some of the elders, we can say, and they took the decision to expel some of the Buddhist monks out of the Buddhist Sangha, okay, because they thought like they were heretical. So some people believed that there are certain people, okay, who are going away from the Buddhist teachings, okay, and they were called as heretical monks, and they were expelled out of Buddhism too. Okay, so this has happened in third council. And also Theravada order that we talked about, Theravada order, because 4 stages of awakening, that is Sotapanna, Shakadagami, Anagami. Okay, so those things, kind of things evolved, and same time that school, that is Hinayana school, which is also called as Theravada, and that started to emerge at third Buddhist council. And now when it comes to the fourth Buddhist council, one of the important councils again, and it happened during the CE time period, that is the Common Era time period, in the 1st century AD, that is around 72 AD, because all the 3 councils happened in BCE time period. It happened in Kashmir, and it was presided by Vasumitra, and at the same time the king was Kanishka. And here what happened? The rise of Hinayana and Mahayana, that is Theravada, and the same school came to be called as Hinayana, and later one more school emerged, that is Mahayana. The split, the actual split in Buddhism happened at 4th council, and the commentaries on the 3 Pitakas, which are 3 Pitakas, Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Vidha Pitaka, and those commentaries are called as Vibhasha Shastra and Bhashya Shastra, Vibhasha Shastra and Upadesh Shastra, and they were compiled. And which council? It's in the 4th Buddhist council. Okay, now because we are talking about the Bodhisattva concept, to understand about how this evolved. The Bodhisattva concept evolved. First, we need to understand the councils. That is where split happened. In this split, 2 schools emerged, Hinayana and Mahayana. Many schools later emerged, and out of this, one school started believing in the concept of Bodhisattva, and that is Mahayana schools, and that is what we are coming into. Schools of Buddhism, that is Sthaviravadins, first we will understand. In the second council that happened, that is they followed the original teachings of Buddha. That is the 4 noble truths and 8-fold path. That's what they believed in, and they believed in Pali language. Jainism known for Ardha Magadhi and Prakrit language, and Buddhism known for Pali language. Okay, so most of their literature are in Pali language. So Sthaviravadins believed in Pali language and a strict monastic life, as rules and regulations prescribed by Buddha, they followed that one. And then again there was Mahasangika. Mahasangika, they took the liberty of changing the teachings of Buddha. The reinterpretation of Buddha's teachings happened, and that is where the problems happened. We'll come to that one. One more time we'll discuss Mahasangika, because there is a question also asked. I will come there. And they modified the original teachings a little bit. And now this Sthaviravadins led to the emergence of Hinayana, and this Mahasangika led to the emergence of Mahayana. And most of the Buddhist sects like Lokottaravadin, okay, and then again many other Buddhist sects, they started emerging out of the Mahasangika sect itself only. Okay, so that's what led to the emergence of many future Buddhist sects. Okay, that is Sthaviravadins, Mahasangikas, that is changed a little bit interpretation. They started believing in the concept of Bodhisattva, and they started believing in Sanskrit language. Okay, they started consuming the food that is banned by the Sangha. Okay, that is how the liberal interpretation started to happen during this point of time. That is during this AD time period. Now we will understand what Hinayana is about. That is Sthaviravadins led to emergence of Theravada, and again Hinayana. All these are interconnected. But the actual name right now, that is which is presently that is Hinayana. It's also called as Theravada, like I already mentioned, and it is also called as the lesser path, a doctrine of elders. That is Hinayanis, Theravadis call themselves as doctrine of elders, and Hinayana is actually derogatory term. Okay, that is inferior term given to them by Mahayanis. Mahayanis, they feel that they are greater path. They are following the greater path as prescribed by Buddha. But Mahayanis criticize Hinayanis because you are following the lesser path. Okay, and that is the reason, that is how the term came. But actual term we can say that is Theravada is far more applicable. So Hinayana is used in the context of humiliating these followers of the Buddha's original teachings by the Mahayanis. Okay, the doctrine of the elder. They believe that one, we are elders, we are following the original teaching. It is the Orthodox school. It means Orthodox Buddhist teaching they followed. The original teaching, that is the 4 truths as well as the 8-fold path, they followed that one in Pali language, same as Sthaviravadins. Exactly. Today it is very famous in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand and Cambodia and Laos, particularly in Southeast Asia. And Ashoka gave patronism to this particular school, because Mahayana got patronized from Harshavardhana and Kanishka, but Hinayana got patronized from Ashoka. Okay, so all these are very simple things you people know. Then again Mahayana, that is greater path, they call themselves greater path, and they called Hinayanis as lesser path. Okay, that is the Hinayana itself, it's only. And they modified the teachings of Buddha. And how they modified the teachings of Buddha is that one, they started believing in Sanskrit language, because the Buddhism, they believed in vernacular languages, the local languages. The reason why Buddhism and Jainism spread is because of vernacular languages. And Sanskrit was the language of Orthodox section. But right now they started adopting the Orthodox ideologies, and they made Buddha as the God. Okay, treating Buddha as the God, that is divinity of Buddha. When you make Buddha as the god, obviously his idol worship starts. And when you start worshipping idols, some rituals also start. And idol worship of Buddha and Bodhisattvas. Like I told you, what is Bodhisattvas? Can attain Nirvana, but delay it to help others. Same wordings was there. We talked about the same wordings was there during that particular question. So to understand Bodhisattva in 360-degree angle, we have to understand the council. The council led to splits. The split led to evolution of a new concept. That new concept is Bodhisattva concept. It also called as Buddha to be. It means they can become Buddhas. They can achieve enlightenment, but they delay to help others to achieve the enlightenment. And they believed in universal liberation, not just for one individual, for all the beings, for all the sentient beings. Okay, that is even for insects also, even for trees also, even for animals also. Anybody can achieve liberation, not but Hinayana, they believed it in individual liberation. So you concentrate on your own individual liberation. But Bodhisattvas and Mahayanas, they believed that we can bring liberation to everyone. Okay, so that is the major differences. And they started consuming non-vegetarian, which was banned in Sangha. And they left the Sangha also. So they believed that we don't need to be part of the Sangha. Okay, they left Sangha and they started accepting donation, which was banned according to the monastic rules. And Buddha was also against the monks associating with women. That is the reason there was separate Sangha for men and women, also separate rules and regulations for men and women. And now they started associating with women. And Buddha was against that one. Okay, so they started doing that one. That is what? They reinterpreted Buddha's teachings. And that is a major difference between Sthaviravadins, Mahasangikas. Sthaviravadins also called as Hinayana or Theravada, and Mahasangikas can be called as Mahayanis too. And Kanishka and Harshavardhana gave patronage to Mahayana. And Ashoka patronized Hinayana. Okay. And now today it is very famous in Japan, China and Central Asia. And also you must have seen certain questions were asked about different scholars. Today we will see it. And different scholars like Nagarjuna, Vasubandhu, Asanga, Aryadeva, okay, Dignaga. Okay, these questions were also asked. So that is directly related to Mahayanas. So look at how, when you read a topic, read it comprehensively. Read comprehensively what the topic is, how it evolved, what the future consequence of the topic. Okay, so every topic. So that is how the questions are getting repeated. If you have this kind of acumen, if you have, see, UPSC is also about learning, that is knowledge, definitely essential. And at the same time, UPSC is also about working on a skills aspect too. The skills of reading, the way to read, and everything matters a lot. Okay, so that is Mahayana Buddhism. Okay, and its philosophical schools are there, Madhyamika and Yogacara. So what is this philosophical schools of Madhyamika and Yogacara belong to Mahayana Buddhism? They can ask the question. So this part is not evolved, this part is not asked in UPSC. So they can ask about Madhyamika and Yogacara related to which of the following? That is Buddhism. So what is Madhyamika? And it is founded by Nagasena or Nagarjuna. Sometimes interchangeably use this particular name. Sometimes also believe they're different also. So different vague kind of knowledge is there. That 150 CE, it was founded around, that is a AD time period. And it also called Shunyavada. It believes in emptiness. That is, everything is void. It's a philosophy. We don't want to get into too much about this particular philosophy. That believes that everything is empty or void. Then again, Yogacara school. It believes in yoga, cognitive abilities for attaining salvation. And it was founded by Maitreyanatha, and also it is also associated with Vasubandhu and Asanga also. So different Buddhist scholars, names. And also last time, if you look at that one particular question, Milinda Panha, directly related to Nagasena and Nagarjuna, and that was also asked. So look at that one, how that is this acumen, this skill, that ultimately matters a lot. Okay, not just knowledge, not just indiscriminate reading. And yes, knowledge definitely plays a role. That is knowledge along with some set of skills. I think that is a recipe for success too. Okay, and it's around 400 AD, Yogacara, and it believes in cognitive practices, meditation and yoga for attaining salvation. Okay, so these two schools is directly related to Mahayanis. Okay, Mahayana, not Hinayana. They are related to Mahayana. Okay, and then look at the questions. We understood the concept through one question, how the Bodhisattva concept in 2016, and look at it in 2019, deification of the Buddha. It means making Buddha divine, Bodhisattvas or Mahayana Buddhism. Treading the path of Bodhisattva, Mahayana Buddhism. Then image worship and rituals, Mahayana Buddhism. Which of the following are the features of Mahayana Buddhism? Look at that one. So how the concepts are being repeated. 1 only, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3. And we know the answer is 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so this is also there, as well as this is also there. Okay, now the Buddhist schools we can talk about. One more school is there, that is Vajrayana school. Again, this is not explored by UPSC. So we have to anticipate questions because we are trying to understand this very comprehensively. And Vajrayana, also called as diamond vehicle, Vajra, that is diamond, and it's also called as thunderbolt vehicle. The basic meaning of Vajra here itself, that is, it means magical power, and also an individual nature is permanent or indestructible and real and not fiction. That is the basic meaning of Vajra over here. Okay, so the individual, what are the characteristics are there, and that is indestructible. But again, it's going away from the original teachings, because Buddha talked about anicca, that is, it can change. Okay, that is slightly different aspect. Again, different interpretation of the Buddhist teachings happen. It's also called as mantrayana and tantrayana, because now Buddhism started to believe in magic and rituals. Okay, almost pretty much like we talk about the Orthodox section, the Orthodox society which was there, they also believed in magic. And now Buddhist schools, and particularly one Buddhist school, Vajrayana, and they also believed in magics and rituals. And in this magics and ritual, they started worshipping certain kind of deities, and the deities are called as taras. And deities are called as taras. They started believing in this kind of concept. That is completely different from what Buddha had imagined, especially Vajrayana, because Vajrayana started to become famous by the time of the medieval times. By the time of the Guptas, we can say late ancient, we can say early medieval times, later Guptas, then we can talk about early medieval times. And it started to spread to Tibet also. You know the concept of lamas, there is Dalai Lama, and the concept of gurus. Lama means guru, and that is, it talks about you require a help of a lama to achieve the salvation. Okay, that is emphasis on role of guru or lama. Especially it started Vajrayana in and around Bengal and Bihar region. And from Bengal and Bihar region, decided to spread to Tibet in and around 11th century. And today, that is, you know, the Tibet is famous center for Buddhism also. And one spiritual person, that is our spiritual, even also political undertones also, that is Dalai Lama. And that concept is also there. That came out of the same school. And we talked about the two philosophical schools of Mahayana, that is Madhyamika and Yogachara. And now there is, in Vajrayana, there is one more concept called as the two truths doctrine. There is one is the conventional truth, which you see that what exists, what does not exist. And the second one is that one, that is the wisdomic kind of truth, or okay, enlightened truth, which can seen only by the enlightened mind. Okay, so that is there. That is Vajrayana concept we can talk about. Conventional truth and ultimate truth. The conventional truth is the consensus reality, what exists, what does not exist, which you can see, it is a common sense. And other kind of truth is there, which is called as the ultimate truth. It is seen only by the awakened mind or the enlightened mind. That is Buddhism, or we can say lamas we can talk about in this particular concept. So this is related to Vajrayana. They can ask the question, Madhyamika, Yogachara, philosophical schools are related to which of the following? If they want to make the questions easy, or if they want to make the questions more difficult, they can ask about these kind of things, conventional truth and ultimate truth. Okay, so this is kind of concept. And one monasteries, and the famous Buddhist monasteries are there, the Nalanda, Vikramashila, Vadantipuri. And particularly for Vajrayana school, one monastery is very, very important, or one university also, later it became Vikramashila University, and belonged to this school, and it was established by Dharmapala, one of the rulers of Pala. Okay, Pala Empire, that is in Bengal region, Bengal and Bihar region, and this university belonged to this particular school. Then other two schools, again comprehensive, two more monasteries we can talk about. One is Vadantipuri, again that is in Bihar, and that is also established by the Pala ruler. One of the Pala ruler, that is Gopalavan, is also the founder of Pala Empire. I think this one is first in these two. I think Vikramashila is chronologically we can talk about, because Gopala is the founder. So after Gopala I, then Dharmapala came, and then Vikramashila University was established. But before this, because this is we are talking about the early medieval time, 7th, 8th and 9th centuries. But the first university, with respect to this one, we can talk about the Nalanda University by the time of Kumaragupta. These around we can talk about the 5th and 6th centuries, that is the time period. And these two 7th, 8th and 9th centuries we can talk about. So chronologically, within Palas, Vadantipuri first, Vikramashila second. The overall monasteries we can talk about, the first one is Nalanda, second one it will become, and third one will become Vikramashila. Okay, so these are monasteries which are associated with Buddhism too. Okay, so this is what Vajrayana school talks about. At the same time, the Buddhist schools also. Okay, now Buddhist minor sects are also there, like Navayana by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, rejected both Hinayana and Mahayana. So he started to include this Navayana with Dalit empowerment also. Okay, so that is from the point of view of Buddhism, social equality, and that is how Dr. B.R. Ambedkar evolved a new kind of concept. Then Ekayana, then we can talk about Lokottaravadin from Mahasanghikas. We talked about Mahasanghikas, from out of them they evolved Lokottaravadin, and again Shravakayana. So all these different terms are there. And from the Sthaviravadins we talk about, from the Sthaviravadins evolved many other schools like Vibhajyavadin, okay, then again Theravadins, okay, then again Dharmaguptakas, then again Pudgalavada sects. So many sects are there. So I think it's better if people know about one things about that one. But few of the minor sects I am going to discuss over here, and these few sects we can talk about, that is Sthaviravadin Buddhist sects, okay, because Sarvastivada, that is again came out of this Sthaviravadins, Sautrantrika and Samitya, again further evolution out of Sarvastivada, Sautrantrika and Samitya sect, okay, because these are also have been questions. That is the reason our focus in this agenda is, that is understanding PYQs and the related topics. At least we will be doing certain kind of some smart level of preparation over here. Okay, what is Sarvastivada? Means doctrine that all is real. Again, it's a philosophical schools. We don't want to dig much deeper, and it is evolved around 1st century BC itself only. Sarvastivada school, and it is also related to some kind of Sanskrit concept like Sarvamasti, that is everything is real, and affirms the existence of dharma in the past, present and future. That is Buddhist dharma that is exists in past also, present also and future also, and that is what talks about Sarvastivada, that is Sarvam Asti. Then again, dharma means Buddha's teaching, like I already mentioned about, and this is Sarvastivada, and out of this one evolved Sautrantrika as well as Samitya sect. Okay, what is Sautrantrika here? It means the conclusion of the sutras, the Buddhist sutras we can talk about, the conclusion of sutras. Then again differed from Sarvastivada. Again, I told you, Sthaviravadins, from Sthaviravadins evolved Sarvastivada, Sarvastivada led to Sautrantrika. Okay, further evolutions kept on happening. There's so many sects are there, more than 100, 200 sects are there. So we never know questions where come from. But if we learn about already knowing, already asked questions from the PYQs, I think that would be great. Okay, and then again only the present exists. This says that was past, present and future exists. All that is real, it only present exists, not the past and the future. So that is how some kind of different interpretation of it. And they believed in impermanence, anicca, because it goes against anicca, impermanence, because to understand these things, you have to understand impermanence and anicca. Impermanence and anicca talks about that transient, everything keeps on changing. But this school says that one, everything exists, past, present and future. But this thing says only the present exists. Okay, because it believes in impermanence because it keeps on changing. And each moment passes out of existence. Transient, that is anicca. Okay, it is called as what? Transient. Okay, it is called as transient. That is Sautrantrika. Okay, then again all dharma is instant and sees immediately. Okay, all dharma is instant as well as it seizes immediately where itself only. And some of the monks associated with this particular school, Vasubandhu, and later converted to Mahayana, because it came from Sthaviravadins, which laterly we can talk about the Orthodox school. Out of this Orthodox school, again many schools emerged, and some of these schools, we can say philosophers, Vasubandhu like that one, they changed their viewpoints to Mahayana Buddhism. Okay, then again founded Yogacara with Asanga, we already talked about that one. Yogacara along with Maitreyanath also, all of them are associated with Yogacara school. Then again Samitya, it says that when an individual, any individual, it does not exist independently, it does not have any independent existence without or independent from skandhas. What I mean skandhas is that one, skandhas, there are 5 skandhas, that is 5 things make up one's personality. Okay, there is no different existence, independent existence of all this. And what is this 5 personalities is that one, that is form or rupa or feelings, vedana, that is feelings are called as, then perceptions are called as samjna, then mental activities called as sanskara, and lastly we can talk about consciousness, that is vijnana. So all these things does not have any independent existence. So all these things an individual exists together. That is what an individual does not exist independently from skandhas. An individual is made up of these 5 personalities, and that is this Samitya. Okay, so we are only because there's so many other sects are there, we cannot able to discuss because of the timing reasons. So, okay, so this one session we'll try to complete all ancient as well as art and culture. Art and culture, if you take it, at least half of can be completed today, and then again next class we will complete half of art and culture, then half of medieval India we can talk about. Then last session we talk about modern India. Okay, so this is the minor sects where the questions are revolving around. And look at this particular question, that is 2017. With reference to religious history of India, consider the following statements. Sautrantrika and Samitya were sects of Jainism. We know that is wrong. That is related to Buddhism. Sarvastivada held that constituents phenomena were not only momentary but existed forever in a latent form. Yes, everything is real, right? Sarvastivada, existence dharma in past, present and future. All that is real. Same thing. Existed forever in a latent form, and which of the statement above is are correct. So words might be sound difficult, but understand the concept over there. That is existed forever. Past, present and future exists. Okay. One only, two only, both 1 and 2 and neither 1 nor 2. So according to your knowledge, which should be the answer that we know? That is first one is wrong and only the second answer is B. Okay, answer is B. So this 2017, look at how it is revolving around the Bodhisattvas concept and the schools concept. Without understanding schools, you can't understand Bodhisattvas. Okay, so again, now how we will see how the questions evolve further later also. Because they talked about the concept of Bodhisattva in most of the questions, and now the UPSC started asking about the individual Bodhisattvas names. Okay, individual Bodhisattvas names. Before getting into that one, we'll understand Mahasanghikas a little bit more. The first schism happened in second council at Vaishali. Okay, we already talked about that one during Ashoka. And they believe that one many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exist. That is a liberal interpretation. There is only one Buddha according to Hinayana, but they believe that one many Buddhas can exist who can delay their attainment, who can help achieve all others universal being to achieve the we can say the salvation. And they believe that one body, power and lifespan of a Buddha is ananta, that is unlimited. Okay, it is unlimited. That is any lifespan of any Buddha is unlimited. But Hinayana believe that one, that is you take, if you don't take any karma, that is you doing with your desire, and then you will not take any kind of rebirths again. But he believe that one body, power and lifespan of a Buddha is unlimited, that is ananta. And a Lokottaravadin sect, it believes in, again from the Mahasanghikas emerged Lokottaravadin sect, particularly it is emerged in northwestern part of the subcontinent. That if we can talk about the Rajasthan region, then again Haryana region, then again Punjab region, then again Pakistan kind of region also, that is northwestern part of the subcontinent. And what they believe is that one, that is the Lokottara, that is Laukik, it says that one, the Lokottara, it means the supernatural Buddha or supramundan. It means Buddha in reality is omniscience, that is limitless. Okay, at the same time he also have limitless power and he is eternal. So that is what Lokottaravadin talks about. Okay, so Mahasanghikas was Lokottaravadin. From Mahasanghika emerged the Lokottaravadin. That is, it talks about the quality of Buddha. In reality he is omniscience, he knows everything, he is limitless, he is everywhere, okay, and he is eternal also. Okay, that is what Lokottaravadin. Again, lot of changes. Buddha made it very simple, 4 noble truths and 8-fold path, but later schools they kept on the evolving different interpretation of Buddhism. Now look at this question. 2020, with reference to religious history of India, consider the following statement. Okay, Sthaviravadins belong to Mahayana Buddhism. No, Sthaviravadins Hinayana Buddhism and Theravada. Okay, then again Lokottaravadin sect as an offshoot of Mahasangika sect of Buddhism. Yes, most of the sects of Buddhism evolved out of Mahayana, because Mahayana gave a lot of liberal interpretations, and that led to evolution of many different schools. Now deification of Buddha by Mahasangika fostered the Mahayana Buddhism. Exactly. First plate, Sthaviravadins and Mahasangika, they believed in the kind of many Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas. That led to evolution of the Bodhisattvas concept. And again Mahasanghikas also led to evolution of Lokottaravadin. And the Bodhisattva concept also believes in divinity of Buddha. Mahasanghikas also start believing divinity of Buddha, and the divinity of Buddha, that is called as what? Deification of Buddha. Okay, which statement is correct? Okay, first should be wrong, 2 and 3. Okay, that this is one is wrong, right? And Lokottaravadin is right. And we understood what is Lokottaravadin also. There is limitless power of Buddha. Buddha is omniscience, that is supramundan Buddha. Okay, so this is what asked about. Okay, so now how do you bring all this together? So the concept is Bodhisattva. Okay. Okay, and to understand Bodhisattva, you have to come with different schools. Okay, different schools, but you can understand different schools through councils. So we talked about the all aspect of this particular PYQs which were asked, and now UPSC was exhausted with the concept of asking Bodhisattvas and little bit schools, because schools asked us Mahasangika, Lokottaravadi, they can Sarvastavadi, okay, or Sthaviravadi, then again Sautrantika and Samitya. And now look at how the questions evolved. They started asking about specific Bodhisattva's name, like Maitreya, okay, then Padmapani. They asked about one painting of Padmapani. Padmapani is one of the Bodhisattvas. So look at how the questions are evolving. So we have to be very, very mindful about how the questions are evolving nowadays. Okay, now look at this one. With reference to Indian history, who among the following is a future Buddha yet to come to save the world? That is future Buddha, there's Buddha to be. Okay, so that is Bodhisattvas. That is whether it was Avalokiteshvara or Lokeshvara or Maitreya or Padmapani, and answer is Maitreya. So Maitreya is called as future Buddha. It is according to the belief system, the Buddha's ideals will get destroyed. This Maitreya will come back to earth and he will start a new Dhamma. It's a new teachings of Buddha. And that is Maitreya will become the new Buddha. Buddha to be. Okay, now we will see what was Avalokiteshvara, what is Lokeshvara, Maitreya as well as Padmapani also. So Padmapani, particularly we will talk about Padmapani painting when we talk about art and culture. That question was asked. Bodhisattva Padmapani painting can be seen in which of the following caves? And that is we can talk about, that is majorly in Ajanta caves. Now what is Avalokiteshvara? Some of the important Bodhisattvas. Avalokiteshvara is embodies the compassion. The compassionate beings also called as this Bodhisattvas. And this Avalokiteshvara has 108 avatars and have different names also and different gender also sometimes. Bodhisattvas have different names and the same Bodhisattva goes by different names in different country, in different realms. And one notable avatar being Padmapani. Okay, I told you that is. Avalokiteshvara is one Bodhisattva. One of the avatars of Avalokiteshvara is Padmapani. Again, now Buddhism started adopting the new concept, that is Avatara concept. That is incarnation. New incarnations concept also, and represent in female form also. Okay, that is, I told you that is the gender representation is also different. Avalokiteshvara can be represented in female form also. Then again Lokeshvara, Avalokiteshvara different name in Thailand. Avalokiteshvara different name in Thailand is called as Lokeshvara. Okay, because Bodhisattvas go by many names. Same Avalokiteshvara, Padmapani also. Same Avalokiteshvara, Lokeshvara also. And then we talk about Manju. Okay, so Manjushri we can talk about. That is another name of another Bodhisattva. The personifying supreme wisdom. That Bodhisattva was a supreme knowledge. That is a supreme wisdom we talk about. And in Sanskrit the name means gentle or sweet or glory. Okay, in Sanskrit the name means, the Manjushri, the name meaning means that is sweet glory, that is sweet voice, very gentle. That is the basic meaning. And is also known as Manju Ghosha or sweet voice in Sanskrit. Okay, so that is the basic meaning of Manjushri. And then again Maitreya, that is a future Buddha. Like I already explained this particular concept. This Bodhisattva is presently residing in one place, that is heaven, and that from that place he will come to earth to preach new Dhamma, that is a new law, that is Dhamma of Buddha. Okay, because these ideals will get destroyed. Okay, because Buddhist ideals are being decayed, and when they are completely decayed, Maitreya, that is Bodhisattva, what he will become? That is Buddha to be. So ultimately that is delaying his attainment. Delaying his attainment of Nirvana. Delaying attainment of awakening, and that is he become Buddha once the Buddha's teachings are decayed. Okay, this is Bodhisattva concept was explained. Okay, then one more concept we can talk about associated with Buddhism, that which are the following kingdoms were associated with the life of Buddha. And you can, this is repeated actually twice, 2014 also and 2015 also, and without changing answer options this question got repeated. Okay, without changing answer options this question got repeated in 2015. Okay, now which of the, they were trying to link politics with Buddhism, because Buddhism time period is, we are talking about 600 BCE onwards. Okay, this is a new area we are talking about 600 to 300 BCE, and we talked about 1000 to 600. Okay, then again 1500 to 1000. We are talking about BCE. All these are BCE. So we are in this particular time period. The questions asked in this particular time period, and we will see this particular question. Okay. Now Avanti, whether it is related to Buddha's life. Gandhara, whether it is Buddha's life. Okay. Kingdoms, we are talking about Koshala, Magadha. Okay. Select the correct answer using the code given below. It was asked in 2014. So which kingdoms are associated? Like Gandhara as his cultural school associated, we know. We'll talk about Gandhara in art and culture again. Okay, but we will talk about in here we will talk about as a politics of these particular 4 Mahajanapadas, because these are also Mahajanapadas. Some of them are capitals also. We'll come to that one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 2 and 4, 3 and 4, and 1, 3, 4. Should be the answer. So answer should be kingdoms we are talking about, where Buddha related to. Out of these options that we can talk about, that is Koshala and Magadha, that is 3 and 4. In 2015 also, same answer. 2014 also. So, same question repeated within 2 years, 2014 as well as 2015. Okay, 2015. And now we will understand what are these places, because we are talking about the 360 degree. But Gandhara as a cultural school, we will see in art and culture. Okay, but we will see Gandhara as a politics. Okay, so now 16 Mahajanapadas, the same time period. Which time period? That is 600 BCE onwards to until 300 BCE. 600 to 300 BCE. Okay, what are these Mahajanapadas? First, we need to understand the politics of ancient history. There is something called as Jana. Okay, and something called as Janapada. Okay, Janapada, and then it became Mahajanapada. Then it became Mahajanapada. So, what is this concept of Mahajanapada is? So, Jana, it means just the people. It means the ruling over people. Now, Janapada means the territory. It means the rule over the territory. The territorial aspect of kingship we can talk about. Mahajanapada means rule over very big territory. Okay, big territory. And this was there during the Rigvedic times. That is 1500 to 1000 BC. Okay. Then again, this was during later Vedic times. That is 1000 BC to 600 BC. And this big territory, 600 BC onwards. 600 BC onwards. Okay. And this was there until 300 BC. New territories emerged. The big territories emerged with cities as the capital. Because city life was growing due to second urbanization. I already explained this concept, second urbanization. First urbanization IBC, second urbanization. That's 600 BC, and it's because of iron technology. Now, in this time period, Buddha was also existed at the time period of Mahajanapadas time. Buddha, Mahavira, they are contemporaries. Mahajanapadas are also contemporaries. Now, the question is asked, to which of these 16 Mahajanapadas Buddha is associated with? Okay, but in which context this question is asked? Very difficult, it is debatable, because Gandhara is also associated with Buddhas in the same way because of cultural school, but probably they were asking about the Buddhas as a kingdom, and in which kingdom probably he was traveling and everything. That is the reason they have given answer option as Koshala and Magadha, because there is an official key answer what we are looking at. And now we will understand these 16 Mahajanapadas, the 4 names were mentioned, and we will understand all these 16 Mahajanapadas. So where the 16 Mahajanapadas evidence comes from? That evidence in Anguttara Nikaya, that is Nikaya means sections of Sutta Pitaka, we already talked about that one of the books of Buddhism. And is also mentioned in Mahavastu, another Buddhist text, and these 2 Buddhist texts extensively mention about the existence of 16 Mahajanapadas. There are 16 such Mahajanapadas during 600 to 300 BC. And why this evolved? Because of the better iron tools. Okay, the warrior class started using these iron tools as weapons, and that led to establishment of big territories by acquiring the smaller territories, and that is Mahajanapadas. Okay. It helped them to expand the territory. Which one? Iron tools. Iron not just had utilization in agriculture, iron also had use in army also. Okay, so that we can say that is soldiers. And soldiers can use them as weapons, and 16 such territories emerged in mainly in North India. Only one Mahajanapada was south of the Vindhyas time period, or the Vindhyas mountains we can take. That is most of this Mahajanapada, nearly 15 Mahajanapadas are north of the Vindhyas, and one Mahajanapada that is south of the Vindhyas. And these states were independent, and there was a conflict among these Mahajanapada states, and that conflict led to emergence of one big state that became an empire. When all these 16 if not all, just for understanding, we will take it as all 16 Mahajanapadas come together, and that led to evolution of one empire, and that is Mauryan Empire after 300 BC. You are getting the connection? Jana, Janapada, Mahajanapada, and an empire, that is the Mauryan Empire. We are building into the questions of Mauryan Empire. So before that, we have to talk about the 16 Mahajanapadas time period, and we will see these 4 Mahajanapadas. And there is struggle among these states for supremacy, because the states have power, iron power, they want to expand, and once territory emerged very big, that is Magadha. Okay, that's finally Magadhan state emerged, and that became an empire. Jana, Janapada, Mahajanapada as well as empire. Okay, now we will look at these Mahajanapadas. Okay, there are 16 Mahajanapadas and their capitals have been given over here. You can go through the Ashoka. That is, I told you, if we take it as Vindhyas, there is only one unique Mahajanapada, that is south of the Vindhya, that is Ashoka. Okay, so present capital is Potali, a different name is used, Paudanya, and it is in modern Telangana region. Okay, then again all these Mahajanapadas and their capitals were given: Chedi, Avanti, Surasena, okay, Matsya, Koshala, Vajji, Malla, Anga, Kashi, Magadha, Panchal, or Panchal, then Kuru, Kamboj, and then Gandhara. And now which Mahajanapada that Buddha was associated with? Answer options for Magadha as well as Koshala. Okay, Magadha and Koshala. But Gandhara as a culture is associated. Buddhist cultural school, it is associated with that one. Okay. And now, what is the political system of the 16 Mahajanapadas? We are combining 16 Mahajanapadas. Some were Gana Sangha. I will come to what are Gana Sanghas are. And some were monarchies. That is the kingdoms. It is ruled by Rajas. But what is the difference between Gana Sangha and monarchy? Is that one? That is, Gana Sangha means assembly of Gana. It is clans. The clans coming together, clans means families, different families, they come together to rule over that particular region. And these clans are equal status. But in monarchy, what happens? Only one family will be there and that family is supreme. But here, there is an equal relationship between these families. That is called as Gana. And few Mahajanapadas had only one clan. Like one Mahajanapada is Malla. Only one clan was ruling over. And few had many clans. That is Vajjis we can talk about. Many families come together. Okay. And there will be an assembly, like in representative assembly, will look after the administration. But in monarchy, who will look after? The Raja will look after. He is supreme. But here there is an assembly, and that assembly will be having an aristocratic council. Okay, that an oligarchy or aristocratic council will also be there. It can be called as, and this assembly is oligarchic aristocratic, and the assembly had a chief, that is Ganaraja or Ganapati. That is the reason the word Gana Sangha. Kind of a republic also we can call it. Okay, so that is Ganaraja or Ganapati. He is the head, but he is responsible to this assembly. Assembly have this kind of characteristic, that is an aristocratic or oligarchic, that we can coming from the top level. Okay, that is, they can come from this many families, that Gana. Okay, and the assembly is also called as Santagara. And here the position of this Ganaraja is not hereditary, but in monarchy the Raja's position is hereditary. That is, he got that position because of his father, and next generation it continues. But here the chief can be changed because they had equal status. They can select the Raja from this particular assembly. Okay, like I told you, the assembly hall is called as Santagara. And they can be able to take the decisions on the basis of discussions in this assembly. So they can put the discussions in the voting. Like that one, the major issues were put to vote. Some kind of, we can say, the higher level of political system which was existed. Okay. Then kingdoms, monarchy I told you, that is hereditary position. Everything opposite of Gana Sanghas. The powers in the hands of a king, but here powers in the hands of an assembly. That chief was responsible to this assembly, but here there is king. Okay, that's centralization. It was leading to centralization tendencies we can talk about. Because here, little bit decentralization because many families are involved, but here everything is in the hands of king. And in this case, the king had an advisor. That advisor is, we can say, a Brahmanical influence is there. Compared to Gana Sanghas, there is much more Brahmanical influence in these kingdoms, these monarchies. And out of certain Mahajanapadas were kingdoms, and certain Mahajanapadas were, that is Gana Sanghas. And example of this Mahajanapadas is Malla, Vajjis. Okay, here we can talk about Magadha, good example, which had Aryanka dynasty, later Shishanaga dynasty, Nanda dynasty, and later they were subsumed. Okay, they were declined, and Nanda dynasty, after decline of Nanda dynasty, led to emergence of Maurya's dynasty, Maurya's empire also we can talk about. Now in the answer options, the 4 answer options for there, we will discuss all of them are 4. That is, first one is Avanti. It is divided into north and south by river Narmada. So Avanti's capital, 2 capitals were there in the Malwa region, that is in Madhya Pradesh region we can talk about, that is Mahishmati as well as Ujjain. Okay, so Ujjain is the major capital of Avanti, but it had 2 capitals in Mahishmati, also one of the other capitals. And the earliest rulers of this particular Mahajanapada, and they composed of 5 clans. There were 5 clans, they were together called as Aihas. So probably the different pronunciation, I don't want to kill that pronunciation, so I would leave it to your pronunciation. Okay, Haihayas. So they were composed of 5 families and 5 clans, and they were ruling over Avanti. And later Pradyota dynasty was established, and one famous king was Chandra Pradyota. Okay, he was a contemporary of Buddha also. Okay, Chandra Pradyota was one of the contemporaries of Buddha, and again he was succeeded by Palaka, his son. And why Palaka is important? On the day Mahavira died, he took up the throne. Okay, he ascended the throne on the day of Mahavira's death. Okay, this is about Avanti, and later Avanti became part of Magadha also, because I told you one Mahajanapada emerged stronger, and that is Magadha, because Magadha started occupying other Mahajanapada, which ultimately led to evolution of the even more bigger territory than Mahajanapada, which became an empire. And one family of that Magadha could able to do that one. That was, we can say, the Mauryan's dynasty, the Mauryan dynasty. And then Nandivardhana, he got defeated by Shishunaga. Okay, Shishunaga, that is, we can talk about the one of the families which are ruled over Magadha. First is Aryanka, then again Shishunagas, then again Nandas, okay, and then again the Mauryas came. So hopefully you are getting the chronology right. We are just revising for our prelims. Then again Gandhara, the present Peshawar region, that is in Pakistan region, we can talk about. The capital of Takshila. Why Takshila is famous? Because it is a university, the oldest university. We talked about 3 Buddhist universities, Nalanda, then again Odantipuri, then again Vikramashila. Okay, then again it is the Takshila University. The famous students for Chanakya, then again Panini, then again Charaka, Shushruta, Jivaka. We talk about Charaka, Shushruta, Panini later, because the associated with these also some questions for us. When that questions will come, we will discuss that concept. And again, located in Uttarapata region. Uttarapata is a trade route. Uttarapata is a trade route. Another route is called as Dakshinapata. So one route is called as Uttarapata. The Uttarapata connected the Indus region to West Bengal. Okay, so if you take India is like this, that is, it is like this. Okay, Indus to West Bengal. There is one more called as Dakshinapata that connected Magadha to Godavari region, or we can say Pratishthan or Paitan, which was the capital of Shatavahanas, and that was Uttarapata. Okay, that is king of this particular region was Pukusati, and he was a contemporary of Bimbisara, and Bimbisara belonged to Aryanka dynasty of Magadha. So that is, we are talking about the contemporaries. All these things are contemporaries of 600 BC to 300 BC. And one more answer options was there. That was Koshala, that is capital was Shravasti and Ayodhya region today, we can talk about. And that famous king was Prasenjit during the era of Mahavira and Buddha. That is again contemporary of Mahavira. Again, this time period is contemporaries of Buddha and Mahavira. And his sister was married to Bimbisara, again Magadha. And at the same time, another king, son of Prasenjit, was Virudaka or Vidudaba. Okay, so different pronunciation could be. Okay, so he destroyed the Sakya clan of Buddha. Okay, who? That is son of Prasenjit, that is Virudaka. So he destroyed Sakya clan of Buddha. Okay, because there is a conflict, there is some kind of intolerance kind of things was going on. That is the reason Ashoka brought the concept of Dhamma, to do away with this particular intolerance which was there in the society. And ultimately Koshala also became part of Magadha. Avanti also became part of Magadha too. Now Magadha will come to, he was the strongest Mahajanapada. First capital was Rajagriha, and the second capital was Pataliputra, that is Patna today, and situated in the confluence of major rivers like Ganga, then again Son, Punpun, and then Gandak. So they can link these kind of information also, because one question was asked, that is where Ajanta is located on the banks of which so and so river, the Vagora river. Okay, and again why this became so much a powerful Magadha is because of it is located on the alluvial plains of Ganga river, and it had rich iron resources, and that is the reason it became powerful. And that is the reason it could able to defeat all other Mahajanapadas and could able to subsume all of them in the bigger empire, and that is the Magadhan empire, which later went on to become the Mauryan empire. Okay, these are the 4 Mahajanapadas that was there in the answer options. We discuss all of them: Koshala, Gandhara, and then again we can talk about the Magadha and Avanti also. That is the 360-degree angle. So far we discussed about the Buddhism topic, and now we are coming into the Jainism topic. So first we will talk about the concept of Jainism, and then we will talk about the solving of these questions. Okay, solving questions that is asked from the Jainism angle. And we can also see in 2023 prelims also one Jainism question asked about the belief system of the Jainism with respect to soul concept, and we will understand that very well. And again, I already mentioned when we moving into 600 BC topic that Jaina principles goes back to we can say that is older than Buddhism time period. Okay, so origin of Jaina principles goes back to 900 BC or 9th century BC we can talk about. That is even before Mahavira. That is most of the time Jainism is ascribed to Mahavira. That Mahavira means great hero. Even before only these principles were there, and that is there were 23 Tirthankaras, also called as Jinas. I will come to what is the meaning of Tirthankara, what is the exact meaning of Jina, and everything I will come to. So the 23 Tirthankaras were there, and Mahavira was the 24th Tirthankara. These principles were already in existence. So who is called as Jaina? Jaina is nothing but is a follower of Jina, who is also called as Tirthankara. And Tirthankara is nothing but, or Jina is also called as, that is a person who has conquered or acquired infinite knowledge, supreme knowledge, at the same time who's conquered himself, or we can say conquered all the sensualities or temptations at the same time, and has attained supreme preacher status. So to attain Nirvana, to attain Kaivalya in this particular sense, that is you require the help of this Tirthankaras or Jina in Jainism. They help others to attain moksha. Like in Vedic times, that that is you require the help of the priest to attain moksha. In Buddhism it talks about the individual way, but here in Jainism it talks about that is you require the help of one particular Tirthankara or Jina over here. Okay, so ultimately here also the Nirvana means ultimately the free from the cycle of rebirth. Same thing in Buddhism also, extinction of the flame of desire, and once you extinguish that one, that is what you are going to get. That is what you are going to get is you are going to be liberated from the cycles of rebirth. Okay, that is samsara, they would say, called as. Okay, Tirthankara also actual meaning is, it means the ford builder, that means helping people to cross the ocean of sufferings. Same, Buddha also said the same thing. World is full of sufferings, then you require and also you can end those sufferings through Ashtanga Marga. Now is ford builder, it is called as help people cross the ocean of suffering. That is the basic meaning of Tirthankara here. And before getting into understanding of Jainism principles, so we need to understand the concept of time in Jainism. So what is this concept of Jainism? The concept of time in Jainism is that one, there is a endless sequence of cycles, that is called as Utsarpini and Avsarpinis. So these are the two concept of our sequence of cycles of time is there. The Utsarpini means that is the happiness life cycle, that is the off cycle of happiness, and Avsarpini means regressive happiness, that is the pain we can talk about, that is at the same time off cycle, that is also off cycle, and that is also off cycle. It keeps on changing like this, Utsarpini as well as Avsarpini. Okay, and it's spanning, that is Utsarpini can span for thousands of years or hundreds of years, and Avsarpini also can span for hundreds of years also. In every cycle, in Utsarpini cycle there will be Tirthankaras, and in Avsarpini cycle there will be Tirthankaras. So presently according to Jainism we are in Avsarpinis. Okay, so that is supposed to be 24 Tirthankaras in each off cycle of time. So they gave their teachings. Okay, require the help of those Tirthankaras to attain Kaivalya, to attain Nirvana over here. That is presently according to Jainism, that is we are in present off cycle is Avsarpini. That is the regressive happiness of off cycle. Okay, so early Tirthankaras we can talk about. Over the early Tirthankaras, 23 Tirthankaras are there, but we majorly talk about the 24th Tirthankara. The first Tirthankara was Rishabhanath, also called as Adinath, also called as Adinath, because the first Tirthankara, Adi means first, and is represented with certain symbols, that is bull symbol, also called as Ikshvaku. According to some people he is a mythical person, according to some people he was a historical person, and according to certain beliefs he was the founder of Ikshvaku dynasty, also called as Surya Vamsha or Solar dynasty. According to belief system he is from Ayodhya, and he also left a royal family like Buddha we can talk about, but he is earlier than Buddha, and he wandered around many days without accepting any food, and the first day he accepted food, and that is called as Akshaya Tritiya. That is celebrated as Akshaya Tritiya in Jainism. Again there is one more Akshaya Tritiya in Hinduism, that is a different concept, but here in this Jainism concept the Akshaya Tritiya means the first day that Rishabhanath or Adinath accepted his food. Okay, and again some other Tirthankaras are there, we don't need to get into all of them. Second is Ajinanatha, then again symbol is bull, then again 19th is Mallinatha, also called as Malli, because Malli, that is a female representation in Shvetambara, and Mallinatha, okay, that is a male representation in Digambara tradition. Digambara's belief he was a man, and the symbol is Kalasha, but Shvetambara's belief he was a woman, that is as idol as Malli, or we can say that is the named as Malli. And the 22nd Neminatha is from Saurashtra, and his symbol is Shankha, and 23rd Parshvanatha is from Banaras region, that is snake symbol, and 24th, that is what we are going to discuss, Vardhamana Mahavira, and the lion symbol. Okay, so that is lion symbol. So these are the major Tirthankaras, and we talk about majorly the 24 Tirthankara, that is Jainism. Okay, so Vardhamana Mahavira, basic details like we saw in Buddhism also. The same thing, date around 540 BC, the contemporaries of Buddha. That is Mahavira was also contemporary of Buddha. According to the same time period, 567 BC is Buddha, and the place that we can talk about, Vaishali in Bihar, Kunda Grama. It's the capital of Videha. Then parents were Siddhartha as well as Trishala. and his clan, the Natrika clan, also called as Nyaya clan. So basic details: wife was Yashoda, and he had a daughter, daughter called as Priyadarshana, also called as Anuja. So different names are used in different fables. At the same time, then again, achieved Kevala Jnana under a tree. There is Buddha achieved under Bodhi tree, achieved under salt tree. In the fields of one person, that is Samaga. Okay, so in that particular field, and the river, which was the river for Buddhism, that is Falgu river, but here it is the Jupalika river. In Buddhism, the Falgu river also called as Niranjana river. It is in Jirimbaka Grama, again in Bihar. And again title, that Nirgrantha, the one who without any bonds, the person who does not have any kind of bonds, does not have any kind of karma, who achieved that Nirvana, Kaivalya, that is free from cycle of rebirths. Free from cycle of rebirth by extinguishing desire. And died at Pava or Pavapuri, it is also mentioned as, that is in Bihar. And again his death is called as Siddha. And in Buddhism, death is called as Parinirvana or Mahaparinirvana also. But here it is called as Siddha. It means he reached a loka, it reached a universe, that is Siddha universe or Siddha loka it is called as. It means it is fully liberated. Mahavara is completely liberated. According to Jainism principle, the person who completely liberated is reaches Siddha loka. We will understand through one diagram, we'll come to that one. And one more concept in Jainism is Ganadharas. It means the chief disciples. Ganadharas means chief disciples. Chief disciples of, that we can say, who teach, or we can say who spread Mahavira's teachings. And there is a one term. And what is in Buddhism? We talked about Upasika and lay followers, Upasaka and Upasika. Then again Upasampada, one more concept, who join the Sangha. Here one concept is called Ganadharas, who are the chief disciples of Mahavira's teachings. And the first Ganadhara was Indrabhuti Gautama and his two brothers who are also Brahmins. And we talked about the disciples of Buddha also, Pancha Vargiya Buddha. Disciples we have seen, other 5 disciples we have seen, and they are the first members of the Sangha. Which Sangha? Jainist Sangha. There is a Buddhist Sangha also. In the same way, there was a Jainist Sangha was also there. Okay, so they are called as what? One term, that is called as Ganadharas. Particularly in ancient India, I think UPSC is quite fond of certain terms. So we will focus on these kind of terms. And Jaina doctrine is expressed in many principles. Like I already mentioned, is older than Buddhism. The many principles of Jainism is there, and these principles can be called as Anekantavada, Nayavada, Syadavada. Okay, then again Pancha Mahavrata, Triratna. Okay, at the same time Ahimsa. Of course, Ahimsa is part of this Pancha Mahavrata, but it is given a separate status in Jainism because of its extreme non-violence. The Buddhism talks about non-violence, but Jainism talks about extreme non-violence. It means they did not want to hurt even a smaller microbe also, and that is the reason Ahimsa has a separate special place in Jainism. So Triratna concept, same Triratna concept is also there in Buddhism also, Buddha, Sangha and Dhamma. A different Triratna concept is also Jainism. We understand one by one because all these are slightly interrelated, Anekantavada, Syadavada and Nayavada, and then we'll come to Triratna. So before getting into that one, we have to understand the concept of reality. We understand the concept of time in Jainism. That is Utsarpini and Avasarpini. It's a half cycle of regressive happiness, half cycle of complete happiness. Okay, so now the reality concept. So according to certain schools, other schools like Buddhism also or Hinduism also, same many other philosophical schools you take. So according to these schools, the concept of reality is either eternal or non-eternal or changing or unchanging. So they have given absolute knowledge about the reality. So it is eternal, it's always there, it is non-eternal, somebody would say. Somebody say it is changing, like Anika we talk about, transient. And some school say it is unchanging. But in Jainism, what is that one? That is reality is manifold, Anekanta. So that's Anekantavada, Syadavada, Nayavada. It's about the exposition of the concept of reality, exposition of the concept of, other tolerance aspect of Jainism also. And that is the reason Jainism is a special place when it comes to tolerance, because they believe that one, there is no absolute knowledge is possible. The knowledge is relative. So whatever the other school is saying, that can also be true. Okay, so that is the reason that directly related to concept of reality. According to Jainism, reality is manifold. That is Anekanta. Okay, so you cannot have we can directly say whether it is eternal, non-eternal, changing or unchanging, like the other schools represent this concept. So what is Nayavada? Again, part of Anekantavada. It's a slightly interrelated. It means theory of standpoint or viewpoint. Okay, standpoint or viewpoint. That is all viewpoints are partially true. The Buddhism can also be true. Jainism can also be true. Jain ideas can also be true. Mahavira's teachings can be true. Then again at the same time, Buddha's teachings can be true. Okay, all sects ideas could be same thing. All sects ideas could be true also. And is also giving warning to philosophers that their sect alone is not true. I think today we must be seeing there is so much of conflicts going on between different religions. That is, my religion is great, your religion is degraded, the inferior superiority conflict comes. But we can take some kind of lessons from Jainism is that one. They say that when all sects could be true. All sects have their ideas which each other can borrow from, and also give warning to philosophers of other school that your sect alone is not true, because your sect might be true. So other sect also have good idea. That is theory of standpoint or viewpoint, and this led to Anekantavada, that is manifoldness. So first he said that one theory of standpoint, viewpoint, all views are partially true, and now the Anekantavada expanded, that's saying that one manifoldness. The many viewpoints are there, and many realities can also be there. That is called as Anekanta, the theory of reality, and that is non-one-sidedness. There is no one-sidedness is possible, and there is many-foldedness of reality. Reality could be manifold. You cannot say it is eternal, non-eternal, changing or unchanging like other sects talk about, but Anekantavada says that one, it is manifoldedness, also called as pluralism too. So many things, many-sidedness also it is sometimes called as. Because there are many plus realities plus doctrine. That's Vada means that's kind of a doctrinal theory. There's many plus realities plus doctrine. So people have different views on same subject, whether truth and reality is complex. On the same subject, the people can have different views, and that is the reason that is truth and reality, whatever that is it, that could be very complex. So, and one example, that is how Anekantavada can be expanded. It's a famous example that is over there. That is 5 men are blindfolded who never seen an elephant. It was brought to a village. Then they were asked to touch different parts of elephant. Okay, so they have 5 approach and touch, and they give different opinions about that one. There is one person touches a trunk, he say it is a tree. Other person touches a tail, he disagrees, he says it is a rope. And third person touches the leg, he say it's pillar. And fourth person touches the wall, it say on the side of the elephant, he say it is wall. Other person touches the ear and say it is a fan. So it means they say that 6th person comes and say that is you're all true. Okay, so 6th person comes and say that is you're all true on itself only in your own viewpoint. That is manifoldedness. They are not wrong per se, but they can be true. There is manifoldedness. That is non-one-sidedness. A complete understanding of any truth requires the consideration of variety of viewpoints. So you cannot understand any one sect or one reality or one concept through one kind of viewpoints. There is many viewpoints are there to understand a concept. To understand any kind of truth, that you require variety of viewpoints. You need to consider this variety of viewpoints, and that is called as Anekantavada. That is directly from Nayavada. And now we are coming into Syadavada, and that is maybe or could be. That's human knowledge is relative. You cannot say absolute yes or no to anything, because every knowledge is conditional or relative as well as limited. Okay, human knowledge is related, conditional as well as limited too. Okay, so no absolute knowledge, and no judgment is final. You cannot say something is right, something is wrong. You cannot say something is exist, non-exist. And that is Syada means relative, and Vada means knowledge. That is Vada means everywhere it is knowledge. Okay, Anekanta, many, Syadavada. Syada means relative knowledge, relative Vadas. Okay, probabilities and improbabilities are non-possibilities. Possibilities and non-possibilities exist on an issue, and different probabilities can be true. So all these are slightly interrelated. Like example, whether Atma and soul are permanent or temporary, you cannot say absolutely yes or no. Okay, no absolute yes or no is possible. Okay, so at the same time, because human knowledge with respect to soul is relative and is conditional as well as limited, nobody has seen the soul. It's a limited knowledge. That is the reason it can be existed, may be existed, it could be existed, could not be existed, and reality cannot be grasped. That's what it says. Reality cannot be grasped. So these are the 3 principles of Jainism that we can say: Nayavada, Syadavada, as well as Anekantavada. Okay, so and finally we can conclude that also we can know only few qualities of a thing. If you take any kind of things, if you take any kind of a person, or one person also you can only know about the few qualities of that particular person. You cannot know completely about that particular person. You take one object, you can have only few knowledge about that particular object. Now 3 jewels are Triratna of Buddhism, Buddha, Sangha, Dhamma. The 3 jewels here, that is we can talk about Jaina ethics. This is the 3 jewels are. And to achieve Kaivalya, to achieve liberation, a Jaina must follow all these 3. For a Buddhist, they have to follow the original Buddhist teaching when we talk about the Ashtanga Marga, but here he has to follow these three jewels, that is right action, right faith, and right action or right knowledge. That is Samyak Jnana, Samyak Darshan, and Samyak Charitra. And what is the difference between the Buddhist way of attaining liberation and Jainese way of attaining liberation is that one, that Jaina can attain liberation only when he follows all 3. But in Buddhism, that is, you can follow Ashtanga Marga. You don't have to follow all of them, but you have to follow, that is majorly a few of the Ashtanga Marga also you can follow too. It means one cannot coexist exclusive of the other. So you cannot attain Kaivalya only with right knowledge, but along with right knowledge and faith and action ultimately lead to Kaivalya in Jainism. So all 3 are required to achieve Kaivalya over. Okay, so that is the basic difference. And again, what is right faith? Faith in the teachings of Tirthankaras, that is Jina. Okay, Jina. And I said, if you do not believe in their teachings, you cannot acquire right knowledge. So interrelated. So right faith, first and foremost, belief in Jina, at the same time beliefy, and you believe in jina, you take knowledge from them. When you take right knowledge from jinas, and that is lead to right conduct. Okay, so what is the knowledge you acquire from jinas? That's about the universe, about the reality. The concept of time, concept of reality is very much important, and the concept of reality is manifoldedness. The concept of reality is theory of standpoint also, maybe or could be, so different viewpoints are there. And there is a matters of components like matter, that is pudgal, then again space, akash, then again time, called as samay, then again motion, that is dharmastika. You acquire knowledge of these from whom? From jina. You acquire knowledge of this from jina. Okay. Then it will lead to right action or conduct, and that is following Jaina ethical rules, which are 5 O's, the Pancha Mahavrata. So you should follow this 5 conduct after gaining the knowledge. And from whom you should have to gain knowledge? From Jina or from Tirthankaras. And which are these 5 principles? That is, we can say Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya. All these are well known. Okay, so Ahimsa means non-violence, Satya means speaking truth, Asteya means non-stealing, and Aparigraha means non-possession. Then Brahmacharya means practicing celibacy. And particularly this 5th one, that is added by the 24th Tirthankara, that is Mahavira. And also there is one more concept called as Anuvrata. And when a person follows these Pancha Mahavratas partially, only one thing you are following, only 2 things you are following, okay, and that concept is called as Anuvrata. Particularly, the Jaina monks were expected to follow all these 5, who are called as Mahavratas can be. But when the common people observe only one of these principles or few of these principles, and that concept is called as Anuvratas. These 2 terms again, Ganadharas 1 term, Mahavrata 1 term, Anuvrata 1 term, which are the following is Mahavrata, that is Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, as well as Brahmacharya. Okay, and then we'll come to Karma concept in Jainism. So this is one of the important concept. That is when we understand this Karma concept in Jainism, that help you to understand the entire Jainism philosophy over there. So we can understand through one infographic. We can go a little slow over here. Okay, so now according to Jainism, the karma particles are floating in space. They are floating in space, and these karma particles have a character. Either they have a positive character or they have a negative character. Okay, and these karma particles, they are drawn towards jiva, that is atmas. Okay, that is they are attracted. Karma particles are attract or they're flowing towards jiva. Okay, or we can say soul. And why this karma, either positive particles can flow or negative particles can flow. Okay, and why jiva is attracting these karma particles is because this is guided by different principles or different ideas, we can say desire, passion, as well as hatredness. Okay, desire, passion, as well as hatredness. And because these karma particles, the jiva or soul, it is bonded. It is bonded by these karma particles. And that is the reason this jiva keeps on transmigrating. Keeps on transmigrating. Okay, so keeps on taking rebirths. Keeps on taking rebirths. But what you can do is that when you can liberate this soul, you can liberate this particular soul. And how do you liberate? By going through 14 different stages. That is called as gunasthanas. You can go through 14 different stages, that is called gunasthana. We don't want to get into 14 stages. We don't want to do PhD over here. We just have to understand the karma concept, how karma is we can say bonded or binded into the soul, and that is there in space. They flow towards because of the jiva. It is guided by these principles of desire, passion, and hatredness, and that is the reason it keeps on transmigrating, keep on taking rebirths. And the 14 stages of gunasthanas are there, and to liberate this particular jiva or soul. And when you liberate this soul, it reaches a loka, and that is called a siddha loka. Like I told you, death is called a siddha in Jainism. It means liberation from births, and that is the siddha loka, world of liberated souls. And how do you liberate this in these 14 stages? Right conduct, right faith, right knowledge. That is not KFC, just for representation purpose. That is right knowledge, right faith, and right conduct. The Triratnas. Okay, through Triratna, you can liberate this particular soul, and it reaches Siddha Loka, the world of liberated souls. It can also be represented through one Jaina diagram also. We will see it in the last. But this is karma concept in Jainism. So how the karma comes into Jainism, how it is attracted, okay, what happens after it getting after. Now the soul is binded, you have to liberate that soul. How do you liberate? Through this KFC, and that will lead to Siddha Loka, a world of liberated soul. Okay. Now again, just to summarize that one, karma concept in Jainism, karma particles floating in space, the positive and negative are two nature, and at the same time they flow towards jiva or soul, that is called as karma particles attract towards jiva or soul, we can say, and which does not have any shape or form, these particular particles, but it takes the form of body it habits. Karma particles, because they don't have any particular shape, whenever it reaches that particular soul, it takes the form of it, or the shape of that particular soul, we can say. And it, because that is acquiring this karma because of desire, hatredness and passion, now jiva start to transmigrate, and the karma particles are flowing towards jiva due to desire, passion and hatred, we already talked about, and that is called as ashrava. They flow because of one quality, that quality is ashrava, and that is flowing called as ashrava, and karma gets bonded to jiva, that is called as bandha, and we can say bonded. Now how do you liberate this? By following Triratna, 14 stages you have to go through that one. Okay, the Triratna, like right knowledge, right faith and right conduct, ultimately it reach Siddhaloka. Other than general teachings, that is the philosophical teachings of Jainism, the soul is in bondage again because of the previous births, accumulated karma, either positive or negative. Then again liberate that soul to right conduct, that is KFC. Okay, so that is right knowledge, faith and conduct. Then again with a life of purity, virtue and renunciation, that is becoming monk, becoming saint, severe asceticism. The Buddhism talks about the middle path, but Jainism is an extreme path. And again following penancing, that self-mortification, or we can say giving punishment to oneself when you commit certain kind of wrongs. Again, it also believes that every animate and inanimate beings have a soul. Believes that when whether the living beings or non-living beings, they have soul. That is a question that asked in 2023 prelims. We are building into the kind of question that is asked. And rejected the authority of Vedas, pretty much like Buddhism. Against the Brahmanical supremacy, again these are all heterodox texts. Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, they went against the established Brahmanical supremacy, and they say that one, that the householder cannot attain Kaivalya because he should become a monk. But what Buddha said, there is a middle path. He cannot, any householder can also attain middle Kaivalya, or we can say Nirvana in Buddhism concept. And it talks about extreme non-violence, even they do not agree for agriculture also, because agricultural operation involves killing of insects, and which is called as, that insects are called as Nigoda. Okay, so that is the reason most of the Jainists today engaging in trade, because of their religious principles. That is, the trade does not involve according to themselves, that is according to the belief, it does not involve really, we can say that is hampering of, or we can say harming of any microbes, or we can say any living beings, even for non-living beings also. So universe is created by natural law, according to Mahavir. That is natural law which is guiding. It's not created by God. Okay. The God concept in Buddhism is that it is neither accept nor rejects. But in Jainism, the gods exist, but they are lower than the Jina or Tirthankara. Tirthankaras are greater, but gods are lower than. Gods have lower status than. But how the universe is created, it is guided by its own law. It's a universal law, not created by God. And the highest form of death, according to Jainism, is that one, that is starving to death, that is fasting and meditating, that is called as Sallekana. That is called as Sallekana. Okay. And one king who performed Sallekana, Chandragupta Maurya. Other Jaina doctrine is that one, gods are lower than Jina, like already mentioned. They rejected Vedic rituals, but did not condemn the hierarchy of one. They were against the rituals, but they accepted the hierarchy because they say that one, that hierarchy is because of the good and bad acts of previous life. That's because of good karma and bad karma of previous life, you got this particular Varna system. And that is the reason, that is they rejected the Vedas authority with the rituals and sacrifices, but they accepted the grading of the society because of the bad and positive karma. Okay, and look at this question. So the following statements are applicable to Jaina doctrine, 2013. We understood the entire Jainism in a very simple way. The surest way of annihilating karma is to practice penancing. Yes, penancing is there, self-mortification. Every object, even the smallest particle, is a soul. Yes, that is there. Karma is the bane of the soul. It must be ended because the jiva is binded. It's a bandha of jiva is there. So that must be ended. So all three are correct, right? Okay. Select the correct answer. 1 only, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, and 1, 2, 3. Solution is D. And look at that one, this particular statement. Even the smallest particle as a soul. So that is the Jaina principle. Okay. Now look at 2023 question. Okay. Souls are not only the property of animal, plant life, but also rocks, running water, other natural objects not looked as living by the religious sect. It's a 2023 question. The above statement reflect the core belief of which of the following religious sect of ancient India? Buddhism, Jainism, Shaivism, Vaishnavism. Okay, so that is, it's about Jainism. We know, understood the concept of Jainism. Now 2 questions we answered. Okay, so first we understood the concept, then we answered. But as we go, that is, first we solve the question, then we understand the concept. But for this one, I felt like the more understanding of Jainism concept is there. Okay, slightly more conceptual orientation compared to Buddhism in Jainism itself. So that is the reason first I explained the concept, then we understood the sects too, or we can say the philosophies. Then again, 2011, Jain philosophy holds that the world is created and maintained by, how the universe is created? By universal law. That is there, universal truth or law of faith, universal soul, and we know the answer is universal law. So look at that one. So how the Jainism principles have been repeated over a period of time. Okay, now schools are sects of Jainism, as we discussed Buddhism sects also, because there are certain associated questions which can come with Jainism, with the schools and sects of Jainism too. Okay, so there is Digambaras and Shvetambaras, 2 schools. It means the sky clad, Digambaras means, it means they believe that when the sky is their dress itself only. Okay, so that is naked, they went naked. Even Mahavira also followed nudity, especially in later part of his life. And how this group emerges that one, there was a famine in Magadha after 200 years after death of Mahavira. And one group of Jaina monks, they went to Karnataka. They came to Shravanabellagola in Karnataka, along with Chandragupta Maurya, along with one of their leaders, Bhadrabahu, and they lived a strict monastic life. They did not wear any kind of dresses. Okay, they followed the strict rules and regulations as followed by Mahavira. So after certain years, they went back to Magadha, and they saw other Jaina monks who did not go to Shravanabellagola, and they were violating the rules and regulations of as prescribed by Tirthankaras, and they started wearing cloths, particularly white cloths, and they came to be called as Shvetambaras. Okay, so these are the differences emerged. So they went to Karnataka, famine in Magadha, along with their leader Bhadrabahu. Even Chandragupta Maurya also went together them. They lived a strict life as Tirthankaras prescribed, and believe Mahavira was never married, but Shvetambara believes Mahavira was married. And Digambaras believe that when women cannot achieve Kaivalya in this life, because first they need to die, they have to take rebirth as man, then they should achieve Kaivalya. Because they believe that when women do not have willpower to achieve Kaivalya according to Digambara Jainis. Okay, so present even Tirthankara's idols as nude also. Okay, and do not believe women can attain moksha, must be reborn as man because they lack will. Okay, then again another sect, Shvetambaras, a white clad. The leader was Tulabhadra. They wore white garments and masks. Okay, so that is a major difference between Digambaras and Shvetambaras. And their white, why they wore white? Because it's symbol of purity. And stayed at Magadha during famine, like I already mentioned that particular story. And Digambaras accused them of being not following the right code of conduct, because Jainism or Mahaviras, according to Digambaras, believe that one, he went naked, and that is the reason you should follow this particular principle. Okay, so they accuse them that you are started wearing clothes because you have the possession, but Jainism believes that one non-possession at all. Okay, Asteya non-stealing and Aparigraha non-possession. So Shvetambara started having the possession of this particular, and Digambaras considered having this white cloth is a possession. Okay, that might lead to having a different colored clothing. Okay, so the departure from Mahavira's original teachings by wearing clothes, and Digambaras idols, these particularly, okay, so they use with loin cloth too. Okay, so they present with loin cloth, who Shvetambaras, but Digambaras completely nude. Okay, that's right. Some other differences are there, and according to Shvetambara tradition, that is Mahavira's conception took place in another person, that is called Devananda, and later that was fetus was transferred to Trishala. But Digambaras believes that Mahavira was born to Trishala. Digambaras believe he never married, but Shvetambara believes he married, and Digambaras believe that one, that is omniscient, is freed from hunger and thirst, it does not require any food after death. But Shvetambara says that one, that is he requires food everywhere. And only 2 possessions according to Digambara, that is Rajoharana, that is peacock broom we can say, and to maintain hygiene, and that is Kamandalu we can say, that is wooden pot. Again, parents witness renouncing according to Digambaras, but parents dead while renouncing, collect food from different houses, they collect only from one house only. There are 14 possessions, they have only 2 possessions. So a lot of differences are there. So between Digambaras as well as Shvetambaras we can say. Okay, so these are schools, and schools first ultimately led to different sects. We talked about the council of Buddhism. The councils of Buddhism led to emergence of different schools, and the different schools led to emergence of small sects also. Okay. Now minor sects are there, and there is from Shvetambara's emerged many schools like Murti Pujaka, Sanakwasi, and the Therapanthi. Therapanthi is also there in Shvetambara's, also in Digambaras also. Okay, from Digambaras we can talk about, that is Bisapantha, Gumanapantha as well as Therapantha. So small minor sects. Okay, one question was asked about Stanakwasi. Stanakwasi belong to which of the following sects? That question was asked in 2018. That belong to Jainism, particularly the Shvetambara Jainism. And one concept against Jainism we have to understand, that is Bhattarakas. What are Bhattarakas? It's a medieval concept actually. It's not the ancient concept, because this concept came into Jainism by the time of medieval times. It means the holy one. It means the head of Digambara Jaina institution or matas. Some institutions for that, the heads are called as what? The heads are called as Bhattarakas. Heads are called as Bhattarakas. It means their major duty is to train the scholars of Jainism, to maintain the libraries. Okay, so make sure that the Jaina literatures are there. Make sure the people are reading the scriptures through particular these libraries. Okay, so that is heads of the Digambara Jaina monks. And it is emerged by the time of 14th century. I told you it's a medieval concept. By the time of MBT, who is MBT? Muhammad bin Tughlaq. That is Tughlaq dynasty. That's the 14th century, and that is when this concept emerged. Okay, and this concept attributed to one particular person is Prabhachandra. He was 11th century Digambara monk. So he brought the concept of Bhattaraka, becoming Bhattaraka, that is head of the Jaina matas, or we can say institutions. Origin around 11th century. This Prabhachandra was 11th century, but this concept got fructified by the time of 14th century. And one sect of Jainism who supports this Bhattaraka, they are called as Bisapantha. Bisa means 20, and oppose them, that is called as Therapantha. Okay, that is 13. It means 13 principles, 20 principles to attain Nirvana, to attain Kaivalya. That is the basic meaning over here. Okay, so that is from this emerge so many different sects over there. From the Bhattaraka's concepts itself, they emerge so many sects. Okay, so look at this question. With reference to religious practice in India, Stanakwasi sect belong to 2018, like I told you. Buddhism we discussed. Now Jainism, it's already there. And Vaishnavism and Shaivism. So answer is Jainism. Very simple. Now how the Jainism questions are coming? Principles of Jainism. One concept of Jainism is asked. One sect of Jainism is asked, and asked to identify which religion it belonged to. But in Buddhism, they are asking about the Bodhisattvas concept a lot. Particular Bodhisattvas are also asked, and how it evolved, and different schools related to Bodhisattva, that is also being asked over there. Again, some minor sects, Shvetambaras. So because this Sanakavasi was asked, we'll understand what is Sanakavasi means. Murti Pujaka, as the name suggests, they worship idols, murtis, okay, that is idol worship, we can say, with flowers and ornaments, with some rituals. Obviously, that will definitely be there. And majorly it emerged in Gujarat region. Again, Stanakwasi emerged from Lonka sect, another sect of Jainism. Again, a lot of interconnection, many sects are there. Okay, so we don't want to get into all of them, lack of time. So founder was Lonka Shah in 1474. That is, most of them emerged by the time of the medieval times. Okay, so Lonka Shah in 1474, that is, we can say 15th century. Again, they were against idol worship, no temples going. Okay, and also there was a dissent within this particular group, that is, we can say Lonka Shah. Within this particular group, that is what I'm talking about. The dissent was ultimately led to growing of Stanakwasi. Okay, led by Viraji of Surat. Again, Gujarat region only it emerged, because most of the time today there is Jain people are concentrated in Western India, that is Rajasthan and Gujarat particular region. Okay, so this is called as Stanakwasi. What is the meaning of Stanakwasi means? That is, there are no temples or idols. Okay, no temples or idols. You don't need to go to temples and need to do idol worship. Rather, but spirituality can be done, or you can attain spiritual higher teachings through prayers in a particular halls. That is called as Stanakas. Okay, so that is Stanakwasi. The Murti Pujaka in temples, idol worship with flowers and ornaments. That is Stanakwasi. That is, you can do spirituality through prayers in a particular hall, and that is called as Stanakas. And there is no necessary for temples. There is no necessary for worship of this particular idols. You can just have to pray in a particular hall, and that hall is called as Stanakas. That is Stanakwasi. Okay, and how it emerged? It emerged from this particular sect, Lonka sect. In Therapanthi, we can say they also cover mouths, white garment, like the Shvetambaras do, because it's emerged out of Shvetambara. And again, this Therapanthi emerged from Stanakwasi. So most like we talked about Sarvasti within Sautrantika Samitiya, and founder was, that is, Bhikkanaji Maharaj. Okay, in around 18th century, we can say, that is 1760. It is 14th century or 15th century, is 18th century, and that is 13 religious principles are Tera Pantha. Tera means what? That is 13, and there is another Panths are the other sects are there, that is Bisapantha. 20 religious principles or belief system are there, and again they also don't believe in idols. Only Murti Pujaka believe in idols. Okay, Lonka. Okay, they also did not believe in idol worship, and they did not believe in idol worship also, as well as in temples also. Okay, so they also don't believe in idols too. They also don't believe in idols, and no monasteries for monks. Monks should not have any monastery like Bhattarakas. Like I told you, Bhattarakas, the Digambara Jaina monks who were head of the matas, and they opposed this Bhattarakas. There is no monastery should be there for any kind of monks. Okay, so simplicity in their own house. So you have to be at your own house. Okay, you have to follow simple lifestyles. Okay, that is Therapantha. Okay, and it is majorly famous in Jodhpur and Mewar, and that is in Rajasthan. Like I told you, that is Jain is majorly located in Gujarat and Rajasthan region, and even to some extent in Karnataka also. Okay, so these are the three Shvetambara sects: Murti Pujaka, Stanakvasi, as well as Therapanthi. And now again Jaina councils, like we discussed Buddhist councils, we can discuss Jaina councils. Only two councils for there. First council Padaliputra in 300 BCE. Okay, so here what happened? Under the leadership of Stulabhadra, Jaina literature, Jaina canons were divided into 12 angas or sections orally. I mean, recitation happened. That's in they were contribute, or we can say they were ultimately culminated into 12 angas or sections orally, we can say. And they were accepted by Shvetambaras, not accepted by Digambaras. One more differences between these two ideologies, Shvetambara as well as Digambara ideologies. Okay, and again Jaina council, second council was in AD time period. It is in Vallabhi, Gujarat, 512 AD, under the leadership of Devardik Shemak Sharmana. Okay, that was Tulabhadra. So here new additions to the angas were made. They are called as Upangas. Minor sections they are called as. Okay, and written down the Jaina text. But previously what happened? They orally they recited. They collected all these Jaina principles and they recited. But right now what happened is that when the Jaina texts were written down, particularly in a different language, because the writing had evolved by this point of time, and that is the reason they written down, and they are called as Agamas or Siddhanta. One Jaina literature is Agama, other Hindu literature, Vedic literature is called as Agamas also. So in the Jaina texts or sacred books are called as Agamas or Siddhanta. In which language? In Ardha Magadhi. It's a dialect of Prakrit. It's a dialect of Prakrit. And important angas, it's Bhagavati Sutra as well as Acharanga Sutra. So Acharanga Sutra is the rules and regulations of the Jaina monks, like Vinaya Pitaka is. And Bhagavati Sutra says it's the Jaina principles or Jaina teachings and Jaina doctrines, like Sutta Pitaka of Buddhism is. Okay, some more facts we can talk about. Jaina literature is in Ardha Magadhi, a dialect of Prakrit, like we talked about, and Purvas, that is early Jaina literature, and that Sanghas is later Jaina literature, and the Purvas is the early Jaina literature. And Shat Kevalis, one more concept is there. They are monks who had the knowledge of these Purvas. Okay, Shat Kevalis have knowledge of this particular Purvas, which was the earliest of Jaina literature, we can say. And Mahavira achieved Kaivalya with 12 years of penance. Okay, and Kaivalya, actual meaning is, that is Kevala Jnana, the omniscient. Omniscient means knowing all. Adhijana, Tirthankara, almost they are used interchangeably, and roughly translated as complete understanding or supreme wisdom. That is knowing about everything, the concept of reality. Okay, and then again what we understood about these Panchamahavratas, Anuvratas. So every understanding of reality, every understanding of what is required to achieve Kaivalya and everything, that is there with Kevala Jnana. Okay, that is Dina, Tirthankaras itself. Okay, and now it is Jaina symbol that is agreed in recently, 1974. Pretty much because when we talk about the Buddhism and Jainism principle, they go back hundreds of years back, thousands of years back. But these Jaina symbol that agreed in 1974. Okay, this colors, this signifies different meanings. And this particular writings at the same time, this palm signify different meaning. The four arms, it is called as, they signify different meaning. And these three signify different meaning, and this particular dot, that is also signify different meaning. So what are this? We will understand one by one. First and foremost, what is written below that one, that is translated as Parasparagraho Jivanam, that is the motto of Jainism, accepted by all the schools. So many minor sects are there. Everything, every sect will be accepting this one. That is, all life, whether living or non-living, is bound together by mutual support and interdependence. That is Parasparo graho jivanam. That is every life, that is living and non-living things, they are bound together. They have interdependence between each other. There is mutual support is there. That is, we can talk about biotic and abiotic factors in a environment. You can try to link like that one. So living and non-living interactions, we can say. There's hand with a wheel. So written ahimsa in the middle. Okay, ahimsa inscribed in the palm. At the same time, the wheel represents the samsara or the dharma chakra. Okay, and that which stands for the result to all the cycles. That samsara also called as cycles. Okay, that it wants to resolve to all the samsara cycle. That is the basic meaning. At the same time, how that cycles can be stopped through ahimsa. Like I told you, ahimsa has a special place in Jainism. Through relentless pursuit of ahimsa, and raised hand, the entire raised hand is support, or we can say it talks or symbolizes the protection or the blessing. Then again, the four arms, we can say, that represent the four arms of this swastika. Okay, that represent the four status of existence, or the four states of existence. One state is human existence, one state is heaven existence, one is animal existence, one is hell existence. Okay, so that a creature who has not attained complete liberation, that is, they are bound to take this one position. Okay, they're destined to one of these states based on their karma. And human state or hell state, heaven state, as well as animal state. Who are not completely freed from their karma. Okay, they can take these particular four states. And what these three represents, okay, with the arc, three dots with the arc, the crescent shape. The three dot represents right knowledge, faith and conduct. Triratna are three jewels. And the crescent shaped is a universe. That is, it is called as Siddhaloka. It is called as Siddhaloka. Okay, that is the liberated soul. Where it will reach? The Siddhaloka. We talked about that one. Siddhaloka, it reached the Siddhaloka over there. Again, what is this colors represent? The red represents Siddha, or the truth. And the yellow represent, we are coming from top to bottom. Acharyas are non-stealing. I will come to what is the meaning of Acharyas. Then again, white, it represents Ahimsa, also called as Aryans. And then again, green, Upadhyaya or Brahmacharya. The teachers, we can say, we can come to that one. And again, monks, that is represented by blue color or non-possession also. Okay, there is five Mahavratas are represented with these three particular 5 colors. Okay, then Acharyas means one who teaches scriptures to monks. Sorry, that is Upadhyaya, not Acharyas. Then Acharyas means the head of the sects. The head of the sects. The different Jaina sects are there. The head of the sects were called as Acharyas, and Upadhyaya is one who teaches Jaina scriptures to the monks. Okay, this is one thing we can talk about. And look at this 2012 question. With reference to history of ancient India, which of the following were common to both Buddhism and Jainism? So now we are combining Buddhism and Jainism because we came to the end of this particular topic. It's a long topic. Avoidance of extremities of penance and enjoyment. Yes, both are different opinion, but not the common thing. Indifference to the authority of the Vedas. Rejected the authority of Vedas. Denial of efficacy of rituals. They were heterodox sects. They went against orthodox sects, that is Vedic sect. Okay, we can talk about. Which of them were very common? Common is, answer option should be B. Okay, that is 2 and 3. Indifference to authority of the Vedas. Denial of efficacy of rituals. Avoiding extremities of penance. There is actually differences because Jainism is extreme financing as well as extreme is there, but Buddhism talks about middle path. And we can understand through this particular channel, that is Buddhism and Jainism. Concept of God. Buddhism neither say yes, neither say no, nor say no. Jainism says yes, but lower than Jina. Soul, Buddhism says no, but Jainism says everything as soul. Varna system condemned, but Jainism did not condemn because it says that Varna system, the hierarchism based upon the past karma. Salvation takes the middle path, take the extreme path or financing path according to Jainism. So there is a major differences. Okay, and we can talk about the Pali language by Buddhism. Again, Prakrit language by Jainism. Okay, Prakrit language by Jainism. So these are the major differences. Okay, that is between Buddhism as well as Jainism. Between Buddhism as well as Jainism. Okay, now we completed Indus Valley questions, then again Vedic questions, then again Buddhism and Jainism questions. Almost all the questions have been answered. At the same time, associate topics also we have learnt. And now we are coming into the later time period, that is Ashokan time period, or we can say Maurya's time period. And what is this particular time period? So far what we have discussed, just to keep up with the chronology, that is IVC we discussed, okay, and that is 3500 BC to 1700 BC or 1750 BC. Then a Rigvedic time period as well as later Vedic time period, that is 1500 to 1000, and this is from 1000 to 600. And post-Vedic time period are 16 Mahajanapadas we can say, or age of Buddha or Jaina, that is 600 BC to 300 BC. And now we are coming into any questions that ask after 300 BC, and that is after 300 BC, that is the first empire of India, that is the Mauryan Empire, that is 300 to 200 BC, only 100 years of it. But we will see only the questions which were asked and we will try to answer them, and the associate topics also. And now chronology can get a little bit distorted because answer options were, some modern answer options were also there. So we'll try to understand those topics also together. Okay. So now look at this question: who among the following first to decipher Ashokan inscriptions? George Buller, James Princip, Max Muller, then William Jones. So answer we know, that is answer is James Princip. Okay, now we'll understand all these four personalities, who are they, when they came to India, why they came to India, what is their contribution, and then we'll go to other Ashokan questions also. James Princip, that is, he is the one who deciphered the Ashokan inscription. He is an Orientalist scholar. Orientalist means study of the Eastern world, study of the Eastern philosophies, that is India, Africa, all this kind, particularly majorly used in the context of India. You must have heard about Orientalist and Anglicist controversy. That is the Orientalist in a sense, that one, that is the Eastern philosophies. He is an Orientalist scholar and is the founding editor of journal, we can say Asiatic Society of Bengal, and other person in the same answer options that he contributed for the establishment of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. So particularly William Jones, will come to that one, that question is also there. And deciphered Kharoshthi Brahmi script of Ashokan inscriptions, because Ashokan inscriptions are various languages and various scripts like Kharoshthi, Greece, then again Aramaic, then again so he particularly deciphered Kharoshthi and Brahmi script, and particularly in and around 1836-37. Okay, 1836-37. And he also interpreted the coins of Kushanas and Guptas, then again Bactrian Indo-Greeks. Okay, Bactrian Indo-Greeks is a region between Afghanistan and Central Asia. Okay, so that's Bactrian Greeks they are called as. And they issued many coins in India, and those coins are interpreted by James Princip. And then again he built a stone bridge, another contribution we can say, over Karmanasa river. It's a tributary of Ganges in Bihar and UP. That is one contribution of James Princip. Okay, and then William Jones, and that is William Jones is a philologist, study of the languages, philology means. And again he was a judge in Fort William. Fort William is, that is during the modern, so I told you that is we're discussing a little bit modern because we're trying to interlink that one. And that is Supreme Court judge between 1783 and 1794. Fort William is Calcutta. So that is the British settlements we can talk about, British settlements. And he was the founder of Asiatic Society of Bengal in 1784. So editor journal of Asiatic Society of Bengal, that is James Princip. But this society was established by William Jones. And he learnt Vedas. He studies Vedas with one of the Sanskrit Pandit called as Ramalokana. And he learnt Hindu laws from one more person called as Jagannath Tarka Panchanan, because the Hindu laws were necessary for British administration in India. They were necessary for British administration in India, and that is the reason he studied Vedas. I also proposed that there is a relationship between the Indian languages as well as the European languages. That is his propose, Indian and European language interconnection. That is Indo-European language group we can talk about. And he also the first one to propose the invasion of Aryans. Aryan invasion into the subcontinent, that was proposed by William Jones. And there's a separate theory about study of the Aryan invasions into India. Okay, so James Princip we understood, who deciphered Ashokan script. Now again William Jones we understood, and that is he also did some translations of, we can say, Abhijnana Shakuntalam of Kalidasa in 1789. Then again he also translated Manusmriti. Date can be variations. Some people would say that it's around 1770s he did. Some people would say in 1790s also, but date can little bit variations. Manusmriti also translated, but probably some people would say it translated but published after his death in 1790s. That could also be there. Okay. Then Max Muller is a German. He is also philologist and Orientalist. German British origin, but majorly British German. And he wrote a book, The Sacred Books of the East. And this particular book was prepared under his guidance, that's Max Muller. And then again, he had links with the Brahma Samaj of India. The Brahma Samaj was established by Rajaram Mohan Roy. We will come to modern history, we will discuss that one. And influenced by Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. And he also wrote books on Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Okay. And Hitopadesh, that is short stories in Sanskrit written by Vishnu Sharma, that were translated into German by Max Muller. Translated into German by Max Muller. Okay, so that is, we are trying to interlink, we are trying to know these answer options really well. Okay, in case any kind of questions might arise about that one, so we are in better position. Then again, George Bowler, again German scholar, again philologist, study of languages. Then again, he came to India on the invitation of Muller, and he joined Banaras Sanskrit College. And this question is also asked: Sanskrit College of Banaras established by whom? One answer option was given. Okay, so whether Warren Hastings or whether Jonathan Duncan or William Jones. 2017, this question was asked. We'll come to that one. And again, professor of Oriental language in Elphinstone College in Bombay. Okay, so he was the professor. And one of his students was one of the later freedom fighter, that is K.T. Telang, that is Kashinath Trimbak Telang, was a student in this particular college only, that is Elphinstone College only. Okay, that's K.T. Telang. And then again, in 1878, he published a translation of one book, that is the oldest Prakrit dictionary, and that book is called as Payalachi, probably, pronunciation could be different, the Prakrit oldest dictionary, and he translated that in 1878. And at the same time, he also contributed for the book of George Muller, and that is, Max Muller is George Buller, but Max Muller book, that is the Sacred Books of the East, and in that particular book, he contributed various translations into that book, Okay, so that we understood the answer options of James Prinsep, George Buller, then again William Jones, then again Max Muller. We understood what their contribution towards India and the study of India, study of Indian scriptures also. And now we are coming into one more question that was asked in Ashoka. That is, in which of the following relief sculptures inscription Rani Ashoka or King Ashoka mentioned along with the stone portrait of Ashoka? And that's our Kanganalli 2019 question. Sanchi, Shabas Garri as well as Sogora. Again, Sogora repeated twice. Okay, so that is 2019. This question was asked. Sogora, we already discussed about Sogora, copper plate inscription, Kostagara, either Mauryan or pre-Mauryan, okay, to deal with the famines, oldest copper plate inscription of India. Now we will see Sanchi, Shabas Garri as well as Kanganalli. In this case, the answer is Kanganalli. So Kanganalli, that is in Karnataka, in Sannati, that is Kalaburgi district of Karnataka. Okay, so Sannati is a town, Kalaburgi is a district in Karnataka, that is where Kanganalli is there. And here, the Buddhist stupa is also found, and sculpture of Ashoka is also found. In that sculpture, that particular words are there, and word is, that is label is Rani Ashoka in Brahmi script. And also there is Dharma Chakra relief, we can say there is a little bit of sculpture is also there, and that is found in Kanganalli. Okay, Dharma Chakra relief, that is found in Kanganalli, that is in Kalaburgi, Karnataka. Then one more answer option was Sanchi. Sanchi is known for stupa, that is in Madhya Pradesh. It is also UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is declared in 1989, and originally commissioned by Ashoka, initially built with bricks, and later it was built with stones. Lot of additions happened to this particular Sanchi stupa. And why it was built over here? Because his place was quite unique to Ashoka, because it belonged to his wife birthplace, that is, his wife is Devi, and her birthplace also, and Ashoka and Devi's wedding also happened in this particular place according to certain sources. And stupa built during Ashoka, built of bricks, later stones were added. Sanchi stupa is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and group of stupas are also located in and around Sanchi. Okay, so near to Bhopal, I guess, okay, Madhya Pradesh. And which are other stupas in and around this particular, that is Shardara, then again Bhojpur, then again Ander, Sonari, Sarumaru, okay, Sarumaru probably, again, pardon my pronunciation, okay, so that is different. So that is in and around Sanchi, there's so many other stupas are there. Okay, so this is about Sanchi. About stupa, architecture, again that is 360 degree, but we talk about in art and culture. That we'll talk about in art and culture about Sanchi stupas, about the stupa architecture. And there are, we can link with to the present times also. That is Sanchi stupa, it is inscribed, or we can see that in 200 rupees notebook, 200 rupees not notebook, but 200 rupees note, the currency of India. Like you can go and check what is there in 100 rupees, then again 2000 rupees, then 500 rupees. I don't no longer see 2000 rupees. So look at this, just for simple. Just we're trying to be comprehensive. We're trying to understand that one. We're trying to understand the concept in a very comprehensive manner. Okay, that is in Sanchi. So two answer options we have seen. Kanganali understood, Sanchi we understood. Okay, and Ashokan pillar is also present in Sanchi. And again Shahbazgari, that is in Peshawar, Pakistan. Okay, there is Ashokan rock inscription is there in Kharosthi script. One word is written over here, and that word is Dharmadipi or Dharmadipi. Okay, that is a word that is written. It means the inscription of the Dharma in Kharosthi. Okay, so inscription of Dharma in Kharosthi. Okay, Shahbazgari, that is in Peshawar, that is in Pakistan region. Okay, so these are all. Shahbazgari we discussed. Then again Sanchi we discussed. Then again Kanganali we discussed. And in the very beginning only we talked about Sogar. Okay, very beginning when we talk about Indus Valley civilization, we discussed about Sogar. Okay. And now, these are all Ashokan inscriptions. Then again one more. Which among the following rulers advises subjects through his inscription? 2020. And particularly this particular word, whosoever praises his religious sect or blames the other sect out of excessive devotion to his own sect, with this way of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. Ashoka talking on tolerance. I mentioned one particular concept. There's a lot of reactions against Vedic system. Buddhism, Jainism happened. Okay, so a criticism of each other has happened, and the criticism led to intolerance kind of attitude in the society. And to deal with that intolerance, he brought the concept of Dhamma, and in his inscription through his Dharma concept, Ashoka espoused the concept of tolerance. Okay, that is so on 20 question. Ashoka, Samudragupta, Harshavardhana, and Krishnadevaraya. We know the answer is Ashoka. Now we will discuss Samudragupta, Harshavardhana as well as Krishnadevaraya we will see in medieval times, because many questions about Vijayanagara Empire is there. So Krishnadevaraya we will see separately, but we will discuss about Ashoka, we discuss about Samudragupta, we discuss about Harshavardhana. Okay, so everyone will discuss. Now first we will take up Ashoka the Great. Of course, before Ashoka there was Bindusara. Okay, so before Bindusara there was Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, who defeated Nandas with the help of Chanakya, Kautilya. So that we Aryanka dynasty, Shishanaga dynasty, Nanda dynasty, Mauryas. From Mahajanapadas to the Mauryas, that's the empire. So he ruled between 268 to 232 BC. Then again he was a viceroy. Before becoming the king, viceroy of two provinces, Takshila and Ujjain. And at the same time he was the first ruler to maintain contacts with his subjects through inscriptions. So he has a direct contact with the people. And at the same time his inscriptions are in various names of Ashoka, and that is Devana Priya, Priyadasi, Buddha Shakya. Only few inscriptions are in the name of Ashoka. One such inscription is Muski, and one name is Devana Priya, beloved of gods. Then again Dharma Shoka, it is in Sarnath inscriptions. Then again Priyadasi, that is a pleasing appearance. These names are used. Okay, so these names are used in Ashoka's inscription too. Only few inscription use the name of the word Ashoka. Only 4 inscription uses. We will come to those inscriptions. Then continuing with Ashoka, that is his children Mahendra and Sangamitra. They were sent to Sri Lanka to spread Buddhism. And his third son, we can talk about, another son is mentioned in some of the inscription, that is Tivara. Again his contemporaries were particularly the outside India. We can talk about Antiochus II of Syria, Ptolemy II of Egypt, Antigonus of Macedonia, Magas of Cyrenaica, that is Libya, we can talk about. And same Indian contemporaries would be that is Sangam Cholas, okay, Sangam Pandyas, okay, and Sangam Cheras, okay, Sangam Cheras, Cholas as well as Pandyas we can see. Okay, and he converted to Buddhism after Kalinga War, all the stories you know. And the influence of Nigrodha, his nephew, the influence of Nigrodha, and that is his nephew, his brother's son. And he asked the third Buddhist council, we already talked about that, that was in Pataliputra. And what is the inscription of Ashoka? That is major pillar inscription, minor pillar inscription, major rock inscription, minor rock inscription. The 4 types are there. The minor rock and minor pillar edicts, it deals with Ashoka's early time period, his early reign when he became king. So it talks about that time period. And the major rock as well as addresses Ashoka's vision of Dhamma. Whatever Dhamma concept of Ashoka, that is there in major rock edict. And major pillar edict talks about the end of his time period, the end of his particular monarchical time, that is the end of his reign. That is the major differences. Okay, there one unique inscription is there. We don't want to get into all the inscription names. One unique inscription, there is a Kandar inscription. It is a bilingual inscription. It's in both languages, of Greek also, Aramaic also. Okay, and what is the language of inscription? Because we keep referring to languages. The 3 languages and 4 scripts are used in Ashokan inscription. And what is the difference between language and script? Language is the method of communication, and script is the letters used to write that language. Okay, letters used to write that particular language. Okay, so script is different, and very few languages have their own script also. So sometimes the English language does not have its own script because English language uses the Roman script. This is a Roman script but written in English language. But which three languages are there? Prakrit, Greek and Aramaic languages. Scripts are Brahmi, Aramaic, like Aramaic language also, script also. That is Aramaic means West Asian Syrian region. Kharosthi script is there, that is Indo-Iranian region. Greek script is also there. So Greek and Aramaic, both script also as well as languages also. These were used. And Prakrit inscriptions are in Brahmi and Kharosthi script. Prakrit language inscription. The Prakrit language is written in Brahmi script as well as in Kharosthi script. And we already know James Princip who deciphered this one in 1837. Mainly which inscriptions he deciphered? Kharosthi as well as Brahmi. Okay. Now major rock edicts. That is a major rock edict, a major pillar edict are not inscribed in the name of Ashoka. They are not in the name of Ashoka. Only minor rock edict. Okay. Minor rock edict, they have the name of Ashoka. But these major rock edict and major pillar edict, they have the name of Devanappiya and Devanapriya Priyadasi. Devanapriya Priyadasi. Only few names word is used. And word Ashoka in minor edicts. And not in all the minor edicts, only the 4 to 5 minor edicts we can say. So Ashoka's name, that is there in minor edicts names, like we can say Maski in Karnataka, Brahmagiri in Karnataka, Nittur or Udegolam, that is also in Karnataka. At the same time Gujjara in Madhya Pradesh. And sometimes this Nittur is confused between Nittur in Andhra Pradesh, because this Nittur in Karnataka region, that is in Hyderabad Karnataka region. Okay, that is in northern part of Karnataka, northeastern part of Karnataka. So that is the reason that that can be different textbook have different names about that one. Okay, so are different places, Nittur in Andhra Pradesh and Nittur in Karnataka, because it comes in Hyderabad Karnataka region, because in Karnataka there is Bombay Karnataka, Hyderabad Karnataka and Mysore Karnataka and then Madras Karnataka. So this place that was in Hyderabad Karnataka, that is which was in Andhra Pradesh then point of time. Probably in old textbooks you can say Nittur being mentioned in Andhra Pradesh, but in presently that is Nittur, that is in Karnataka, that is Udegolam. So Udegolam and Nittur, that is in Karnataka. Okay. Now Allahabad or Prayagraj inscription, very unique, is Ashoka's inscription. It also has Samudragupta's inscription on the same pillar. Same pillar, it is a pillar inscription. And also has Jahangir's inscription also. And Jahangir's inscription is in Persian. And Jahangir made to shift to Allahabad from Kosambi. From Kosambi to Allahabad, it was ordered to shift it by Jahangir. That is one uniqueness about this particular pillar. Like a Lumbini pillar, it mentions about Ashoka visiting the birthplace of Buddha. Okay, it also mentions the birthplace of Buddha and Ashoka's visit and about his taxation measures in that particular place that has been mentioned. Then Kalinga edicts, that is Dhauli and Jaugada. This particular question was asked. Kalinga, that is in Odisha region. Okay, this question was also asked in match the following in 2022 prelims itself only. We'll come to that question. And in this particular inscription, what we see is that paternal attitude of Ashoka. So paternal attitude of Ashoka we can see. That is the particular, the word that all men are my children. Okay, so these kind of terms are written in this particular inscription. In this, which inscription are known for the showing of benevolence attitude of Ashoka and the welfare attitude of Ashoka towards people is that one. That is Kalinga edicts, that is Dhauli and Jaugada. And all the edicts places are there. It is mentioned over here. I think last year also we have seen this particular list. Okay, you can go through that particular. Okay, you can put it in maps. Okay, I'm saying in since last year. Okay, and you can go through this particular list, and then again minor rock 822 are there. So this list also you can go through. There are rapid revisions. You can go through very quickly. And later minor pillar edicts. Only 5 are there. Lumbini, Sarnath, Allahabad, Prayagraj, Sanchi. You have to keep on revising over a period of time. To remember all this, you have to keep on revising. And again, my major pillar edict, 7 are there. Ranighat, Meerut, Delhi, Firozshah, Kotla, Vaishali, Rampurva, then again Lauriya Nandangad, Kandahar also. Okay, now one more question, 2022, that is site of Ashoka's major rock edicts as well as location also. Match the following. So you should know the places and I've asked about the match the following. Okay, Dhauli, it is the Odisha, Erragudi, Andhra Pradesh, Jaugada, Madhya Pradesh, then Kalsi, Karnataka. So Dhauli is fine, Erragudi is fine, Jaugada is wrong, that is in Odisha, Kalsi, not in Karnataka but in Uttarakhand. Okay. How many pairs are correct? This pair is correct, and then again this pair is correct. Okay, only 2 pairs. Answer is B, only 2 pairs are correct, asked in 2022. So they might ask about this one. So I have already given a list which particular inscription comes which way, where Karnataka inscription known for mentioning of Ashoka's name. Then again Odisha inscription, Kalinga inscription known for showing paternal knighthood of Ashoka. That's what we can say. Then kings, we can talk about Samudragupta. In that particular list, Ashoka we discussed. Now Samudragupta we will discuss, Harshavardhana we will discuss, and then Krishnadeva we will discuss in medieval India in tomorrow's session maybe. Samudragupta 335 to 380, and before him we can talk about Chandragupta was there. Okay, Sri Vijaya was there. Oh, sorry, Sri Gupta was there, not Sri Vijaya. Sri Gupta was there. Chandragupta 1. After him, Chandragupta 2 came. It's also called as Great Conqueror 335 to 380 AD, and his military exploit is given by his court poet who was Arisena, written in Sanskrit. The same pillar, the Allahabad pillar inscription. It's also called as Prayaga Prashasti. Everything is written in the particular stone inscription, and Ashoka's inscription is same pillar. Jahangir's inscription is same pillar in Persian writings. Ashokan words talk about his virtues, paternal attitude and everything, but Samudragupta's inscription talks about his military conquest, his glorification of Samudragupta. The glorification of Samudragupta that is there in those words, but Ashoka's words are about love, about deeds and virtues and everything. And again, he also had established sovereignty over his South Indian kings like Vishnugopa, who belonged to Pallava dynasty, and even the kings of Assam, Bengal, then again Sri Lanka also paid some kind of tributes to him, and they were submitted to Samudragupta, and that is the reason he is called a Great Conqueror, and he is compared with Napoleon of France, and because he had all the European countries under his supremacy, Samudragupta almost entered India under his supremacy, and it was used by V.S. Smith. Because his colonial history we are reading, that is Napoleon or Samudragupta is being compared with Napoleon. Okay, then I can talk about Samudragupta. He is also called as Anukampavan or compassionate, as he gave permission to Sri Lanka's king Meghavarman to build a monastery at Gaya, that is Bodh Gaya, where Buddha achieved his Nirvana, or we can say enlightenment. And he played Veena according to his coins depictions, and is a patron of arts. He also had a title of Kaviraja, patron of art and music, okay, according to Arisena. Okay, and he is a great supporter of Hinduism, particularly Hinduism. We can talk about Vaishnavism. So Gupta kings are mainly known for giving support to Vaishnavism. Okay, supported other religion also, like Vasubandhu, one of the Buddhist philosophers, was his minister. Vasubandhu was his minister. It means tolerance attitude was there. Okay, Harshavardhana, sorry, 598 to 647. These are the major topics about Guptas, as well as we can say that is in one question we are covering. So all the 360-degree angle of that answer option. The Post-Gupta time period, many regional kingdom emerged, because by 600, by 550 AD itself only, Gupta started to decline, and then later Post-Gupta started, and the Post-Gupta's one particular major ruler was Harshavardhana between 590 to 647. Okay, that is Post-Gupta. Many regional kingdoms emerged, and one of those regional kingdoms started ruling from Tanesar. That is Haryana, and this kingdom is called as Pushyabhuti kingdom, which is also called as Vardhana dynasty also, because the names of this dynasty goes like this: Rajyavardhana, Prabhakaravardhana, and Harshavardhana. So that is how this particular dynasty is also called as Vardhana dynasty. Okay, so this had control over we can say Punjab, UP region, and again Rajasthan region. This particular dynasty, this is a major dynasty. We'll discuss other minor dynasties also, we'll come to that one. And his capital was Tanesar, like I already mentioned. Major sources was Arshacharita of Banabhatta. Samudragupta had, we can say, Arisena. And again, Harshavardhana, his court had Banabhatta, who wrote Arshacharita. So most of his information come from Arshacharita. And Chinese traveler Yuanzhang or Xuanzang visited Harshavardhana's kingdom. And Prabhakaravardhana was the first line of king. Then later Rajyavardhana came. And after Rajyavardhana, who came? That is Harshavardhana. Okay, so Rajyavardhana and Harshavardhana and Rajyashri, okay, Rajyashri, and these three are progenitors of that, we can say Prabhakaravardhana is the father. So Rajyavardhana son, Harshavardhana son, Rajyashri is the daughter. Okay, so Rajyashri is the we can say the sister of Rajyavardhana as well as Harshavardhana. Okay, but the major king of this dynasty is Harshavardhana, described as the Lord of the North, that's Sakala Uttara Patanata, and Harshavardhana got defeated by Pulikeshi II of Chalukyas of Badami. He was called as Lord of the South. Okay, we'll come to that one when we talk about Chalukyas. We'll come to that one also. He was a Shaiva, Harshavardhana, that is Hinduism again. Then he supported Buddhism also. We talked about that is Kanuj. We will talk about Kanuj assembly as a Prayaga assembly. We'll come to that one. And he occupied Kanuj. Later Kanuj became the capital from Tanesar. From whom he occupied? Shashanka of Gauda. Gauda means Bengal region. Because story goes like this one. Shashanka of Gauda along with another Malwa ruler, they killed Rajyashri's husband, okay, Grahavarmana, and they took Rajyashri as prisoner. Now Harshavardhana wanted to take revenge against the killing of his brother-in-law, that is Grahavarmana, and imprisonment of Rajyashri by Shashanka of Gauda, and he defeated Malwa kings as well as this Shashanka of Gauda, and he occupied Kanuj. And he also stopped Rajyashri from committing sati also. Okay, rescued his sister Rajyashri from committing sati because Shashanka Gauda had captured her and killed Rajyashri's husband Grahavarmana. We'll come to that one. Who was Grahavarmana? There was a separate dynasty was there in Kanuj. A separate question was also asked about that dynasty. We'll come to that one. And Siladitya, he was the title of Harshavardhana after occupying 5 regions. Which are the 5 regions? That is Mithila region, Bihar and Jharkhand, Odisha, Bengal, Kanuj and Punjab region. So that is the title he got. That is Siladitya. And it was mentioned by Huansang, who visited, he was a prince, who also called as Prince of Travelers, who wrote Siyuki. He visited India and was a contemporary of Huansang. One question about Huansang was also asked. We will solve that question also. About travelers, we will see all the travelers of ancient India who visited. That is, we talk about Faiyan, then again we will talk about Yijing, then again we talk about Huansang also. We will come to that one. And he visited India between 629 to 644 CE. Okay, continuing with Harshavardhana. Harsha supported Mahayana Buddhism. He is a patron of arts. And he wrote 3 dramas, that is Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, then again Nagananda. Okay, so Nagananda is a story of King Jimitavahana and sacrifice to King Nagas. Okay, is Jimitavahana sacrifice to save the Nagas, the race, people of that particular region. That is, it's about Nagananda. Okay, so according to Banabhatta, he is a flute player. So Veena player was Samudragupta, flute player was Harshavardhana. And he composed certain inscription according to certain sources. There is Banskera inscription as well as Madhuban inscription in UP. Banskera is also in UP. And he built a monastery at Nalanda. Nalanda University was built by Kumaragupta. We already discussed that one, Gupta's time period. Now at the same place, Harshavardhana built a monastery. And he patronized certain scholars like Banabhatta, Mayura, Bhartrihari. So these are the scholars that is given some kind of support by Harshavardhana. And 2 assemblies, that is Kanuj assembly in 643 AD to honor Huansang. Okay, so it was a religious congregation to honor the Chinese pilgrim Huansang. Then one more assembly at Allahabad, it's called as Prayaga assembly. Okay, that is the evidence about the Allahabad assembly comes from Huansang's writings and known as Prayag. The Prayag assembly or Prayag it is called as, and attended by representative of various different religions, that we can say Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism, representative of all these religions. And according to accounts of Huansang, it was routinely conveyed by Harsha, and Harsha gave a lot of gifts to others, and he convened every 5 years. He gave gifts to all religious sect, and he was convened every 5 years according to Huansang. Okay, so then again, that question is done. Which question? That is about a particular answer option we talked about. That is Harshavardhana, about Samudragupta, about Ashoka. Okay, so then again, Krishnadevaraya is left over there, but we will see that in medieval India, because otherwise the chronology gets completely distorted. So here, Ashoka, Samudragupta, Harshavardhana, some kind of chronology is there. Okay, so then again, one more question was asked about Huansang. Okay, so Chinese traveler Huansang who visited India recorded the general conditions and culture of India at the time. In this context, which of the following statement is correct? Correct, the 2013. The roads and river routes were completely immune from robbery. That is absolute statement. Enormous or drastically. Okay, these kind of words you can easily eliminate. Then again, as regards punishment for offences, ordeal by fire, water and poison were the instrument determining the innocence of guilt of a person. In ancient India, the judicial punishment was quite harsh. You can say that is yes. The tradesmen had to pay duties of ferries and barrier status. Yes, the taxation was one of the major important functions of ancient India. So that's the correct answer. First statement you need to eliminate. 2 and 3 is left. First statement you eliminate again. First statement you eliminate again. So which is left? That is 2 and 3. Answer is B. This was asked in 2013. But along with Yuan Sang, some other travelers also came to India. That is Fahian, then again Yijing. So we discuss all of them too. First we will discuss Yuan Sang. That is also called as Chen Hui, and again Xuanzang. So different pronunciation. And in Sanskrit he is called as Mokshadeva. He came between 629 to 645 CE. Okay. Then at the same time he came to India through Central Asia. Okay, like Yijing, he came through Indonesia. Okay, but Yuan Sang, he came through Central Asia. Okay, so different routes also. Sometimes they can put this question if you want to make it really difficult. They can make this kind of statement. So, and he visited Nalanda University, and he stayed there, and he studied with a monk called as Silabhadra. Okay, so but the major intention of these travelers is to collect Buddhist literature and to study more about Buddhism. And a Buddhist, this Silabhadra was a Buddhist monk and expert in Yogacara philosophy. We talked about Madhyamika and Yogacara, belong to Mahayana Buddhism, Vasubandhu, Sangha, these things. Okay, at the same time he studied at Matipura, another monastery in Uttar Pradesh, with a monk named Mitrasena. So two monks he met, Mitrasena as well as Silabhadra, because UPSC is asking this minor unknown names of this particular religion, different sects occur there. And you can also link the Yuan Sang visited, or they had we can say narration with Silabhadra and Mitrasena. These kind of questions can also be asked. Okay, so I visited Harsha. Harsha's court, he visited Pulikeshi II, Badami Chalukya, then Narasimhavarman, that is Pallavas. Harsha is Pushyabhuti dynasty or the Vardhana dynasty, Pulikeshi is Badami Chalukyas, and then Narasimhavarman is Pallavas. So these were the contemporaries of India when Yuan Sang visited India. And Harsha got defeated by Pulikeshi II. Narasimhavarman defeated Pulikeshi II. Okay, when we talk about Pallavas, one question was asked about them, we will talk about that one too. Okay, and he visited certain cities of India like Kanchi, Lumbini, Kashmir, okay, Kanuj, Badami, Amravati, Nagarjunakonda, and Ajanta caves also. Ajanta also. So if they want to make the question difficult, they can just put Yuan Sang visited India so and so time period, who are the contemporaries, and also they can ask about the places he might have visited. Then Fahian, he came to India during the time period of Chandragupta II. His birth name was Sehi. Okay, so during the reign of Chandragupta II, after Samudragupta, between 399 to 412 is the first Chinese traveler to visit. Chronologically, Fahian first, Yuan Sang second, and then again we can talk about Yijing. But because that question was about Yuan Sang, first we discussed about Yuan Sang, and then we came about Fahian. Okay, and then his purpose was to collect again sacred Buddhist textbooks, almost the same intention with which other travelers also came. And he visited the place of Buddha's birthplace, that is Lumbini, then Bodh Gaya, Banaras, Shravasti, and Kushinagar. So all these places are important for Buddhism also and Hinduism also. And he learned Sanskrit during his stay at Pataliputra. Okay, and in 414 he wrote about his travelogue. Okay, so that is called as Fukoki, a record of Buddhistic kingdoms in the east we can talk about. So about the Buddhist kingdoms in India. Okay, at the same time Fukoki are also called as Fugoji. I don't want to get into Chinese pronunciation. So this was written by, that is Siyuki by Yuan Sang, Fukoki by Fahian. Okay, one more traveler, Yijing or Iching or Itzing, different names are there. Chinese traveler and translator. Okay, so he influenced by Fahian and Yuan Sang also, both of them. Okay, so if first came to Srivijaya, that is today's Sumatra island. There's one place called as Palembang, today it is called as, then it was called as Srivijaya. And from there he came to eastern coast of India. And he learnt Sanskrit in that particular place. And he came to eastern coast of India around 673. So Fahian came first, Yuan Sang second, and then again Yijing is the third person to come. And he left India in 685 CE. So he stayed there for nearly 12 years, 12 to 13 years. Then again he studied Buddhist, student of the Buddhist University of Nalanda. For 10 years he was there. Okay, and at the same time he also studied Tamralipti, that is in West Bengal. That is in West Bengal, Tamralipti. And again two of Yijing's best travel diaries, that is Yuan Sang was Siyuki, Fahian was Fukoki. Then Yijing's he wrote two, and that is account of the Buddhism sent from the South Seas, and a Buddhist monk's pilgrimage of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is a Chinese dynasty then. Chinese dynasty then. Okay, so these are two works of Yijing. Account of Buddhism sent from the South Seas, then again the Buddhist monk's pilgrimage. Fukoki by Fahian, F and F, and Siyuki by Yuan Sang. So these are, that can be asked for the following also. Okay, what they wrote, what they majorly talk about, they almost talk about social conditions of India, political conditions of India, how Buddhism evolved, Buddhism Teachings. Okay, then again little bit about the caste system in India, philosophical system in India, everything. So it's quite difficult to go through all of them, but we can say we have a general idea. You can use some kind of extreme statements to eliminate any kind of statements over there. Okay, and then again Kautilya's Arthashastra was asked in 2022. According to Kautilya's Arthashastra, which of the following are correct? Again, we cannot read Arthashastra to answer all these questions, but again little bit logic we can use over there. So a person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment. Slaves were there during Vedic and later Vedic times, and person can be punished as a slave. Okay, and the person can be made as a slave as a punishment. And if a female slave bore her master a son, she was legally free. That was one of the duties about one of the gender that was expected in ancient India. And again, if a son was born to a female slave and she was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to the legal status of the master son. I think entire Hindu law is there. So entire Dharma Shastras which talks about the right of the son from the father's property because of patriarchal in nature. Okay, because it is fathered by her master, obviously son we can expect little bit that one. Okay, and also this is not in kind of a extreme statements are not there. We can say some kind of the mild statements we can say. Person could be as a slave. Okay, if. Okay, at the same time again if. These are all kind of small probable statements. The probable statements sometimes most of the time they are right. Okay, the 1 and 2 only, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3 answer is D. Okay, so what we can learn from this particular concept, we can talk about Arthashastra. Okay, so again little bit distortion of chronology because we talked about Ashoka, Samudragupta, Harshavardhana, easing and everything. Almost ancient is getting over, but ancient literature is not over. That we'll talk about. A separate theme is also there, but all about this politics and philosophies are getting over right now. And of literature we are coming into Arthashastra. Then we'll come to different scholars of ancient India which was asked, the different, we can say the books which were asked will come to. And Kautilya was also called Vishnugupta or Chanakya. He is a teacher at Takshila, and he helped Chandragupta Maurya to establish a Mauryan dynasty. He wrote Arthashastra in Sanskrit. It's a kind of an encyclopedia. It talks about everything you know about or you don't know about: administration, internal administration, interstate administration, recommendational law, prison, taxation, irrigation, agriculture, everything he talks about. Coinage, manufacturing, mining, fortification, then Saptanga, administration, theory of Mauryas, everything talks about by Arthashastra. It was lost textbook, but it was rediscovered in 1905 by one of the scholars called as R. Shama Shastri. It was rediscovered by Shama Shastri in 1905. Okay, so this is one textbook we can talk about. And then now come to, with reference to guilds or shrenis, one more concept is there in ancient India that played a very important role in country's economy. So the following statement is correct. First we need to understand what are guilds or shrenis is. These concepts started evolving after 600 BC. Okay, 600 BC to 300 BC. Okay, 300 BC to 200 BC. 200 BC to 100 BC. Okay, so 100 BC to we can come to until 300 AD also. Okay, we'll come to 1 BC, 0 BC, 1 AD, 300 AD. So during this point of time period, what happened is that the trade was growing, and the trade was growing due to contribution by Vaishyas. Why trade was growing? Because of agriculture. Why agriculture was growing? Because of iron. Linked it thing 600 BC time onwards. Before that one, around later with the time period onwards, foundation discovery of iron happened. Foundation for second urbanization happened. Until 300 AD, this time period is called as the peak of the second urbanization. And this is Maurya's time period, 300 to 200. And 200 to 300 AD, we can talk about the post-Mauryas, the Kushanas, the Indo-Greeks and Bactrians. During that period of time, these traders, the Vaishyas, they organized into associations. And the manufacturers of different, we can say, arts and crafts, like we can talk about carpenters, or we can say coin makers, jewelry makers, or we can say the iron makers. Okay, so silver, we can say the those who worked in silver, those who worked in copper and bronze. Okay, then washerman, and we can say cloth producers. Everyone, they came to be organized association, and they are called as the guilds. They are called as the guilds, also called as Shreni. And these guilds used to have heads, and these heads are called as Jetaka. Okay, sometimes also called as Shettis. Okay, Shettis. So different terms are used, and used to control these members. Okay, members of this particular guild, all the carpenters in one particular guild. There's the head of this particular guild. He used to control them. There were so many rules and regulation. Like today, what we have, like OPEC, we can talk about Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. They are coming together in association to control the distribution, production of petroleum products. And now they used to control their particular product. If the carpenters, they would control the supply demand of the availability of labor for the carpentry. Again, coins maker, they would to control the supply and demand. Okay, initially coins were issued by merchants, not by kings. Okay, later the kings made that as a monopoly. And this question was asked back in 2012. We understood the concept of guilds, and I will come to understand this one. Every guild was registered with the central authority and central authority of the state, and the king was the chief administrative authority of them. So it is wrong. We know the chief administrative authority, separate head was there, Jetakar Shetty. Okay, and then again, the wages, rules of work, standards and prices were fixed by the guilds. Yes, that is a major intention with which the guilds were formed. Then guild had judicial powers over its own members. Yes, because the judicial system of the ancient was based upon their particular Varna system. And the Vaishya Varna was there, their own judicial rules and regulations were there. And the Jetaka or Shettis, they had judicial powers over the members. Yes, this is right, and this is also right, and this is wrong. Very simple. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. 1 and 2. 1 is wrong. 3 only, 2 and 3 only, and 1, 2, 3. We know the answer is C. That is 2 and 3. We understood the guilds concept over there. Okay, nothing to build over on that one. So guilds are mainly associations of the different arts and crafts. Different arts and crafts, we can say. Okay. And again, Vishti, one more concept. Okay, so with reference to forced labor Vishti in India during the Gupta period, which the following statement is correct. First, we understand the Vishti concept. Vishti means, like suppose it started to evolve by the time of the Mauryas. Particularly that was sanctioned by Chanakya or Kautilya or Vishnugupta. In his book, we can talk about Arthashastra. Some kind of interlinkages between that particular textbook as well as this Vishti concept. And now, one of the important functions of the Mauryan dynasty was the taxation. The Mauryan state believed, even Arthashastra believed that one, because the Mauryan state system we understand through Arthashastra, believed that one, every person should pay tax. Every person should pay tax because of their production activities. So who are engaged in production activities? The Vaishyas are engaged. Okay, but Shudras were not engaged. Shudras were not engaged in any kind of production activities because initially they were slaves. So that is the reason what this particular concept came about in during that point of time is that one. That is what Chanakya did was that Shudras are not paying any kind of taxation. So they should give their services. If they don't give, we will force them to give services. And Shudras were made to work forcefully. Where? In agricultural lands. So they are providing their labor. Shudras are providing their labor, and that labor will be considered as a tax. And that forced labor is called as Vishti. Shudras were not paying any taxation. So that is the reason Kautilya come up with this particular concept. There is a concept of that is Shudras should be made to work, so that work will be considered as a taxation, and that is forced labor. And this is continued. And this continued from the time during the time period of Guptas also, Mauryas, post-Mauryas as well as Guptas also. And that is being enforced upon untouchables also. That was enforced upon untouchables. Untouchables are different than the Shudras. Okay. And now it was considered a source of income for the state, a sort of tax paid by the people. Yes. It was totally absent in Madhya Pradesh. Absolute statement. No need to read further. Forced labor was entitled to weekly wages. If it is forced labor, why would we give any kind of entitlement of any wages? Again, opposite concept is being discussed. The eldest son of the laborers was sent as the forced laborer. It was imposed upon everybody, not on one particular section of the society. So answer is, it's a kind of a source of income. Okay, so taxation was a kind of income. Certain sections were not paying taxation and they were made to pay taxation. They were made to pay taxation. Okay, so that is forced labor, we can say. Okay, now we are coming into the next question. That is from the decline of the Guptas until the rise of Harshavardhana in the early 7th century, which of the following kingdoms were holding power in northern India? So just simply the contemporary question they are asking, which powers were in there. And also one more question was also asked, the chronological arrangement of different dynasties A simple question. I think we should go beyond the simple question instead of the difficult terms they are being asked. And even while focusing on the simple terms, the simple conceptual clarities questions in ancient, medieval art and culture and modern India, you still can score very good marks in history part. So now, which are the options? Guptas of Magadha. Not the imperial Guptas, they are different. These Guptas are called as later Guptas or Magadha. We'll discuss all of them. Paramaras of Malwa, Pushyabhutis of Tanesar, then Maukaris of Kanauj, then Yadavas of Devagiri. And you can eliminate here, particularly Yadavas of Devagiri, and they are majorly their medieval dynasties, because we are talking about until the rise of Harshavardhana. Okay, so this dynasty shouldn't be there. Devagiri, we can talk about Mahmud bin Tughlaq Devagiri, you must have heard about that one. And then again, the Paramaras of Malwa, they are Rajput kingdoms, they are again early medieval times. So you have to eliminate this second and the fifth statement. Okay, very simple. So second statement is there, you are eliminating. Fifth statement is there, you are eliminating. 1, 3, 4, 6 answer option. Second statement again eliminated. Then again the fourth statement, there is fifth and C, again eliminated. So what is left? That is answer option is B, 1, 3, 4, 6. And there is Guptas of Magadha, then again Pushyabhutis of Tanesar, Maukaris of Kanauj, then again Maitrakas of Vallavi. Very 4 minor dynasties. We already talked about Pushyabhutis of Tanesar. That's Harshavardhana we have discussed. Now we will discuss all these things one by one. We can look at that particular question. These are regional kingdoms, not the bigger kingdoms like Mauryas and Guptas. The first regional kingdom was Maitraka. They ruled between 475 to 776 AD, ruling over Saurashtra region, that is in Gujarat region, and their capital was Vallabi, and Dhruvasena Baladitya was one of their important rulers too. And their contemporary, he is a contemporary of Harshavardhana. So that is what the question is, who are the contemporaries? Very simple, all these are very, very regional kingdoms. So we can go through this particular very quickly. And today, I think we try to cover the ancient history part. Okay, and then tomorrow we'll try to cover art and culture part majorly, and again medieval India also. So we'll try to cover both of them together, and today we'll stick to only the ancient history part because it is getting more time orientation. Okay, so there is regional kingdoms. Okay, then again the Maukaris, that is 510 to 606 AD, and then ruled over Kanauj. Like I told you, that is Harshavardhana's sister Rajyashree was married to Grahavarmana, and the Grahavarmana belonged to these Maukaris. It was their capital Kanauj. And this Grahavarmana was killed by Shashanka of Gowda as well as then other Malwa rulers. And now Harshavardhana took some revenge and he rescued his sister and he occupied Kanauj and then he made as its capital. And he was killed by Shashanka of Gowda and Devagupta of Malwa, that is Grahavarmana was killed by Shashanka of Gowda. Then Harsha reconquered Kanauj from these two persons and they rescued Rajyashree. And one more ruler of Maukaris was Ishanavarmana I, that is 554 AD. And he was notable for defeating Unas, one of the Central Asian Unas who came to India during the Gupta's time period. One of the reasons for the decline of the Gupta, they were Unas. And Ishanavarmana repelled the Unas, we can say, their invasion. It was not one just invasion, many invasions that happened. And Ishanavarmana was known for defeating Unas over there. Okay. Then again, other regional kingdoms during the same, which was there in the particular answer option, that we can say later Gupta, also called as non-imperial Guptas also, because they don't have any connection with the imperial Guptas. That is, imperial Guptas means we talk about Chandragupta I, Chandragupta II, okay, then Samudragupta, they are different. Kumaragupta, Skandagupta, they are different. And these later Guptas are different. They ruled between 6th century to 8th century. They ruled over Magadha, same Magadha region, that is Pataliputra region, and Malwa region also, okay, little bit. And no connection to imperial Guptas whatsoever. And one founder of this particular Gupta dynasty is called as Krishna Gupta, and that Guptas was Sri Gupta. And they had matrimonial relation with Maukaris. We talked about Maitrakas, Maukaris, the other regional kingdoms which was there, and they briefly acted as Harsha's vassals. It means under Harsha's control. Harsha controlled these later Guptas for a certain period of time. And these are the minor kingdoms, the minor, see, this is quite easy to look for in history about minor kings and rajas rather than looking for terms, because terms could be thousands. Terms could be thousands, but kingdoms are there. The major kingdoms, the minor kingdoms would be there. If you look at just search chronology of different kingdoms, you will come up with all these particular kingdoms too. Okay, and the last ruler was Jivitagupta II. Jivitagupta II. Another regional kingdom we can talk about, that is the Varman dynasty. They ruled between 650 to 770 AD. Look at that one. These are all late ancient, beginning of the early medieval times period. And Yashovarman was the founder of this particular dynasty. And after defeating Jivitagupta, again continuation. Okay, after defeating Jivitagupta, that is Yashovarman founded this particular dynasty at Kanauj again. So Kanauj had 3 dynasties as capital. We can talk about the Maukaris, then again Harshavardhana, then again Varman dynasty also. Okay, and the source about this particular dynasty will come to know through, that is Gauda Vaho. It's a Prakrit poem by Vakpati, is court poet. Who's court poet? That is Yashovarman's court poet. Okay, and the last king of this particular small dynasty was Bhoja, and later this dynasty was replaced by Ayudha dynasty. And who are these Ayudha? Indra Ayudha, Chakra Ayudha, Vajra Ayudha. Okay, over there during the time period of tripartite struggle, you know, between Gurjara Pratyaras, Rashtrakutas and Palas. So that was that Ayudhas. The Ayudhas were also part of that tripartite struggle because they were very weak rulers. And Rashtrakutas, then again Palas and Gurjara Pratyaras wanted to replace Ayudhas. Okay, these are regional kingdoms which are there in answer options. We discussed about them. Okay, and then Kakatiyas of Warangal, that was also there. Yadavas of Devagiri, Kakatiyas of Warangal. Okay, that was a little bit of contemporary to the medieval times. So we are coming into medieval time. Again, one slide itself, not more on that one. We are not doing PhDs on this particular dynasties. Okay, then 12th to 14th century, that is 1160 to 1323, to be precise. They ruled over eastern Deccan region, that is Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha and Karnataka region. Okay, then again capital was Warangal, and today it is called as Warangal. It used to be called as Warangal in Telangana. Okay, region. And again feudatories of Rashtrakutas and Kalyani Chalukyas who ruled over Karnataka. And these Kakatiyas were feudatories of Rashtrakutas and also Kalyani Chalukyas also. And they are majorly Jainism to Hinduism converts. Okay, the major rulers we can talk about Prataparudra I, 1163. Then one female ruler was there, very famous, and movie was also made about them, that is Rudrama Devi. Then again she repelled Yadavas or Sevunas of Devagiri, who were the contemporaries of this particular dynasty. Devagiri is just above north of, okay, northwest of, we can talk about this Telangana or Warangal region, and that's in Maharashtra and border of Madhya Pradesh we can talk about. And Marco Polo, one of the Venetian merchant, visited India, Venetia, that is Italy, and he mentioned about Rudrama Devi. Okay, so visited India between 1289 to 1293. Okay, is a Venetia, that is Italy we can talk about. And siege of Warangal was done by Alauddin Khalji, and that is Prataparudra II, one of the last rulers. So he paid tributes to Alauddin Khalji in 1310. Okay, so that is how, and 1323 this rule came to an end by this point of time. And this is about Kakatiyas of Warangal. Because UPSC concentrating on these minor kingdoms, I thought I would give the brief overview of all the major, I can't use the word major also, there is kind of minor kingdoms we can talk about. Then Yadavas or Sevunas of Devagiri, 1187 or 1317 CE, almost contemporaries, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh region. Okay, and capital was Devagiri, or Daulatabad, was renamed as Daulatabad by Muhammad bin Tughlaq when he wanted to have a second capital from Delhi to Devagiri. Exodus to Devagiri it is called as. Yeah, they are feudatories of Kalyani Chalukyas. Now the feudatories of Rashtrakutas and Kalyani Chalukyas were Warangals, or Kakatiyas of Warangal, but Yadavas of Sevunas of Devagiri were feudatories of Kalyani Chalukyas. The Kalyani Chalukyas were again ruling over Karnataka, particularly northern part of Chalukyas. Again, Chalukyas are three Chalukyas in Karnataka, and in Andhra Pradesh there is Badami Chalukyas are different, Kalyani Chalukyas are different, Vengi Chalukyas are different. The most famous are Badami Chalukyas, Pulikeshu II, and Billama V, he declared independence from Kalyani Chalukyas we can say. And again this Devagiri was also seized by Alauddin in 1308, and Ramachandra Ramadeva, he paid tribute to Alauddin Khalji. So we are just merging with ancient early medieval as well as medieval also. And these are all answer options given in different questions. And Saint Dhyaneshwar, one of the major saint of Maharashtra Dharma. We'll talk about Maharashtra Dharma, one of the Bhakti movements in medieval session. We'll talk about that one. He wrote one book that is called Dhyaneshwari, and that is in Marathi because Maharashtra Dharma contributed for the growth of Marathi literature. And Dhyaneshwari was written, and during the time period of this particular Ramachandra's role, and because it is majorly ruling over Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh region. So Maharashtra Dharma was also taking place. So now Dhyaneshwar wrote about Dhyaneshwar, that is work in Marathi language. Okay, and Paramaras of Malwa, that was also there in answer option. Their capital was Dar, that is in Madhya Pradesh, and later capital was Mandav, Madhya Pradesh, then again also called as Mandapadurg. Okay, so Upendra was the founder of this particular ruler, particular dynasty, early 9th century. So we're talking between 800 to 900. Okay, so that is when this particular dynasty was established. And of course, they are Rajputs. Okay. Again, other Rajputs kingdoms were mentioned in some other answer option in medieval times. We'll come to that one. Chandelas were mentioned. Okay, so we'll talk about Gahadavalas were mentioned. We'll talk about that one. And another ruler was Siyaka II, and he is known for defeating Rashtrakuta ruler Kottiga on the banks of Narmada. Now look at all these contemporaries. So they might maybe 1 or 2 questions from this particular region too. Okay, so I have given the most of who are these feudatories and which ruler defeated which particular other ruler. So you have to consolidate all those things, that is giving different interlinkages, different flow charts that you can definitely use over there. Okay, so invaded the capital of Rashtrakutas, that is Manyaketa, that is again Karnataka region. Okay, today it is Kalburgi district of Karnataka. Okay, Manyaketa or Malkhet, that is the capital of Rashtrakutas, and that is Paramara's ruler Siyaka II. The founder was Upendra. Okay, and again another Malwa ruler, Paramaras of Malwa ruler, Bhoja, their greatest king, ruled between 1010 to 1055. It defeated Chalukyas of Lata, that is Gujarat. Again, these are different Chalukyas. This is 4th Chalukyas, and these actual word used as Chalukyas are Solanki Rajputs, and they have no relation whatsoever with the southern Chalukyas. That is the Badami Chalukya, Kalyani as well as Vengi Chalukya. These 3 Chalukyas have interrelation, southern Chalukyas, but the Gujarat Chalukyas have no interrelation, no connection whatsoever with these Chalukyas. And they formed an alliance against the Kalyani Chalukyas, who Bhoja, that is Kalyani Chalukya king Jaisimha. Okay, he had issues with Bhoja. Okay, and this alliance of Bhoja with Rajendra Chola, that is Cholas. Look at again one more, how we can say the contemporary dynasty, the Chola dynasty. Let's say it was a mixed result of this particular battle. Sometimes they won, sometimes Jaisimha won. And Bhoja also defeated Shahamanas of Shakambari, another Rajput kingdom we can say, Shahamanas of Shakambari, and he supported Indus Shahi ruler Anandapala and his fight against Ghaznavites. Muhammad Ghazna's rule and Ghaznavites invasion was happening, and he supported Indus Shahi ruler Anandapala, and he established a Bhojashala, which was center of Sanskrit studies. Okay, at the same time he also established temple of Saraswati at present day Dar, that is their capital, Paramaras of Malwa's capital, that is in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, and again Gahadavalas of Kanuj, this was also there, one answer option was there. We'll come to that particular question. They asked about we can say which of the following dynasties were ruled during the 8th century AD. Okay, so Chandradeva, okay, the 1090 was the founding ruler of the dynasty, that is around 11th century we can say, 11th century. And Govinda Chandra was one of their rulers between 1114 to 1154 and defeated Ghaznavites. We're talking about early medieval times. We finished ancient India, but not literature part. We'll come to that one. And Jain Chandra was one of their rulers, 1170 to 1194, and he had conflict with Prithviraj Chauhan. He invited Muhammad Ghori to defeat Prithviraj Chauhan. And city of Kanuj was attacked by Muhammad Ghori during the time period of Jain Chandra. And there is a relation between Prithviraj Chauhan and marriage relation between sisters and everything. We don't want to get into that one. And Jain Chandra got defeated by Muhammad Ghori in Battle of Chandawar, okay, near Agra, that particular place in 1194. And later he was drowned in river Ganga. By whom? By Muhammad Ghori. Okay, so initially he was defeated, allowed to rule, but later he was drowned in Ganges river. Okay, so this is Gahadavalas. That is also one of the we can say the Rajput dynasties which was there, asked in one of the answer option. We'll come to that one. And ultimately this Gahadavalas of Kanuj was conquered by Delhi Sultans. So most of these areas became part of Delhi Sultans. The administrative terms of Gahadavalas, treasurer was called as Bandagarika, and at the same time accountant general was called as Akshapatalika, and then again chief physician was called as Bishak, then again astrologer was called as Naimittika, okay, and again in charge of queen's quarters was called as Antapurika. It's called as Antapurika. And then again political agent was called as Duta or envoy or ambassador we can say. Duta. You can go through these particular terms also, because Rajputs now, because last couple of years gaining some traction, one of the major dynasties of Rajputs was Gahadavalas. So that is the reason I have gone little deeper in this particular dynasty. Okay. So administrative divisions were also there, and that is Vishayas are called as provinces, then sub provinces were called as Pataka, okay, and then again a group of villages are called as Pathala maybe, okay, and patronized Shaivism, Buddhism, and even Jainism also to some extent. Most of the Rajput families also gave patronage to Jainism also. Okay, now Hoysalas, the 10th to 14th century, okay, Hoysalas were feudatories of Chalukyas of Kalyana, Rashtrakutas, Chalukyas of Kalyana, then again Hoysalas in Karnataka. Okay, so Dwarasamudra was their capital, Alibedu, and recently I think Hoysalas are in news because of Hoysalas temples became 42nd UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Salah was the founder of this particular dynasty. He was succeeded by Vinayaditya and Ballalavan, major rulers. Then again Vishnuvardhana, he is the most major ruler and the greatest Hoysala dynasty, and he completely routed Cholas, and he occupied, or we can say he invaded Cholas capital, and also Cholas, we can say he defeated Cholas in one of the regions called as Talakadu, the Battle of Talakadu. So he got the title Talakadu Gonda. Okay, that is the slayer of the Talkadu, or the person who invaded Talkadu and defeated Talkadu. And to commemoration of this victory, he built Kirtinarayana temple at Talkadu and Chanakeshwara temple at Belur. Okay, Chanakeshwara temple. That is presently UNESCO World Heritage Site. This is one of the temples, Chanakeshwara temple. So they can interlink different dynasties and art and culture to politics also. That can also be done. Now, administration of Hoysalas, different provinces chronologically in descending order of geographic size. That is Nadu, we can say province. Under Nadu, there was Vishaya. And under Vishaya, there was Kampana. Under Kampana, there was Desha. Okay, so these kind of different terms are there. And revenue officials, they are called as Gaundas, and they were assessing revenues and collecting taxes from agricultural sector. And again, Pancha Pradhanas were there, they were senior ministers. And then again, foreign affairs ministers were called as Sandhi Vigrahi. Okay, at the same time, chief treasurer was called as Mahabandari or Iranya Bandari and connected the top level government affairs. These are terms associated with Hoysalas because Hoysalas are in news. And these are all nothing to understand over here because you have to memorize all these kind of things. You have to keep on revising these terms because Nadu is a term that you keep on hearing in terms of the Pallava dynasty also and Chola dynasty also. That is also there in Hoysalas dynasty. The Vishaya that you can see in Gupta dynasty administration also. Again, Desha, these kind of terms are there. And these official terms we can also see in Vijayanagara kingdom because Hoysalas later succeeded by Vijayanagara. Again, Pancha Pradhanas, Sandhi Vigrahi, Mahabandari, Iranya Bandari, these are all chief treasurers. And then again, Dandanayakas are army leaders, the chief judges were called as Dharmadhikari. Chief leader was called as Dharmadhikari. These are some of the terms associated with Hoysalas. Then again, local officials are called as Nyayamurtis or Nyayadishas, who looked after justice administration at the local courts. Justice administration at the local courts. So, okay, these are all administrative terms we can talk about that related to Hoysalas time period. Okay, now look at this question. Consider the following dynasties. So, first we discussed the dynasties which were there, and now we are coming in to answer the question. Hoysalas, Gahadavalas we discussed, Kakatiyas we discussed, Yadavas of Devagiri we discussed. Okay, how many of the dynasties were established during early 8th century AD? None of them were. Because Gahadavalas talked about 11th century, Hoysalas were 9th and 10th centuries, Kakatiyas and Yadavas were 11th centuries, 12th centuries. So none of them were established during 8th century. It's a simple question, all these things. Simple chronology based question, simple kings based question. The answer is none. Okay, because none of them were established during that point of time. So because we are talking about the answer options, the 360-degree option, because we can't go too much deeper because of time constraint. So, and also that is we don't want to burden with too much of information. It's already too much of information, I know. Okay, so that is getting into your head. So now, so all the PYQs, most of the that is can say ancient history as well as early medieval times. So we are completing that one. So most of the politics is getting over right now here. Now terminologies will come to, and terminologies again, do not run behind these terminologies. Whichever terminologies that is asked, try to revise them. Okay, or any kind of interrelated terminologies are there, you can go through them. That is the best thing you can do. So this question was asked 2016, Iripatti, Taniyurs and Gatikas. The Gatikas is right. Okay, so that is colleges generally attached to temples. Then Iripatti is also right. That is land revenue from which was set apart for the maintenance of village tank. And Taniyurs, okay, that is village donated to single Brahman or group of Brahmins. It is called as Agrara. It is called as what? It is called as Agrara. That is a different term. Also Brahmadeya, that term is also used. But what is Taniyurs? Taniyurs means is a large distinct revenue villages under Cholas. Because land donated to Brahmins are called as Agrara as well as Brahmadeya. That is a term we can say. Okay, so this again, do not run behind because the thousands of terms are there. You cannot expect any term to be there. Okay, so but we have provided some of the terms in our courses. Okay, so in foundation course as well as in PEP course, okay, in ILP course. Okay, so then again, in this particular marathon session also, that is I try to include as many terms as possible. Okay, and then again, look at this question. That is with reference to cultural history of India, memorizing of chronicles, dynastic histories and epic tales was a profession of who of the following? The Shramana. Shramana is different. Shramana movement, it is referred to as Shramana movement is Buddhism, Jainism and Ajivikas, and that is called as Shramana. That is not true. In Parivrajaka, that is associated with Buddhism, renouncer. Then Agrarika, that's Agraras. The people who are living in Agrara, they can be called as Agrarika. They can Magadha. That is the only term that is left. Magadha you can maybe confused with we can talk about the place of Magadha, but here answer would be Magadha. Okay, that is what is left. Okay, that is what is left. Again, please do not run behind these kind of terms. Okay, the terms are very difficult to expect also, and you can expect such kind of dynasties question maybe. Okay, are the basic ideologies or the basic chronology based questions. Okay, so to understand chronological better, I think you just have to know the basic sources would be great. The basic source would be great. Okay, basic sources of history, any NCERT textbook, R.S. Sharma textbook, okay, that is our class notes, okay, so our value added notes, okay, so even our classes, PDFs what we have shared, okay, so everything that plays a huge important role in giving that in chronological order. Okay, this marathon session, that is I try to include as much as possible in chronological way itself only, but terminologies I have separated, and again literature I will separate, okay, so that we can talk about separately. All the literature which is asked in POQs we are going to discuss, and also that is we want for greater understanding of history, I think that is where I try to bring the chronological order of history. If you understand chronological order of history from Stone Ages to until the modern times, okay, so that is you can follow this channel, okay, so that is we can say history chronicles, okay, by Guru. Okay, so you can just follow this particular channel, so where I try to bring in a flowchart way the conclusion of all the topics of the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, and at the same time to give good ideas. I will keep sharing the PDFs over there, and I also share about the current affairs topics. Okay, so I also talks about I will also share every day that is which topics to read from newspapers. Of course, I cannot share for next couple of days because I will be occupied with these particular classes. Then later, once this marathon session gets over, I will keep sharing those the different topics to read, from which page to read. Of course, I will be sharing from Bengaluru edition of the Hindu newspaper. But for history, to have greater understanding of history through flowcharts, in one flowchart that you can understand the entire concept behind that one, and that will be in a chronological way, you can just this is a Telegram channel, you can just search this channel, you can go through that one. Okay, so History Chronicles by Guru. Okay, so where I will try to bring the chronological understanding of it. Okay, so that is just right now I think what topic it is going on in the channel is that one, that is the prehistory got over. I think then I will start from, we can say, the Indus Valley civilization from maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow onwards. So that is, you can go through that one. That will give you some summarization of history. It's very, very easy and very easy way of understanding. And we also try to follow our IS Baba YouTube channel also. Okay, so that is, we try to bring all the rapid revision classes of all the subjects too. Okay, so that is first is being history. So it will go through, that is ancient, then again we'll come to art and culture, and then we'll come to medieval India, then again modern India also. Okay, so these are terms. Again, please do not go behind these terms, and it is very difficult to remember also. At the same time, just revise whichever the terms, which are the answer options for there. That is it, because Parivrajaka was asked, Paramitas was asked, and at the same time this new kind of term that is asked in 2016. Okay, so these kind of questions sometimes that is just a luck. Okay, so focus on the basic conceptual understanding of history. Okay. And now Shramana movement, that is a word, we will try to decode this. What is Parivrajaka we discussed, Agrarika we discussed, that is Brahmana's land, Magadha, and this is a term that is for remembering the tales. What is Shramana? Shramana movement, that is around 600 BC, that is Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivika, that is called a Shramana movement. And that is the Shramana means the seeker, one who performs acts of austerity as well as asceticism. The Buddhism, that is non-Vedic movement, Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, who believed in destiny. Okay, so that is the philosophy of Ajivika. The other sects were also there, like we can talk about Charavakas, then again we can talk about Ashishvatavada. Okay, we can talk about Purana Kashyapa, Kriya, non-action. So these are all mentioned as Shramana movement, and they challenge the Vedic tradition, the heterodox sects. Okay, that is Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, they are also called as Shramana movement. And again Magadha Sarsutas, and they were the priestly family, descendants of the priestly families Vedic period, and they were known for memorizing chronicles during the time, and also memorizing dynastic histories or epic tales. Was their major work, but is a major profession we can talk about. Okay, that is Magadhas as well as Sutas. And again Agrarika, I think it is derived out of the land grants which is given to Brahmanas and to temples also, that is started around 5th, 6th centuries, particularly temples construction, and the land grants started by Shatavahanas. Okay, and a land given to Brahmanas, and that particular land was called as Agrara as well as Brahmadeya or Sashana. Okay, and those Brahmins were living in this Agrara, probably called as Agrarika. Okay, and these villages were revenue free or rent free. Okay? Brahmanas did not have to pay any kind of rent out of that particular land. So that is where these terms, okay, so that is, you are learning certain concept, certain terms will come out of that concept, that is fine, but you don't run behind any terminologies, just run behind simple understanding of history, that would be fine. Okay, that we have seen questions of 2023, simple question was asked about soul. Okay, then again with reference to cultural history of India, consider the following pairs. Parivrajaka, again look at this term. Okay, so we discussed about here. This term is there, Parivrajaka, again repeated now. Okay, so that is, you don't have to run behind terminology, you just have to stick to the terminologies that is already there in the PYQs. Parivrajaka means renunciation. Again Shramana, that was also there. It is not a priest with high status. Shramana was one who seeking austerity. Upasaka, we talked about lay follower of Buddhism. It's asked in 2020. Simple now. Which of the following pairs are correct? That is, this is correct. Renunciate, wanderer, lay follower of Buddhism correct. This is wrong. 2 should be eliminated. Then if the 2 should be eliminated, okay, what is left? That is B, 1 and 3. Parivrajaka is correct. Upasaka we already discussed about. Shramana we discussed. Parivrajaka we discussed. This is Buddhism related term. Shramana is related to Buddhism only. That is Shramana movement. Very simple now. Okay, so please do not run behind terms. Again, these 2 terms, Kulya Vapa and Drona Vapa. Then 2020 again, measurement of land, then coins of different monetary value, classification of urban land, then religious ritual. It is very simple, it's a measurement of land. So Kulya Vapa and Drona Vapa, it is a weights of measurement also, and the area is also involved, and the weights of grains is also involved. So what is this term represents is that one, Kulya Vapa, Drona Vapa, one more term is called as Adavapa. And this is unit of measurement in ancient India, particularly Gupta's and post-Gupta's time period, particularly mentioning about the areas of cultivation. It's a terms used for the large areas of cultivation. And the small areas of cultivation, they are called as Angula and Asta. Angula and Asta. And now we'll come to these terms. What Adavapa refers to is that one, that is 3/8 to half acre of land. Then Dronavapa refers to 1.5 to 2 acres of land. Then Kulyavapa refers to 12 to 16 acres of land. And what this refers is that one, all these are mentioned in one of the copper plate inscriptions that were found in Bengal. Okay, what these terms refer is that one, that is certain grains require how much land to be cultivated, how much land to cultivate those land. Like Drona or Kulya or Kula, it is a weight of grains. So 1 Kulya or 1 Kula, or we can say 1 Drona. It requires 1.5 to 2 acres of land for cultivation, and 1 Kula requires 12 to 16 acres of cultivation. Like the Vapa means sowing, that's cultivation we can say. Okay, that is, so area required to sow 1 Kula or 1 Drona. That is 1 Kula requires 12 and 16 acres, 1 Drona requires 1.5 to 2 acres. That is, the weight is also involved, and at the same time the areas of cultivation is also involved. Okay, so that is called as Kulyavapa as well as Dronavapa. Okay, and then with reference to period of Gupta dynasty, ancient towns like Ghantashala, Kadura and Chaul were well known. 2020 question, these are factuals question. So ports, capitals of powerful kingdom, place of exquisite stone art and architecture, important Buddhist pilgrimage centers, we know these are ports. Particularly this gives away Chaul, even if you don't know about Ghantashala as well as Kadura. And port questions for keeps on repeating. This asked in 2020. Okay, nothing to develop out of this particular because you can't talk about every powerful kingdom's capital. Then again, with reference to ancient South India, 2023, Korkai, Pumpuar, Muchiri were well known as capital cities, ports, center of iron and steel making, shrines of Jain Tirthankaras. No, answer we know, that is ports again. So many ports questions are being asked. Okay, and then again, look at this question, 2017. So Kakatiya kingdom, again Kakatiya kingdom was given in one of the answer options also, and now it is being asked as a question in 2017 way back. So that is what. So make sure you learn these answer options in a very comprehensive way. Okay, very comprehensive way. Okay, so 2017, which is there, Kakinada, Motupalli, and again Machilipattanam, again Nelluru, and its answer is B, Motupalli. 3 questions about the ports itself only, 2017, 2023. Again, ancient ports have all mentioned over here. And these particular ports, what is the unique thing about them? This Kalyan, Chaul, Brouch and Kambe in western part of the country, they had trade connection with Roman Empire. Tamralipti, it has trade connection with Java and Sumatra in Southeast Asia and China as well as Sri Lanka also. And Andhra Pradesh region, the ports were Kadura and Gantashala. And again in talk about Pandya region, that is Tondail, and then again Kaveri Pattanam, that is Puhar. Then again Kottayam and Muziris on the Malabar coast, on the eastern coast we can talk about. So are different ancient ports of India. I have given their uniqueness. Okay, so which kingdom they were belong to also, that kind of questions asked. Some all other ports I have mentioned over here for you people. Okay, so we covered this in our PEP courses also, Prelims Exclusive program. So I have given this particular list. Okay, so all the ports list. And some of the ports that is mentioned in one of the sources, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea related to 75 AD. We don't know the author of this particular name. The Erythraean Sea, we can talk about the Red Sea, Arabian Sea, as well as Eritrea country we can talk about. Many ports have been mentioned and their names have been given in this particular brackets also, you can go through them. So all these ports. So make sure you put it onto his map. So don't worry, that is I have done that for you people also. Okay, so you can go through this particular list. Just slide over. So all the major important international ports also, Indian ports also in chronological order, north to south, east to west. So however you want, and that is there in this particular slide. Okay, I can go through this. Particularly the South Indian ports that is being asked in UPSC question paper. So you can go through that. Okay, so all the ports, almost most of them. Most of the ports I have mentioned over there. Okay, and now with reference to scientific progress in ancient India, which of the following statements given below are correct? 2012. Okay, 2012 this question was asked. Again, this very basic question. Different kinds of specialist surgical instruments were common used by 1st century AD. We know Shushruta, he was there in BC time period only. We talk about surgery and everything. It is talking about 1st century AD. We can say yes. Transplant of internal organs of human body had begun by the time of 3rd century AD. Again, it was there in BC time period. You can easily eliminate this particular statement. And again, concept of angle, sign of angle was 5th century AD. We are talking about the Surya Supta Siddhanta. Okay, again, Surya Siddhanta of Aryabhata over here. Concept of cyclic quadrilaterals of Brahmagupta we are talking about. You just have to know about the contribution of Aryabhata as well as Brahmagupta. And that is, Aryabhata was on 5th century and quadrilaterals were around 7th century AD. That is Brahmagupta we can talk about. Simple things, simple. They won't deriving out of certain statements. So second statement you need to eliminate. Okay, so that is the reason, that is solution is C. Okay, and that is, we can say first statement is right, third statement is right, and again the fourth statement is right. And now we will see this scientific developments, scientific personalities which were there in this particular statement. Shushruta is there. We talk about Charaka also, we talk about Vagabhatta also, we talk about Varamira, Aryabhata, and then again we can talk about Brahmagupta also. Okay, so Shushruta is author of Shushruta Samhita, is a foundational text of Ayurveda. Again, all these are factuals, nothing to understand. And few medicines on surgery is also there. Is also called as father of plastic surgery. G.D. Singhal calls him as also father of general surgery also, Shushruta. Okay, and his time period is quite vague. Some people say 1st century BC, some people say 800 700 BC, some people say 1st millennium BC. That's the 1st millennium is entire 100 to 1000 they say. Okay, so whichever it could be, but BC time period. And few scholars believe that one, that is several authors named Shushruta contribute to this text. It's not one person, but several persons named as Shushruta contribute to this textbook. That belief is also there. Okay, and again science development we can talk about. Vagabhatta of Sindh, he was there during the Gupta's time period. He wrote Ashtanga Sangraha, then Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. And again Shushruta, he was there during again the same time period. He father of surgery and father of plastic surgery. Charaka, he was a medical genius, father of Ayurveda. Okay, and these three considered as trinity of Ayurvedic knowledge. Vagabhatta, again during Gupta's time period, Shushruta, and Charaka, he was around 2nd century AD. Okay, so he was all three are considered trinity of Ayurvedic knowledge. And the works of Vagabhatta, Shushruta and Charaka, they are called as Brihatrayi, a triad of the great. And who are the Brihatrayi? 3 early Sanskrit medicine books, and the Shushruta Samhita, Charaka Samhita, Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. And these are called as Brihatrayi. One more concept we learned out of this particular question. Then again Lagutrayi, another concept is there. And there is later text on medicines. Okay, these Lagutrayis are later text on medicines. Okay, so these were there. These were there during the time, these are the terms that is used for these 3 textbooks. And later textbooks are called as Lagutrayi. Okay, that one question, look at how many we are learning, how much of knowledge we are gaining out of one particular statement or one particular question. So that is how we should prepare for. You should have basic knowledge and you should develop your skills. There's a skills aspect what we are going to discuss in this particular, what we are discussing in this particular sessions over here. It's not the knowledge. People already have the knowledge about all these things, but we are trying to consolidate all this knowledge in one particular video, so that you can revise all these things by just listening to them. You don't need to write down all these kind of things. You just have to listen. Keep on listening. It will be uploaded to YouTube. Okay. So keep doing that one. Okay. So keep revising. So I think the skills aspect of what we will work on for the next 1 month or so. The Charaka Samhita, it was based on another text called as Agni Samhita or Agnivesha Samhita by Agnivesha. And then again Charaka revised this particular textbook by 100 and 200 CE. Again look at the chronology. Shushruta, Charaka, Vagabhatta. These kind of questions can also be asked. Look at out of one particular knowledge or one particular slide, how much knowledge we are gaining. How much knowledge we are gaining over there. Then it talks about human body diseases and therapeutics. Charaka Samhita, okay, father of Ayurveda we can talk about, okay. Shushruta, father of surgery we can talk about, and Shushruta, Charaka and Vagabhatta together are called as Trinity of Ayurvedic knowledge. And Brihatrayi, the Charaka Samhita, Shushruta Samhita, and then again Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, all of them are together called as Brihatrayi, early medicinal textbook. Okay, this is Charaka Samhita, chronology is 100, 200 CE. And again, talk about Aryabhatta during the Gupta's time period, 500 AD we can talk about, or the 5th and 6th century AD. He belonged to Kushmapura, that is Patna. He was a mathematician, astronomer. His contribution is very vast in various fields, in mathematics also as well as astronomy also. He wrote Aryabhatyam in 499 AD. And determination of square and cube roots. Look at geometrical figures with their properties and mensuration, arithmetic progression, pi value, calculation of lunar eclipse, solar eclipse. Okay, and then we talk about the westward motion of the stars and spherical rotation of the earth. Okay, so earth rotation on its own axis. And then we talk about, you also know that the luminosity of all the celestial bodies is because of a reflecting of the sunlight. Okay, this luminosity of moon and planets is because of reflecting of sunlight by this particular celestial bodies. And this was there. Look at it on one question, everything is being covered. Okay, everything is being covered. And that is what this interrelation, as well as we can say coming together of all these topics at one place. And that was the agenda that I came up with this in this particular session. Okay, so this science aspect we can talk about. Other personality, Varahamira, again Gupta's time period, 505 to 587, is from Ujjain, almost contemporary kind of like for Aryabhatta. Then again he wrote Pancha Siddhantika, he wrote Brihat Samhita, he talks about some kind of encyclopedia about everything, like Arthashastra we can talk about. And this book, Brihat Samhita, is scored by Al-Biruni, who came to India during the time period of Muhammad Ghazni. Okay, Al-Biruni was patronized by Muhammad Ghazni. These kind of interlinkages can be asked. And one more book, Brihat Jataka and Astrology. There's 3 books of Varamira, Pancha Siddhantika, Brihat Samhita as well as Brihat Jataka. Okay. So this was, that is we talk about Shushruta, Charaka, Vagabhatta, then Varahamira, then we talk about Aryabhatta, and one more personality that we can talk about, that is Brahmagupta. Okay, that is 598 to 668 AD, that is 7th century AD we can talk about. Okay, later times after Aryabhatta. Then again is a mathematician astronomer. Okay, and that is he wrote, his works are Brahma Supta Siddhanta, then again Kandakadyaka, and again Graha Naraka Jnana. Okay, Graha Naraka Jnana. These are the works of Brahmagupta, and he is from Rajasthan. And at the same time, he gave the rules for computing zero. Okay, and same Fibonacci identity. I think this is extensively used in stock market trading also sometimes. Okay, so Fibonacci identity, Fibonacci numbers they say. And he also used the term Gurutvaakarshanam, that is for gravity. Okay, that is for gravity. See, there is a lot of great contribution to India's science and mathematics, but unfortunately, these understanding was not part of the syllabus of the academics because it was based upon different system of learning system in Indian science. Can say Indian education system was completely different, and this was not part of India's. We can talk about the academics. Okay, the Brahmagupta. Okay, so from Rajasthan. Again, also quadratic formula, the same thing, that is that particular statement, that is quadratic equations were there by 7th century AD. We can talk about 7th century AD because this was there during the time period of, we can say, the early medieval, late ancient time period. Okay, and then literature aspect we are coming into. So I think this is the last aspect we will cover, particularly in ancient India. So we will talk about all the books, all the scholars which were asked in ancient India. Then we will end the ancient session. Then tomorrow we will continue from, we can say, the art and culture also, as well as the medieval India. We will try to cover in both if not possible, it should be possible because medieval India questions are very less, but the topics are very vast. That is the one aspect. We'll come to that one. So, which of the following books of ancient India has the love story of the son of Shunga dynasty? The Shunga dynasty, we can just talk about after Mauryas, Pushyamitra Shunga. Okay, he killed Brihadrata around 185 BC. So it is, look at the chronology, Rigvedic times, later Vedic times. Then again we can talk about Buddha's time period, Maurya's time period. After post-Maurya, that is the Pushyamitra Shunga. And son of the Shunga dynasty, that is son of the Pushyamitra Shunga was Agnimitra. That is son of the founder of Shunga dynasty. Founder of Shunga dynasty was Pushyamitra Shunga. So he was one of the officers of Brihadrata. He killed Brihadrata, he became the king, and his son was Agnimitra. He's talking about the love story of Agnimitra, which is there in which particular book? Swapna Vasavadatta, or Malvika Agnimitra, Meghaduta, and again Ratnavali. All you have to know about the name of Pushyamitra Shunga's son, that is Agnimitra. See, simple. All these things are very, very simple. Instead of terminologies, these are very, very simple. But Agnimitra, what is there? Agnimitra, it's a love story between Malavika and Agnimitra. Malvika Agnimitra. Okay, so that is there in one of this particular book. Okay, that we can say answer option is B. So what is Meghaduta, Ratnavali, Swapnavasavata? Now we will discuss and comprehensively. What is Swapnavasavata? It was written by Bhasha. Okay, Dream of Vasavata it is called. It's a Sanskrit play. All these are Sanskrit books we can say, written by Bhasha. And time period is quite vague. And it's a romantic narrative about the Kaushambi king Udayana and Vasavadatta. And that is we can say the daughter of Pradyota, the ruler of Avanti. Okay, Vasavadatta was one of daughter of Pradyota, the ruler of Avanti. Okay, it talks about their romantic narratives and written by Bhasha and Dream of Vasavadatta. So it's Swapna Vasavadatta. Okay, and it's a sequel to Bhasha's another play that is Pratigna Yoga Dharayana. That is pronunciation is quite long. Okay, the pledge of Minister Yoganandarayana. Okay, so it is a sequel to that particular book. They can ask the themes of this book. Now they are just asking about the scholar and the match the following of these books. But what if they can ask about the themes of the books also? And that is the reason I have mentioned about these books. Okay, and time period is uncertain about this Bhasha when he was there existed. But around this year, around Gupta's time period or maybe post-Gupta's or pre-Gupta's they would say, but during that point of time only. Some kind of the late ancient time period. So Bhasha. Like a literature we can talk about, that is Kalidasa. That is all the Kalidasa's plays are there. Abhijnana Shakuntalam, Dushyanta and Shakuntala. Malvika Agnimitra, that was written by Kalidasa about Agnimitra who falls in love with a picture of an exiled servant girl Malavika. Then again we can talk about Vikramorvasiyam. We talk about Pururava story king and story of King Pururava and celestial spirit Urvashi. Okay, Vikramorvasiyam. And again there are epics he wrote. Again we are dividing Kalidasa's works because you don't know whether how they are going to go deeper. The plays, drama, Abhijnana Shakuntala, Malvika Agnimitra, then Vikramorvasiyam. And epics he wrote, that is Kumara Sambhava as well as Raghuvamsha. Okay, Raghuvamsha is about the Raghu dynasty and Kumara Sambhava is about the goddess Parvati and her marriage to Shiva and son of their birth of their son, that is Kartikeya or Kumara. And then he wrote poems, okay, lyrics that we can say, we can talk about Meghaduta and then Ritusamhara. Ritusamhara deals with two lovers in 6 seasons and Meghaduta talks about Yaksha trying to send message to Megha and that is clouds. Okay, so message to his lover through cloud, and that is the themes of Kalidasa's are here. All the themes of Kalidasa's are here. Okay, so we talked about Swapna Vasavadatta. About that particular question, look at how much knowledge we are gaining. If you use the answer options itself only, you can gain massive knowledge. Okay, Ratnavali, it is written by Harshavardhana. Sanskrit is a drama or play. Okay, so Harshavardhana. Okay, so it is about Princess Ratnavali and King Udayana, the king of Kaushambi. King Udayana and Ratnavali. At the same time, Holi celebration references in this textbook. The Holi festival references is there in this particular textbook too. Okay, and this was Ratnavali also. Meghaduta we discuss. Then again, Ritusamhara we discuss. At the same time, Swapna Vasavadatta also we discuss over here. Okay. Now again, continuing with the religious themes. Okay, so again, we reference to scholars or literature of ancient India. Consider the following statements. So on 20. So all the literature questions are at one place. Panini associated with Pushyamitra Shunga. Again, look at that one. The son of the founder of the Shunga dynasty, the Pushyamitra Shunga. Again, that is Panini. Whether he was associated with Pushyamitra Shunga, that question is asked. Again, look at how in a different way, one or the other way, that question is being repeated, or a theme that is being repeated. Amarsimha associated with Harshavardhana. Okay, then again Kalidasa also with Chandragupta II. Okay. Amarasimha is one of the 9 jewels of Chandragupta II. Kalidasa is Chandragupta II. Okay, so this is statement is wrong. Panini, he was there even before the time period of Pushyamitra Shunga. Pushyamitra Shunga was around 185 BC, that is between 200 to 100 BC, but Panini was there during 600 BC itself, 400 600 BC itself only. Okay, so this should be the answer over here. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 only, 1, 2, 3. The answer should be only one statement is right, that is 3 only. Answer is C. Now we talked about Kalidasa already. Okay, we will talk about Amarasimha as well again. Panini right now. We talked about Harshavardhana and Chandragupta II. Okay, so Chandragupta II, that is before Samudragupta, and 9 jewels. Chandragupta is famous for the 9 jewels. You can just go through that list. Okay, you can just refer to our last year videos if you know, if you want to know about all the dynasties, everything in a very chronological way. So you can go to that last year rapid revision videos. Okay, and then now coming to this one, Panini, 4th century BC. Like I told you already, the father of linguistics is called as a Sanskrit grammarian, the first Sanskrit grammarian who wrote a work called as Ashtadhyayi. So he was there during 4. See, simple chronological questions, that is was there. Okay, so you don't have to run behind certain kind of terms which is being asked. It is very, very difficult to go behind them. I keep repeating them. So go behind the basic concept, the basic understanding, the basic personalities of history. That's it. Basic personalities of history and major personalities also. Amarasimha, the 4th century CE, a Sanskrit grammarian and poet. Okay, and one of the 9 gems of Chandragupta II. Okay, he wrote Amara Kosha, and it's a lexicon of Sanskrit words in 3 books. Amara Kosha, just one book, it is called as, that is, it is compiled into one book, but it is actually 3 books over there. Okay, so that is here sometimes called as Trikandi or tripartite. Okay, the Amara Kosha is also called as Trikandi or tripartite because it is a amalgamation of 3 books. Amara Kosha, and it's also known as, that is, Namalinganushasana. That is a different names are there. Okay, they can give different kind of hints. It is written by one of the 9 gems of Chandragupta. It's also called as Namalinganushasana. It is also called as tripartite. It's a collection of 3 books. Identify the book, and that is Amara Kosha. Okay, and B.L. Rice, one of the scholars, and he compiled this particular text in Kannada script with the meanings in both English as well as in Kannada in 1927. They can give this kind of hints also sometimes. They can give this particular hints to identify certain textbook. Now they're asking it to textbook and match the following. Now they can ask for the textbook as well as the themes also, and certain hints can also be given. And then again 2021, with reference to history of ancient India, Bhavabhuti, Asthimalla, Kshemeshwara were famous in 2021, whether they were Jain monks, whether they were playwrights, or they were temple architects, or the philosophers, and they were playwrights. Again, literature theme at one place. We're talking about all the literature and their contribution to literature we can talk about. Okay, so that is Bhavabhuti, also called as Shrikanta as well as Nilakanta. So who was Bhavabhuti? He's a Sanskrit playwright as well as a poet. Okay, he was there during the 8th century AD, okay, not BC, that is 8th century AD, and he wrote play like Malati Madhava, story of Malati as well as Madhava and Nandana. Then again he wrote about Mahavira Charita, all these are fact depicting early life of Lord Rama. And at the same time, Uttar Rama Charita, it talks about the later life of Rama. Okay, and particularly depicts the coronation of Ramas as well as abandonment of Sita and their reunion again. That is their Uttara Rama Charita. It's a 3 that is written by Bhavabhuti, and is also known as poet of Karun Rasa. That is Karun Rasa, it talks about, brings out the sadness. That is the Navarasas are there, and that is one Rasa, that is Karun Rasa. That's particularly Uttara Rama Charita, and that it brings about that particular Rasa, and that is a Rasa of sadness. Okay, and believed to be the court poet of King Yashovarman of Kanuj, that is Varman dynasty. Okay, Varman dynasty, Yashovarman, believed to be, that is quite vague, and at the same time is known for his characterization, okay, vivid characterization as well as suspenseful dramas, whatever it is written, and is also sometimes compared to Kalidasa in his written style. Because Kalidasa is earlier, then Bhavabhuti is later, because Kalidasa is around 5th, 6th century, he is around 8th century, okay, Bhavabhuti, okay, and again Asthimalla, that is Kannada poet and playwright. Okay, then it's in the Hoysala Empire. Look at that one. How many questions within Hoysala's empire? At the same time, the Guptas and again the Mauryas. So how many times question surrounding around the basic topics only. He wrote 8 plays, including one major was that one. That is Vikrant Kaurava. It was written, and again Subhadra Harana. It was written. Then again Purva Purana. These are the famous plays of Kannada poet. That is Asthimalla. Okay, so you just have to know basic things about them. Just have to know the basic things about these answer options which was there. And then again, okay, one more question you can talk about with reference to Indian history. Okay, and one more. Okay, and Kshemeshwara, and again, particularly the information about this particular person is quite limited, and that is the reason I have not added. So the reason I got confused whether did I cover or not. Kshemeshwara, there is not much information is there. Okay, according to certain sources, that is he's also playwright. Okay, so which plays, which everything, it is not quite available. So that is the reason I have included only Bhavabhuti as well as Astimalla over there. Okay, Astimalla, and again we discuss this one, Astimalla. Okay, on 2022 question with reference to ancient Indian history, consider the following pairs: historical person and known as Aryadeva, whether he was a Jaina scholar; Dignaga, whether a Buddhist scholar; then again Nathamuni, whether a Vaishnava scholar. Okay, so Aryadeva, Dignaga we talked about. Aryadeva is again a Buddhist scholar, not Jaina scholar. Okay, that is Vaishnava scholar is fine. Nathamuni, Dignaga is a Buddhist scholar. How many pairs are correct? Only 2 pairs are correct. This pair is correct and this pair is correct. Only 2 pairs. Okay, and now we can see contribution of Aryadeva, Dignaga as well as Nathamuni. Okay, so we can look at this particular their contribution too, because sometimes the question can be made out of this one. Aryadeva, that is 3rd century CE, a Buddhist monk, belonged to Mahayana school, and within Mahayana school we can talk about Madhyamika philosophical school. Okay, and disciple of Nagarjuna, also sometimes Nagasena also, and he, according to certain sources, he is from Sri Lanka, not from India. Okay, but his writings, okay, his writings is we can say 400 verses in English, which is called as, that is we can say Katushataka, okay, or we can say Chatushataka. Okay, so that is different pronunciation could be, and at the same time Dvadasamukha Shastra. Okay, so that is again there. Okay, so it is Aryadeva, that is again a Buddhist monk too. And then again known for his association with Nalanda monastery. We talked about Vajrayana monastery, that is Vikramashila monastery, but Aryadeva is majorly associated with Nalanda. Okay, that is Chatushataka probably, because 400 Chatushataka, okay, that could be there. Okay, so Dvada Samukha Shastra, okay, so that is there, and that is related to Aryadeva. Okay, now they ask the names, they can ask for later their particular works. Dignaga, okay, 480-540 CE, all these are AD time period. Again, Buddhist scholar of Pudgalavada, one of the sects of Buddhism. Pudgala means matter. Okay, so living things matter we can talk about, that is non-living things also. From Kanchipuram, that is from South India, and student of Vasubandhu, one of the Buddhist scholars again. Again, so many times the questions revolved around Buddhism philosophies too. And his philosophy is therein, that is Pramana Samukhaya. Okay, expounded in this particular work, and was the Buddhist founders of Indian logic, also called as Etu Vidya. Okay, so one of the Buddhist founders of Indian logic system. Okay, and Dignaga thought influenced the later Buddhist philosophers. The later Buddhist philosophers which just came, that were majorly influenced by Dignaga, and that is belonged to around 5th and 6th century AD. They can ask for math the following also, they can ask for chronological questions also. Okay, and his philosophies in this particular work, Pramana Samukhaya, and one of the founders of Buddhist founders of Indian logic, which is called as Etu Vidya. Okay, and who are the other Buddhist philosophers who got influenced by Dignaga, that is Dharma Kirti, and also Hindu thinkers of Nyaya school. Not just influenced only Buddhist philosophers, he also influenced, the Nyaya school was quite old, and later Nyaya philosophy was also got influenced by the writings of, or the philosophies that is expounded by Dignaga in this particular work, that is Pramana Samukhaya. Okay, then Nathamuni is a Vaishnava scholar, 823 to 953, known as Sri Ranganathamuni. Okay, he is a Vaishnava scholar, and that is a Vaishnava theologian we can say, that scholar we can say, and he compiled Nalaira Divya Prabandham, that is Tamil verse composed by 12 Alvars. Okay, so Divya Prabandham, he compiled all the verses of these 12 Alvars, that is, Alvars is a concept related to, we can say, that is Tamil Bhakti, Vaishnava Alvars, and they can say Shaiva Nayanars. Okay, Vaishnava Alvars as well as Shaiva Nayanars, that is the Vaishnava science, and author of Yoga Rahasya as well as Nyaya Tattva. So this is written by Nathamuni. Okay, so again, now they asked about the scholar's name, they can ask for their particular works, the works of Aryadeva, works of Dignaga, and works of Nathamuni. And again, consider the first of Sri Vaishnava Acharyas, like we talk about Acharyas like Shankaracharya, Madhvacharya, and then again Ramanujacharya, and out of these acharyas, that is he considered as the first of all these Vaishnava acharyas, that is Sri Ranganatha Muni or Natha Muni. Okay, and then look at this 2022 question with reference to Indian history. Consider the following texts: Netti Prakarana, then Parisishta Parvan, then again Avadana Shataka, and again Tri Shashti Lakshana Mahapurana. Okay, so which of above are Jaina texts? You just have to know Avadana Shataka, because one question was asked in 2023 related to Avadana Shataka, not directly but indirectly, about the stupas concept. Okay, stupas are pre-Buddhist in origin, this kind of question that is directly related to what is mentioned in Avadana Shataka, that is a Buddhist literature. So you just have to know about Buddhist literature. That is the third statement, you have to eliminate. 3 is there. Okay, again 3 again, 3 again, which is left, that is 2 and 4 also. 2 and 4. Okay, so answer should be B. And we talked about Avadana Shataka in our prelims exclusive program too. Okay, so that is now we will see what is Netti Prakarana, Parisishta Parvan, Avadana Shataka as well as Trisashti Lakshana Mahapurana. Now Netti Prakarana, that's a Buddhist scripture we can talk about. Okay, so that is including Kuddaka Nikaya of Pali. Kuddaka Nikaya we talked about, I can keep repeating about it, part of Sutta Pitaka. Okay, then again belong to Theravada Buddhism, this particular book, Theravada, that is Hinayana Buddhism. And ascribed to Buddha's disciple, Kakhana, maybe, I don't know, pronunciation again could be different. I try to desist from pronunciation which I find it difficult to pronounce. Okay, so with all due respect to that one. So it is ascribed to Buddhist disciple, Kakhana. And then again probably resided at the first council. They say that this particular Netti Prakarana probably resided because first council everything was orally compiled. So that is the reason we can say it was recited at the first Buddhist council. And Buddha Ghosha, 5th century philosopher, quotes, he has taken quotes from this particular book. So it is the reason to say that one, it was older than Buddha Ghosha. Then again Avadana Shataka, that is again it is a Buddhist text, century of noble dudes, it is called as Avadana Shataka, that is Avadana. Shataka means 100. It's an anthology, collection of poems in Sanskrit of course, but Buddhist text, but it's in Sanskrit. Because later we know that Buddhist certain schools adopted Sanskrit. And it includes 100 Buddhist legends. Okay, it's belong to 2nd to 5th century CE. Okay, we can say that is around 200 AD to that is 500 AD. Okay, that could be there. Exact dates is quite very difficult to pinpoint. And mentions about commemorative aspects of stupa. That's to commemorate certain events, stupa was built, and that is mentioned in Avadana Shataka. And that exactly the word that is given in 2023 prelims, that is stupas are votive and commemorative. These words go and check in 2023 prelims question paper. And belong to Sarvastivada school, also called as Moola Sarvastivada school. Okay, so Sarvastivada, again one question was asked about Sarvastivada, that is Sautrantika and Sammitya. So look at how the questions are interrelated, how they are being coming from one certain area. That then again Trishashti Lakshana Mahapuranam, these are Jainist texts. Okay, Jaina texts largely composed by Jinasena, one of the Jaina scholar, completed by his pupil Gunabhadra. Okay, so 2 persons contribution is there during the rule of Rashtrakuta ruler Amogavarsha. That is there. Okay, so it is 9th century AD. It's around 9th century AD. And then again Mahapurana consists of 2 parts. That is Trishashti Lakshana Mahapurana. There is the first part by Jinasena and second part by Gunabhadra. Okay, first part is Adi Purana written by Acharya Jinasena, and the second part, and that is Uttara Purana, which composed by Gunabhadra. They can give these hints also to identify this particular textbook. That can also be done. Okay, and again Parisishti Parvan. Okay, again it's a Sanskrit Mahakavya by Hemachandra, and is a 12th century poet during Solanki Rajput ruler Kumarapala. It's again Jainism again. Okay, that is known as Stavira Vali Charitra, that is lives of the Jaina elders, this particular book. And then I can give details about the histories of the earliest Jaina teachers also, the Jaina Tirthankara, Jaina Acharyas and everything, and information about the political history of ancient India. Like it talks about almost most of it, Chanakya, Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka, and it also talks about Udayin, Samprati, Shrenika, Ajatashatru, Bimbisara. Okay, then again Nandas, Ajatashatru is called as Kunika, Bimbisara is called as Shrenika. So different terms were being used, and it gives information about the Jainist elders also, as well as information about certain political history of India too. Okay, so then again look at 2023 question. Devichandra Guptam Billana, Amira Mahakavya Nayachandra Suri, Milindappana Nagarjuna Nagasena, Niti Vyakyamrita by Somadeva Suri. So how many of the pairs are correctly matched? Only one, only two, only three, and this is wrong. Devi Chandraguptam is by a different person. Okay, we'll come to that person. And again, Amira Mahakavi is correct, and Milindapanna is correct. Nagarjuna or Nagasena. Okay, sometimes they use interchangeably. You can go and check NCERTs. Both names are interchangeably used. Niti Vyakyamrita, that is Somadeva Suri. Okay, answer option is C. Only 3 are correctly matched. Only 3 are correctly matched. Now, who wrote Devi Chandraguptam? That is Sanskrit. It was a political drama. It is done by Vishaka Datta, also called as Vishaka Deva also. Okay, so what is this political drama? Written in 6th century AD, and that it talks about the Ramagupta, and he surrendered his queen Dhruva Devi to Shakas. Shakas were enemies of Guptas, and now Chandragupta, Ramagupta's younger brother, Chandragupta II, enters the enemy camp and disguises as queen, and he kills the enemy and rescues Dhruva Devi. And that is written in Devi Chandraguptam. Okay, so that is the theme of Devi Chandraguptam, we can say. And then we can talk about Amira Mahakavya. That is 15th century. It's a Sanskrit epic poem about Amira. Okay, that is written by Jain scholar Naya Chandra Suri. Amira, one of the famous Rajput rulers, the legendary biographer of 13th century Chamana king Amira. It is written in 15th century, but it is about Amira and Chamana, that is one of the Rajput kings. And takes attributes to Amira's defeat against Alauddin, to betrayal of his officer. Again, we can talk about certain questions which is being asked in recent times. Certain relation to about Alauddin Khalji and his defeat of certain Rajput families are asked. So that is how we can anticipate. You can look at the common interrelation. Some of the topics we have read, some of the answer option that directly being related to Alauddin Khalji's invasions of certain Rajput families. We can expect one question. That is how probabilities. We have to play the game of probabilities. Nothing. Then Milindapanna. That is philosophical dialogue in Pali, that is between Indo-Greek ruler Menander as well as the monk Nagasena or Nagarjuna, and it is about the dialogue. It's the questions of Milinda. It is actually, and Milinda, that is asked the question, answered by Nagarjuna, and he got impressed by the answers. Then he converted into Buddhism. It is between 1st century BC to 1st century C. That is when it is written. And Niti Vyakyamrita, again by Somadeva Suri, a South Indian Jaina monk, about 10th century C. Okay, so it means the nectar of the science of polity, a treatise on statecraft, about political system, okay, about how to build, we can say, a dynasty, an empire, okay, so how to protect it, that one, and about the skills aspect of it, that is in Niti Vyakyamrita, and it is Sanskrit, it is in verses form, okay, it's a poetic form, okay, so that is by Somadeva Suri. Okay, so we talked about the themes of all these particular textbooks also, and the author of the literary work called as, and also the author of literary work, that is Yashashta Tilaka, that is Somadeva Suri. He wrote Yashas Tilaka. Okay, so this was also written by them. Okay, and Billana, and that is one of the answer option which was there. It's a Kashmiri poet, but he came to Karnataka during the time period of, we can say, Western Chalukya, also called as Kalyani Chalukya. You can get confusion. So Kalyani Chalukyas. Okay, so he left Kashmir, and is known for the poem Chauri Shurata Panchashika, that 50 verses by a thief. Okay, and then he came to Karnataka during the Kalyani Chalukyas, that is Kalyani is a place in Karnataka, and he was given patronage by Vikramaditya VI, and he wrote a book on Vikramaditya VI, that is Vikramanka Deva Charita by Billana. He is basically a Kashmiri poet of 11th century. Okay, 1000 to 1100. Okay, so these are we can learn about so many books, okay, so many themes, and Sangam themes is there in ancient India. Okay, so we are again back and forth, not chronologically. With Sangam, again majorly this is a time period between 200 BCE to 300 AD. Okay, 200 BC to 300. That is the what themes are there. Okay, that is at the same time of this particular post-Maurya's time period. Okay, little bit Mauryas also. Sometimes the Sangam time period, recently it goes back to 3000 BC also. So time periods are quite vague in Sangam times. Okay, so 2 questions were asked about Sangam themes. That is first thing about, consider the following statement: Sangam literature in ancient South India, whether it is correct. Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture. Okay, at the same time, social classification of Varna was down to Sangam poets. Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic, again absolute statements, and devoid of any reference to material culture, because Sangam culture we have a lot of references to that material culture. Okay. At the same time, Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. No, the reference of magical forces in Sangam literature is also there. Okay. And at the same time, the social class for Varna was known to Sangam poets. Yes, that is the answer. Option is B. Okay. And Sangam literature, and that is due to Sangam means 3 colleges, or we can say college of Tamil poets that happened in Madurai. Okay. In and around Madurai. Okay, during the time period of Pandyas of Madurai. Okay, the famous Sangam literature we can talk about, that is Silapatigaram. All these we covered. Okay, and then again we can talk Mani Mekalai. All these are covered in last year. Okay, not this year. That is, you can go and check this particular video, because we try to combine both the videos, because in last year we covered all the topics. Okay. So not much emphasis upon PYQ, even though we solved PYQs, but this year I think we want to solve all the PYQs if possible. All the PYQs. So we are going through the PYQs base. Again, certain concept about Sangam literature, we can talk about that one. Okay, so Silapatigaram and Mani Mekalai. Okay, Silapatigaram by Ilangodigal. Okay, Mani Mekalai by Satanar. So these kind of concepts you can go through that one. Okay, and some of the poems of Sangam literature is called as Akam and Puram. All these concepts are covered. Now, Sangam administration, we can talk about that one. Monarchical form of administration. The ministers were called as Amaichar, because Sangam terms are being asked certain times. The priests are called as Antanar. Again, envoys are called as Thuthar. Then again, military commanders are called as Senapati, and spies are called as Orar. Okay, so these kind of terms are asked in Sangam administration. Okay, because people want to run behind administrative terms, that second terms, that is the reason I've given. And social structure, Varna distinction for it. That is exactly that particular term was there. Varna distinction were known to Sangam poets, but not as rigid as North India, because division of North Indian society was quite rigid, but in South India was not that much, especially during the time of Sangam time period. And Brahmanas were revered with chiefs, okay, revered by chiefs, acted as advisors, and no special privileges, but later times they acquired this particular privileges, and society was clan based, which is called as Kuti. Okay, that is the family relation times, and no restrictions on interdining and marriages. And rich peasants were called as Velalas, and then again agricultural laborers were called as Kadaisian, and animal skin workers are called as Pariyars. And again commanders of army were called as Enadi. Again, that is the reason I have given all the Sangam terms over here, and it's also covered in last year, but again sometimes we are repeating. Okay, so just for greater revision of this kind of terms. Then again lower caste are called as Pariyans and Pananas as well as Velans too. Okay, and women position we can talk about. Education was given, poets were also there, women poets were also there in Sangam age, engaged in economic activities like agriculture, basket making, as well as cattle rearing, and Sati was also existed. It was called as Tippayadal. Sati was called as Tippayadal, and at the same time it was not obligatory to practice Sati, but there was some widows were also present. Widows were also present during Sangam times, and also mentions one concept called as Sevilite, who were like foster mothers to take care of children who lost their mothers. Okay, that concept is there. Then Sangam religion we can talk about. There's the interaction between northern and the South Indian culture that led to growth of Vedic god system in South India, Vishnu, Indra, Shiva, that is we can say Brahmanical gods. Then Buddhism and Jainism was also present, and particularly these epics of Mani Mekalai, as well as we can talk about Silapatigaram talks about Buddhism and Jainism. Then local people worshipped a god named as Murugan, who became Kartikeya in the medieval times, in northern Indian times. And medieval times he becomes the Subramanya. Kartikeya is a term that is used in north, and Murugan is used in south, and Subramanya is the medieval term for this particular god, that is Murugan as well as Kartikeya. And believed in magical forces called Ananku, because in that particular statement it gave the statement of they believed that when the magical force is irrational, but they believed in magical force of Ananku also. And they worshipped the memorial stones, Natukal. Okay, that term is also there. Then Sangam economy, certain terms are there. The entire Sangam territory was divided into 5 regions, are also called as 5 tinais or ecozones, which are Kurinji, Illi region, Palai, arid zone. Then again Mullai, that is pastoral tracts. Then again Marudam, wetlands. Then again Nitai, that is sea coast. Okay, Nital, that is sea coast. So this is the material culture we talk about. So obviously in these regions, so 5 different kind of professions we can see. And rice was staple crop even today also in South India, and barter exchange was quite common, and trade was also there, inland trade was also there. and non-perennial rivers were there during this point of time, and that is the reason kings were known for building dams. In South India, there is non-perennial rivers and kings, and particularly one particular king we can talk about, Karikala Chola. Okay, Karikala Chola. He built a dam on river Kaveri. Okay, one of the earliest dams on river Kaveri. Okay, so flourishing trade with Roman Empire also. Sangam economy, it has a connection with Roman Empire. Okay, then Sangam economy, continuing with that one, evidence of Roman trade in Periples of the Erythraean Sea. All the ports I talked about, that is mentioned in this particular work. It belongs to 1st century AD, and particularly around 75 AD, same thing. Then a discovery of monsoon winds by one of the Greek navigator, by Hippasus, led to the growth of trade between these two areas. Then again, major exports of the Sangam economy was spices, particularly pepper, which is called as Yavana Priya. Yavana is the term that is used for outsiders. Indians use this particular term for outsiders, the Kushanas, Shakas, Romans, and again we can talk about the Persians, the Arabs. Everybody were referred to this particular term that is called as Yavana. And their favorite product was pepper, called as Yavana. They were called as the lover of pepper, that is Yavana Priya. Then again, cotton and sandalwood also major export. And major imports were gold and silver, as well as red pottery from these Roman times. And major ports we discuss Muziri, Sarika, Medu, Kaveri, Pattanam, as well as Kurka. This is the same term that asked in the questions too. Okay. And this question was asked last time, what the Kirutal. Again, you can't run behind these particular terms. And again, these kind of terms you can't be found in any of the basic sources. And the answer is that is a king defeating in a battle, committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. Okay, so this is one term. And again, I have given certain terms also. Okay, so that is Sangam maize term, Kalbu, Karpu, again, Pinchtinnal, then again Muhir, then again Kani Gaichar, okay, which are prostitutes. Then again Muhir means wine, Pinchtinnal means love marriage, Karpu means marriage with permission of parents, Kalbu means marriage without permission of parent and without any customary. Okay, so these are the Sangam terms we can talk about. Okay, so almost every question I tried to bring, and the aspect of this particular question in this last 4 hours of discussion. Maybe tomorrow we'll go with certain some other topics, that is other question, that is particularly art and culture. We can go through that one. So last year we did not cover art and culture, but this year we are going to cover art and culture very extensively. So we will cover that tomorrow. Okay, so I also will cover from medieval India as well as modern India. Okay, so 2 aspects are left, art and culture. Art and culture, of course, it can be interrelated to medieval also as well as ancient also. So we'll cover that tomorrow. We can do that one. We'll stop it here. Okay, so hopefully, so you got certain value, because you know all the topics, but we are trying to cover here the PYQs. We are trying to cover here PYQs, the PYQs associated topics, so that it will have a kind of a revision. Of course, it will be faster. I keep mentioning. Okay, so because we have very less time period over here, because we have to cover all those things. So please be mindful, because it will be on YouTube. You can pause. You can use the lesser speed over there. So we have the options over there, and of course, and my speaking style itself is a little bit more faster over there. So I will be little rapid, as the course time itself is rapid revision. So that is the reason we have to be rapid, so that you keep on listening to them once it get uploaded. So you keep watching them. So tomorrow we'll try to cover all the terms, again all the concepts in art and culture. So again, I guarantee that is more than 95 to 98% of all the PYQs I'm going to cover. Okay, so that is my guarantee. I don't know about other political parties' guarantees, so this is my guarantee. Okay, so then again, 1 or 2 questions, few questions will definitely be missed. Okay, so sometimes because of the time restrictions, sometimes those topics which cannot be found anywhere, so some kind of bouncers question will definitely come. So we will try to stick to the basics. We will come over there. Okay, so thank you so much. We'll see you in next session. And I can already mention about that particular Telegram channel. You can contact me over there. You can message. Okay, so you can join that channel, and that is History Chronicles by Guru. And thank you so much. See you tomorrow.